This guy is only an F rank. Yet he could pass the evaluation with a perfect score. He even killed the boss with his bare hands, forcing the examiners to scramble in a panic. Did this guy turn on a hack? The training room meant for S rank was also completely smashed to pieces by him. The old manager could only wail and cry, where did this god pop out from? There goes my salary for this month. It turns out that in his past life, he was the legendary hunter, rank number 1, but just because he overly trusted his comrade, his end was being betrayed by him. At the 8th floor of the tower, the place known as the Deadlands, a cold atmosphere enveloped all things. Amidst the white snow scenery and towering stone pillars, a powerful army was grandly marching forward. Leading the elite soldiers was Kyoju Kazuki, the guild leader of the Blue District Guild, and also the one currently holding the 6th rank. He loudly declared before the entire army, brothers, today we are going in to take down the 8th floor boss to make history. Kazuki didn't forget to sternly remind them, don't be sluggish just because this is an alliance raid. If we can't clear out this place, then the 9th floor will forever remain a mystery. Right as the soldiers simultaneously raised their spears high in response, Kazuki suddenly froze in utter shock. From afar, a group of people was majestically approaching, making everyone exclaim, look who's coming. It's Blue Eyes. The one leading was none other than Narukami Subaru, the guild leader of the Blue Eyes Guild, the person currently standing at the number 1 rank. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Kazuki excitedly called out, Subaru. Approaching with a calm demeanor, Subaru softly replied, apologies for making everyone wait so long. However, Kazuki waved his hand and laughed, saying, wait long? You're actually the first one to arrive here. He also mentioned he heard the entire martial arts team would also participate in the raid today. Kazuki continued to assess, at any rate. Subaru, you are the leader. Surely those guys only want to follow along, to pick up whatever scraps you leave behind. Hearing that, Subaru gently touched the hilt of his sword and muttered, if they only want to pick up scraps, they might be dead wrong. Because I have something right here. Finishing his words, Subaru took out an item that emitted a brilliant red light and placed it in Kazuki's hand, leaving him completely astonished. That was the Archangel's Blessing, a legendary grade equipment, capable of automatically recovering half of one's fatigue immediately upon reaching the limit. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Kazuki stammered, this is. Subaru explained that he had intended to complete this raid perfectly, but just in case, he wanted Kazuki to keep that thing on him. Even though Kazuki had the intention to decline, believing Subaru needed it much more, Subaru remained resolute and made a completely unexpected proposal. Furthermore, after this battle, do you want to return to Blue Eyes? Subaru added, my stuff, I can let you borrow. But if you keep it for good, watch out. There's going to be trouble. Right as Subaru placed his hand on his old friend's shoulder, a terrifying surge of pressure suddenly crashed down, causing both of their faces to distort in horror. Kazuki shouted loudly, it's coming. Subaru also couldn't hide his astonishment at the all-too-early presence of the enemy, amidst the army's chaos and fear. Before the terrifying power of the 8th floor guardian, Kazuki roared, ordering the entire army to prepare for impact. Immediately, a colossal monster, in the form of a multi-headed dragon, named Hydra the Poison Dragon majestically, appeared, ready to crush everything. Facing the grotesque monster before his eyes, Subaru felt an uncomfortable sensation creeping in, making his flesh itch. Immediately, a powerful surge of electricity ran across his entire body, causing his eyes to blaze in the dark. Subaru growled with pure murderous intent. Today will be the day you die. Don't disturb me when I'm itching. Seeing the monster accumulating a deep blue energy in its mouth, Kazuki panicked and shouted, ordering the entire army. It's preparing to release its breath. Everyone fall back. However, Subaru still stood stock still and replied with full conviction. No need. While Kazuki was still dazed, not understanding what was happening, Subaru had already rushed forward to confront the dragon's deathly breath head-on. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Subaru tore through the opponent's attack with a single slash, carrying the power of lightning. Witnessing that scene, Kazuki could only stare blankly and exclaim, Subaru, you never change at all. Right after the highly impressive opening strike, the team members immediately surrounded Subaru. A red-haired guy excitedly cheered, that's amazing. Subaru, your training sessions truly paid off. In contrast to that excitement, Kazuki clicked his tongue in pure regret. Damn it, I was a step too slow. I wanted to make the opening strike this time. A girl in the group curiously approached and softly asked Subaru about the item he had given to Kazuki earlier, but he only casually replied, you will find out soon enough. Subaru adjusted his mask, his gaze clearly showing determination as he looked towards the enemy. Is everyone ready? We are going to kill this oversized lizard and get past this damn 8th floor. The colossal monster roared frantically as Subaru's army began to surge forward to attack. Standing from behind and observing, Kazuki broke into a highly deep smile. Upon seeing the seamless coordination of the warriors, he softly muttered, "Look how united they are." The one who smiles the brightest is usually the most evil. Everything seemed to be happening exactly as what Kazuki expected. He told himself that the hidden soldiers had also moved into position, ready to execute the secret plan. Feeling that the opportune moment had arrived, Kazuki turned around and gave orders to those waiting for commands in the back. "Excellent. Then let's get started right away." Receiving the instruction, the middle-aged man with a mustache and his mysterious companion in a cloak nodded in confirmation. "Wish you luck, because you are going to need it very much in a little bit." Kazuki didn't reply to him. He just silently turned around, his cold gaze directed towards the battlefield that was gradually becoming chaotic. High above, a female mage calmly observed the entire scene to prepare for support. The battle unfolded with extreme tension as the multi-headed dragon continuously swung its hideous long necks to crush anyone who approached. However, the members of the alliance did not tremble in fear. They simultaneously rushed forward, unleashing lightning slashes and sharp spear thrusts, continuously tearing through the monster's flesh. Amidst the fierce clash, a female assassin with evasive, fleeting movements suddenly threw herself into the air, swinging her dagger to slash hard at the dragon's neck. Her solitary and reckless action made a teammate nearby shout out, "Hey, don't just slash without saying anything like that. Have you seriously still not gotten used to my way of working yet?" Even so, the teammate still frowned and reminded her, "You have to pay more careful attention in dangerous situations like this." Toja rushed into the battle with a burning momentum. He shouted his name loudly, then challenged his teammates. "Whoever gets higher damage gets to be the boss, brothers." Right after that was a slash, carrying a blazing red spiritual energy, striking straight down onto the monster's neck. Not to be outdone, another warrior also threw himself into the air with azure sword lines. He excitedly declared, "The loser will have to buy dinner." "Sorry, Chino." The consecutive slashes tore through the flesh, making Hydra the poison dragon roar. In agony, standing at the rear line, Chino shouted loudly to encourage everyone, "Don't worry about me. Just keep on attacking. Leave the defense to me." However, right when Chino had just raised the protective shield, Kazuki suddenly appeared right behind her back. He coldly called her name and then uttered words of sarcasm. "Do you think you can defend against this as well?" To Chino's utter shock, Kazuki ruthlessly drove his sword right through her body from behind. He casually declared, "Seriously, this is the price to pay for being too arrogant." Perceiving the incident, Subaru turned around in shock, looking at Chino, falling down after being backstabbed by that bastard, while Kazuki just stood there with the bloodstained sword in his hand. Subaru's eyes blazed with intense resentment. Kazuki broke into a sinister smile, his face smeared with their comrade's blood as he reminded Subaru, "You don't have time to look away." While the monster was looming and approaching right behind his back, Subaru could only utter in bitterness, "Kazuki, why?" In the past, when the world began to mutate, you have been chosen by the tower. That was the fateful notification that started it all. A mysterious call. "Welcome, children, into the slaughterhouse tower. Prepare to get wrecked." A single message was sent to all players, marking the very first appearance of the Great Tower. Even up until now, no one knows clearly whether it was a brutal ordeal or a saving blessing. Nor does anyone know who was behind it or what the true purpose of that message was. People simply followed the irresistible command, together aiming for the top of the tower, a place where human footprints had never been. From Earth and the martial arts world to Runeterra, Alfred, or Lucan, warriors coming from countless different dimensions, each carrying their own separate responsibility on their shoulders, were still tirelessly continuing the arduous journey of climbing the tower. However, the price of this journey was far too catastrophic. After the horrific battle, the corpse of the 8th floor boss, Hydra the Red Dragon, was now nothing more than a heap of mangled flesh, lying motionless amidst the white snow. The winner takes all, the loser turns into minced meat. Black smoke rose from its colossal body, evidence of an unyielding slaughter. But all around, the scene was manifold times more horrific, as the corpses of the warriors lay scattered amidst the debris. Subaru panted heavily in absolute pain, his face bloodstained and his eyes filled with shock. Looking at his comrades' bodies lying still on the ground, he choked out, "I told you guys to run away, but you wouldn't listen." In the end, the Alliance had managed to take down the monster that was rumored to be impossible to destroy, but this victory carried the bitter taste of loss. Subaru looked at his fallen friends, choking back tears as he bitterly cursed, "I don't recall giving you guys permission to die. You fools." The system continuously warned of an emergency state. Subaru was poisoned, and his natural recovery capability had been completely neutralized. With his fatigue level already reaching the threshold of 94, he knew he would die if that number hit 100. In his dying moments, Subaru bitterly thought that if he could return, he knew exactly what his comrades would say to him. Standing before him right now, Kazuki uttered the sarcastic words, Lightning King. However, unable to suppress his fury, Subaru roared, Why? Why did you do this? Answer me, Kazuki Kyojo. Question mark for the 6th ranks character. The reply was merely a casual, chilling smile from the traitor. Then Kazuki approached, saying nonchalantly, It's been 15 years, Subaru. He admitted, I have waited for this day for 15 years. Now, fade away, best friend. If he hadn't drawn Subaru's attention away, his precious Blue Eyes Guild would have surely stood in his way. Looking at the corpses of the comrades scattered across the snow, Kazuki frantically roared that Subaru had no idea how much the things he had given him had tormented him. Precisely because of that, he had chosen the entire world instead of choosing him. He clicked his tongue, feigning regret at having to end everything like this. But in the end, he had finally seen the conclusion he desired. Kazuki raised the Archangel's blessing item up and mocked. Oh right. I guess I don't need to return this anymore, do I? After all, Blue Eyes will disappear along with you. He advised Subaru not to be sad, because even in death, he would still be remembered as a hero. Facing that hypocrisy, Subaru only smirked slightly. Until the very end, you only hear what you want to hear. Trying to cling onto his last bit of fading strength, Subaru realized that at this rate, there was no way he could survive. But he did not accept such a meaningless death. Immediately, Subaru activated a magic item, causing purple cards to glow brightly all around. Don't mess with the inventory of number 1. Witnessing the sudden change, Kazuki's face distorted in horror. Impossible. Subaru forced himself up. In his hand was the Aeolus short sword, a legendary grade equipment over level 80, capable of creating a powerful gale to blow the designated target away as far as 10 kilometers. Kazuki was astonished to see the treasure was still active. He roared in shock, It still works. It still has remaining uses. Despite being covered in wounds, Subaru swung the Aeolus fan hard and fired back with pure contempt. I won't let you know, you piece of trash. The system announced that the item still had 4 uses left, exactly equal to the number of surviving Blue Eyes members currently collapsed in the back. Subaru thought to himself, with just this much, at least everyone can return safely. An extremely powerful surge of pressure immediately exploded, sweeping his comrades away from the horrific battlefield. Witnessing his prey escape right before his eyes, Kazuki was furious and ordered his soldiers to give chase. Hurry up, don't let anyone survive. However, Subaru had blocked their path. With a highly defiant smile, Why the rush? Stay here and taste my thunder for fun. Even though the system continuously warned that his fatigue level had reached 95 and his resistance was extremely limited, a colossal pillar of lightning struck down from high above, like the wrath of the Lightning King, scorching the ground and pushing back the crowd of soldiers. Before that overwhelming power, Kazuki could only force a highly calculating smile. Subaru, you truly are a stubborn guy, aren't you? Despite his exhausted physical strength and his fatigue level continuing to rise, Subaru still stood tall and firm amidst the blazing yellow electricity. He looked straight at the surrounding crowd and growled, I don't know what Kyojo promised you all to make you do this. Since you had the guts to betray me, you might as well prepare your coffins. Subaru's gaze blazed with a cold blue color. He firmly declared, from this moment on, not a single person leaves without my permission. Perceiving the danger, the traitors had no choice but to desperately rush forward with an all-or-nothing intent. Subaru swung his weapon, creating slashes that tore through space, confronting the surging wave of enemies head-on. Normally, Subaru would never lose to these small fries, but currently, his body had reached its limit. He thought to himself, if Kazuki directly makes a move, things will definitely be a lot worse. Having to confront a bunch of grunt soldiers in an exhausted state made Subaru struggle immensely. The system continuously warned that his fatigue level had risen to the threshold of 97. Knowing that he could not prolong this battle any further, Subaru tried to force himself up, but an enemy had quickly closed in right behind his back. A brutal slash tore through his defense, leaving Subaru severely wounded. He knelt down in absolute pain. The system coldly announced that his fatigue level had hit 98, causing his vision to begin to blur. Subaru groaned in agony as consecutive attacks rained down as if to crush his last fading bit of strength. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing that the opponent no longer had the ability to resist, a soldier cheered triumphantly. We did it. We have killed Subaru Narukami. Celebrating too early usually leads to a bitter end. However, Subaru suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazed with a deadly gaze that left the soldier paralyzed. He growled with pure murderous intent. Who did you say you just killed? Immediately, a violent Blazing yellow electrical current exploded from Subaru's body, blowing away the entire surrounding army and incinerating everything in sight. Amidst the dense cloud of smoke and dust, Subaru stood firm like a god of war. The remaining soldiers trembled as they looked at that majestic figure and uttered in pure terror, "Has he collapsed yet? Did we take down that monster?" Standing from afar, Kazuki coldly observed the horrific scene. He softly muttered with an emotionless expression, "Subaru, I didn't expect your arrow would end so simply." The system continuously issued red, deadly warnings. Fatigue level has risen to 99. Danger. Fatigue level is extremely high. You will die if fatigue level reaches 100. Subaru coughed up blood, his breath faltering, but his eyes still blazed like fire. Kazuki, even though his body was mangled to the point where he couldn't even lift his limbs, Subaru still forced himself up, tightly gripping his weapon that was bursting with blazing yellow lightning, and thought to himself, "You should know better than anyone." That in the very end, he channeled his last bit of fading strength and rushed forward, unleashing the decisive attack with a firm declaration. With one last breath left, "I will fight you to the absolute end." Looking at the treasure in his hand, Kazuki silently mocked his own condolences. "I will survive with this." Before he could finish his words, Subaru's eyes blazed with immense fury. A colossal pillar of lightning struck straight down at Kazuki's position, leaving him only able to utter in utter shock. "Impossible," Subaru proudly asserted. "In the end, I will be the winner." But right after that, his consciousness began to sink gradually into the endless darkness. He mocked himself, speaking such cool lines while looking so pathetic. Subaru only hoped to drag Kazuki down to the grave with him before he truly faded away. The final flash of lightning had hit its mark, but in the moment verging on death, he felt a strange, indescribable feeling creeping into his mind. Subaru wondered if he would be trapped in this state of void forever or not. That empty feeling was no different from a brutal torture. Suddenly, a pungent and unpleasant odor wafted straight into his nose, making him grimace. Wait, does hell also smell this strongly of garbage? A glint of hope flashed in his mind. Could it be the dry sound of a trash can lid being pushed open? Subaru shockingly realized he was sitting in the middle of a pile of smelly garbage in a dark, narrow alley. Looking around the unfamiliar scenery with old brick walls, he exclaimed in shock, "Is this hell?" Suddenly, a magic status window appeared right before his eyes. Name, Subaru Hasoi. Affiliation, Earth. Level 1. Fatigue level, 61. Subaru blankly stared at the pathetically low stats. Subaru Hasoi? What the hell? What kind of trash status window is this? From top tier to clearance goods. A sudden, severe headache struck as if to tear his brain apart, making him hold his head and groan. Oh, he told himself that this name truly didn't match his face at all. And he even came from Earth, a place inherently considered the dwelling of trash. Right at that moment, two unfamiliar young men approached and spoke sarcastically. "What are you doing here? Are you only here to make us look better?" Subaru realized the grim reality that the great Subaru Narukami was now just an anomaly, and he had to find a way to regain even just half of his power from 25 years ago. Subaru widened his eyes in absolute shock. What? Subaru Narukami died 25 years ago. Subaru gazed in utter shock at his own reflection. He could not believe that this body belonged to a completely different person. In a state of panic, he reassured himself that this was only a dream, but the painful tumble from the trash pile down to the ground dragged him back to the grim reality. Amidst the debris, Subaru suddenly saw a player tool lying around. He realized that if he used this, he could search for information about what had happened. Immediately, Subaru started the device and entered the search keyword. Blue Eyes. A series of headlines appeared, leaving him stunned. Blue District, the successor of Blue Eyes, lacks power? The secret behind the name Blue District. Blue Eyes is how Subaru Narukami named it. The news site also stated that Blue District was continuing to develop to inherit his will. But what shocked Subaru the most was the headline. Guild Leader Kyojo. We will win the next tournament. Where on earth is the justice? He could not believe his eyes when he saw the picture of the traitor, still alive and well after 25 years. Looking at his face, with the long scar in his eye patch, Subaru gritted his teeth in hatred, calling out the name, Kazuki Kyojo. Memories of the past suddenly rushed back into Subaru's mind. He recalled that night on the rooftop, when he told Kazuki about his intention to leave Blue Eyes and asked him to inform the others. At that time, Subaru had always considered Kazuki a close friend. Kazuki back then only smiled gently, telling him not to worry and asserting, "Even when you leave, I will still be your shadow." Yet, a few years later, Kazuki went on to found a guild, and appeared under the name Blue District, the very name the two of them used to joke about. Regarding his shadow, returning to the present, Subaru wondered, still stuck on the 9th floor after 25 years? Such a noob, yet trying to be a boss. While lost in thought, he suddenly froze when he saw a piece of news about a memorial service that attracted thousands of visitors. Subaru was stunned to realize that this world had built an entire memorial hall named after Subaru Narukami to remember him. Standing before the massive building honoring himself, Subaru could only utter in utter astonishment. Unbelievable. Stepping inside the grand hall, Subaru couldn't help but be astonished at the scale of this place. He thought to himself, this building is more impressive than I thought. Looking at his old mask solemnly put on display, alongside giant hologram images, recreating his golden age, Subaru bitterly wondered, what is the point of remembering me? Who did this and for what purpose? Why did they do such a thing? The narration from the recorded footage echoed throughout the auditorium, causing Subaru to painfully hold his head. He was my idol, but I accidentally sent him packing. The hero of the Blue Eyes Guild, the one who created the undefeated legend, the man closest to the top of the tower, Subaru Narukami. The more he listened, the more Subaru felt disgusted by this hypocrisy. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you kidding me?" The figure of Kazuki in an elegant suit appeared on the big screen. He loudly declared, along with all of my comrades, to forever remember him. We have established this memorial hall. Witnessing the traitor playing the role of a loyal friend, Subaru gritted his teeth and roared in resentment, "You, Kazuki." On the screen, Kazuki still continued his highly hypocritical speech. Subaru Narukami and Blue Eyes are no more. However, Blue District is the only surviving guild, inheriting their noble spirit. Unable to endure those lies any longer, Subaru shouted out, "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense." Subaru's eyes blazed with intense resentment. He growled defiantly, "Just killing me wasn't enough to satisfy you, was it? If that's the case, I'll just have to meet your expectations then." Meanwhile, the image of Kazuki on the screen still casually asserted, "Subaru Narukami and Blue Eyes will never return. Just you wait. We will never forget them." Looking at his enemy, wearing a triumphant smile amidst the cheers of the public, Subaru clenched his fist tightly. He looked straight at the colossal figure of Kazuki and firmly declared, "Just you wait. I will reformat this deceitful world. I will not let him do that wretched thing ever again." Subaru's gaze hardened with determination. He told himself he would not let this second chance be wasted. While lost in thought, Subaru accidentally bumped hard into someone, causing him to tumble to the ground. He paused and quickly intended to reach out his hand to help. Subaru called out, "Hey!" But as soon as he saw the other party clearly, he was so shocked that he froze on the spot. Before his eyes was a young boy wearing the exact black and gold mask. That was his icon years ago. Wait, why has my limited edition mask become cheap goods sold by the pound now? Subaru was internally shocked. The boy, named Minato, repeatedly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Seeing the boy's relative anxiously running over to check on him, Subaru could only force a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. We just bumped into each other a bit." However, his astonishment multiplied manifold when he realized that not only Minato, but also the people traveling with him, were wearing that thing. Subaru rubbed his eyes as if unable to believe what was happening. He exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this?" when the entire server is using the exact same skin. Casting his gaze further away, Subaru was completely stunned upon seeing the entire grand hall flooded with masks identical to his own. From the elderly and young children to adolescents, everyone was wearing the symbol of the Lightning King on their face, creating a bizarre and haunting scene. What the hell is going on here? Subaru roared in his mind. At this moment, the words of Kazuki from years ago suddenly echoed back like a curse. "It's truly a pity that things turned out like this. Don't be so sad. Even when you die, you will still be considered a historical hero." Looking at the traitor's sinister smile in his memory, Subaru bitterly realized that this was exactly how Kazuki honored him, just a profiteer. He stood silently amidst the crowd wearing his own mask, and wondered if this was his true intention or not. Subaru gritted his teeth, calling the traitor's name deep in his heart. He slipped through the masked crowd to head towards the center. Before his eyes was an altar vibrant with flowers and candles, the place where the memorial portrait of his past self was set. Subaru bitterly realized, is all of this just a way for Kazuki to monopolize the glory of Blue Eyes alone? Suddenly, Subaru's gaze stopped at the blue chrysanthemums that were emitting a faint spiritual energy. His pupils contracted in shock. Disregarding his surroundings, Subaru frantically rushed forward, shoving everyone aside. Even as the crowd behind yelled, "Get in line, kid. Don't just rush in like that just because the flowers are pretty." Subaru still didn't stop his steps. He knelt down before the altar, trembling as he touched the strange blue chrysanthemums. Feeling a familiar breath, Subaru picked a flower up and gasped in shock. "Is it you?" High above, from a hidden corner of the building, two mysterious figures in black cloaks were silently observing. One spoke up. We have also gotten through this year's disaster as well. The other reminded that if they had been any later, they would have run into Blue District. The girl accompanying him expressed curiosity. Is performing this ritual at every anniversary truly necessary or not? And believed that just offering chrysanthemums would be enough. At this moment, the man with silver hair revealed himself. He casually replied, "You will never know what might happen. Subaru might recognize the flowers that we bring up." Standing on the windy rooftop, the hooded person skeptically asked his companion, "Do you really think that kid is still alive?" The man with long silver hair walked slightly, his gaze distant as he replied, "I won't believe it until I see the corpse. I'm just going to wait here. What are you going to do about it?" The hooded person sighed in sheer exhaustion, believing that instead of looking for Subaru, it would perhaps be faster for Kazuki to find their location. He shouted out in pure bitterness, "Furthermore, if Subaru were truly still alive, then we wouldn't have had to just stand still and watch everything for the past 25 years, you fool." Faced with that anger, the silver-haired man only smiled silently, looking toward the sunset that was gradually fading at the horizon. Meanwhile, Subaru was running for his life through the bushes, his breath rapid and sweat pouring down his face. His mind was besieged by rushing questions. Is she truly still alive? He tightly gripped the blue chrysanthemum in his hand, softly calling the highly nostalgic name, Asajiri. When night fell, Subaru returned to the shabby, narrow, rented room that the previous owner of this body, Subaru Hasoi, used to live in. Looking around the impoverished and worn-out space, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Turns out he was quite poor, huh?" Sitting with his knees pulled up on the simple bed, Subaru intently searched for information on a handheld electronic device. However, the searches regarding Blue Eyes yielded no positive results. The winner takes all, the loser loses everything. Even so, he was still certain that Asajiri was still alive. It was just that she was hiding somewhere. Subaru held his head, filled with restless thoughts. He realized that Kyojo was the root of everything. Based on his personality, he would definitely not leave anyone in peace. If that person knew the truth about the betrayal years ago, memories of the horrific battle 25 years ago resurfaced. Subaru wondered if Asajiri could truly have survived alone amidst that debris or not. He recalled the moment he swung the Aeolus fan to blow his comrades far away, but he himself wasn't certain whether all four of them safely escaped at that time. Subaru looked at his reflection in the window and realized that as long as Kyojo is still alive and powerful, then contacting his old comrades right now is no different from a suicidal act. Furthermore, with his current powerless and weak body, forcing himself would only make him an easy target for the enemy. First of all, Subaru told himself that he needed to regain his inherent power. Looking at the skinny hands of his new body, he was determined to start over from zero. Based on Subaru Hasoi's memory, he looked for an old sword to practice. Time to begin the journey of farming noobs. 2 days later, Subaru was present at the tutorial hall. Before his eyes right now was the tutorial testing hall, a vast and majestic arena. Here, Test Proctor Huga, a muscular man with a long white beard, stood with folded arms, observing the examinees' battles with a not-so-satisfied expression. Down on the arena floor, a young man had just struggled to defeat 2 green monsters. He panted heavily, the blood-stained sword trembling in his hand. Hugo approached and delivered a chilling remark. "You passed. But do you want to continue with the next part?" To the young man's utter confusion, a system notification window appeared. Invitation to the next step challenge. With each level increase, 1 more goblin will appear. In return, the reward will be much more beneficial. Right after reading it, the young man panicked and waved his hands. "Never. I won't do that. Are you crazy? No. Way can I defeat 3 of them at the same time? Weak yet likes to show off and talk big." His shouting made Huga visibly annoyed. He snapped, "Keep it down, I have a headache. I will fail you right now." Despite being terrified, that guy still tried to salvage the situation by asking if he had truly passed, before disappearing in a flash of teleportation light. Looking at that weak figure, Huga sighed in utter disappointment. He thought to himself, that kid could only do that much in the tutorial. This world is doomed if even this noob level can pass. In his mind, the proctor, Huga currently only had Isaac, the son of Reinhardt, as the only promising examinee, as he had cleared up to part 20. Recalling the scene of Isaac single-handedly using firepower to wipe out the monsters, and then looking at the current list of examinees on his computer, Huga couldn't help but feel exhausted. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, the standards for this tutorial test are truly pathetic, and the quality of selection seems to be hitting rock bottom. Huga looked at his handheld device, slight frowning when he saw the name Subaru Hasoi appear on the screen. He thought to himself, that is a name that carries too big a burden, but it only means something if the kid in front of me actually has the capability to pass the ordeal. Subaru stepped onto the arena floor with a calm demeanor, confronting two goblins, just generated by the system along with the command to destroy the target. Let's begin this test right away. Before Huga could even finish his words, a dark shadow had already flashed past as fast as lightning. An azure aura of spiritual energy tore through space. And within just a single breath, the monsters' heads were already severed from their necks. The proctor was so shocked that his expression changed. He stammered, wondering, did something just fly past? As Subaru had already finished the match in a single split second, Subaru slightly curled his lips into a highly confident smile. He realized that spending 2 days testing the limits of this new body was absolutely correct, because it was truly wonderful. Faced with the system's invitation to continue the challenge with increasing difficulty, Subaru didn't hesitate to reply. He was very busy going to pay back a blood debt. You noob monsters, please die quickly for my sake. Witnessing that arrogance and horrific speed, Huga froze on the spot, his mouth wide open, speechless from absolute shock. Goblin corpses lay scattered all over the arena floor. Huga looked at the grim scene in utter shock. He could not believe his eyes, and wondered what the hell was going on. The proctor realized. Subaru wasn't swinging his sword blindly at all, but he was reading 2 steps ahead, or even 3 steps ahead of the opponent's movements to unleash the perfect finishing blows. With a sharp sword stroke, Subaru continued to wipe out the next wave of monsters in an overwhelming manner. Huga froze as he witnessed the young man's technique. He silently exclaimed, "That is not just the quality of a good swordsman, but even I cannot make such movements." An impossible hypothesis appeared in the proctor's mind. This attitude, this sword style. It can only be that God's Subaru reincarnated. Meanwhile, Subaru still coldly swung his sword, finishing off the monsters with just precise and highly powerful slashes. Monster corpses lay scattered at Subaru's feet. As the system brought up a notification, "You have completed part 49. Do you want to challenge the final boss as well?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Subaru growled back, "Right now, let's go." An immense aura of maximum pressure suddenly erupted, plunging the entire arena into a deadly atmosphere. An extreme tension. The ground shattered under the pressure from high above. A colossal demonic hand struck down with immense power, shaking the entire space. Witnessing that recklessness, Huga shouted out in terror, Hey, you fool. Wait up, you are not Narukami." He desperately roared to stop him. "If you value your life, then stop right here." Caring for the examinee, like caring for his own child. Despite the warning, Subaru still stood firm, directly confronting a colossal monster with blazing red eyes that had just risen from the void. The colossal monster appeared along with the system notification. The Goblin King has been angered due to sensing the sacrificial offering at step 49. Witnessing that highly pressuring presence, Huga panicked and shouted loudly, "Give up, before it's too late. Fighting the Goblin King is too risky. This is suicide." He warned Subaru not to be greedy, because no matter how good his skills, adept they are, the gap in power stats is still too large to bridge. But Subaru still maintained a calm expression. He thought to himself, "I know that. With my stats, it's almost impossible for me to inflict any damage upon his body." However, instead of backing down, Subaru dropped the sword in his hand onto the ground and declared, "The sword is too blunt. I'll fight barehanded to make it exciting." The sword fell, making a dry sound, leaving Subaru standing opposite the enemy in a barehanded, certain death situation. This action caused Huga to completely break down. He held his head and roared. Why did he drop his weapon? Has he gone crazy? I knew there was something wrong with him from the very start. While the monster was frantically rushing forward, Subaru suddenly threw a small object. The colossal goblin froze in immense pain as a sharp needle pierced its leg, causing it to roar in utter shock. The monster blankly looked down at the tiny, yet highly annoying wound on its body. Taking advantage of that moment, Subaru quickly gathered more needles from the corpses of the goblins lying on the ground. He looked straight into his opponent's eyes and mocked. "Surprise, son. I still have plenty of needles left." With the sharp needles in his hand, Subaru's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he issued a challenge. "Let's make a bet, whether you take me down first, or I turn you into a honeycomb first." Subaru channeled all his strength into his arm, throwing the needles at a wind-tearing speed. He roared determinedly, "Give me an answer." The tiny hidden weapons carrying horrifying power firmly pierced the colossal body of his opponent, making the monster scream in pain and shock. Furious from being hit, the Goblin King swung his colossal axe down in a thunderous strike. However, Subaru agilely slipped away, dodging it in the nick of time, causing the attack to only be able to crush the ground behind him. He lowered his center of gravity, his sharp gaze observing every opening of the monster. His eyes blazed brightly, showing that the fighting instincts of a legend were gradually awakening. In that life-or-death moment, memories of his early days of training suddenly resurfaced in Subaru's mind. It was when Karina strictly taught him about the technique of throwing hidden weapons. Throwing like that. When will you ever kill someone, child? She explained that anything can become a hidden weapon if the user grasps its center of gravity. Karina demonstrated with a highly powerful throw, turning a tiny object into a sharp weapon. Returning to reality, Subaru's needles had hit their mark with absolute precision. The Goblin King screamed in pain as the hidden weapons consecutively pierced its neck and face, leaving it unable to fight back. Subaru casually walked forward, summing up the lesson from years ago. Strength is directly proportional to rotational force, and accuracy is inversely proportional to hesitation. He stood tall and proud, facing his gradually exhausted enemy in the middle of the arena. That is what Karina taught me, Subaru thought to himself as he recalled the hidden weapon techniques from years ago. He realized a special mechanism of this challenge. Loot is scattered all over the ground. Like this, it would be such a waste not to pick it up and keep throwing. Subaru mocked himself because he never expected the day would come when he had to use the very mechanism he once looked down upon to turn the tables. Not only did he use swordsmanship to sweep through the monsters, but he also seamlessly combined the technique of throwing hidden weapons to pierce through every opening of his opponent. Witnessing that impossible performance, Huga could only utter in astonishment. You are a genius. The proctor ran out of words to praise him. However, right after that, the proctor refuted his own thoughts. He wondered whether the word genius was even enough to portray the full dreadfulness of this young man or not. The Goblin King was now covered in wounds. It groaned in agony and then collapsed onto the ground under the cold gaze of Subaru, approaching his dying enemy. Subaru calmly picked up his sword and said, I have no grudge against you. Despite the monster growling, in despair, he decisively swung his sword to finish it off, ending the battle with a brutal slash. The system immediately announced, you have defeated the Goblin King, and you have completed tutorial. Step 50 for the first time. Subaru wiped the sweat from his forehead. He silently complained about the excessive difficulty of putting a monster like that into the training phase. A series of congratulatory notifications popped up, from leveling up, gaining prestige, to achievement points. Especially, Subaru unlocked the tutorial shop, a feature that can only be used during this specific phase. Looking at the accumulated points, he wondered what he could buy from here. With 2,425 achievement points in hand, Subaru was astonished, because this was the first time he had ever seen a shop like this. Browsing through the item list from recovery potions to basic equipment with prices of only 50 to 200 points, Subaru thought to himself that he would have plenty of points to spare. However, his eyes suddenly froze in utter shock when he spotted a special weapon. It was the Sword of the Nameless Demon, a failed creation by the renowned master swordsmith Kin, priced at 1,000 points. Subaru could not believe he would encounter a work by Kin right in a place like this. Subaru faced a highly mental choice between two rare-grade weapons in the shop. On one side was the demon's sword with terrifying destructive power, but it consumed far too much vitality when combined with lightning skills. On the other side was the Holy Sword Miranda for 1,400 points, a blessed mithril sword, capable of reducing fatigue accumulation and prolonging combat duration. Subaru questioned himself. I don't need the demon's sword, but rather the sword. Should I choose high damage or high durability? This problem is harder than fighting a boss. Both have their own advantages, forcing him to consider extremely carefully how to use this precious initial amount of points. Suddenly, a strange skill caught his eye, making Subaru freeze. I can still exchange for this. It was the skill time name, priced at 1,400 points. An F-rank move with an unprecedented effect. Negates all side effects of skills and items used by the user. Subaru realized its immense potential. I have never seen a skill with an effect like this. Perhaps with the demon's sword. No, it might even negate the debuff from lightning. Without a single moment of hesitation, he immediately tapped to buy. The system continuously announced that Subaru had successfully acquired the skill time name for 1,400 points, and the Sword of the Nameless Demon for 1,000 points. Holding the new weapon emitting a dense, purplish-black aura in his hand, Subaru flashed a satisfied smile, very well deserved. He realized the new skill and the demon sword were a perfect combination, helping him unleash his power right from the start, without having to struggle with calculations. At this moment, the proctor approached and spoke up. You chose quite different gear, kid. A match made in heaven. However, the old man still couldn't hide his curiosity. But as a proctor, I can't understand. I am Huga. Huga crossed his arms and thoughtfully asked, why did you choose that skill? I don't know if it's useful. And you aren't sure if it's overly effective either. Faced with the barrage of questioning, Subaru could only sigh in utter exhaustion. Do you want me to explain every single little detail? Immediately, Huga emitted a terrifying pressure, his eyes blazing as he growled, "Explain it." The old man's sudden change in attitude made Subaru break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, having to speak politely to people like this is truly a difficult challenge. Seeing the young man's expression, Huga suddenly withdrew his murderous intent and softened his tone. "You must be very tired after the test, so I will let it slide this time." Subaru softly muttered, "Huga. Huh." Looking at Huga's appearance now, Subaru internally realized that this was the brat who used to have a runny nose years ago, who had now become a proctor. In his memory, a young boy named Hiroto, with a face smudged with sweat, had once tremblingly held a notebook, approached him, and stammered, "Idol, please sign my book so I can take it home to worship." When Subaru coldly replied, "I don't have an autograph," the boy earnestly pleaded, "Then just writing your name is fine. My name is Hiroto." Returning to reality, Huga was still talking endlessly about his own era, where becoming a player was a sacred ritual. He roared in sheer frustration when comparing it to the kids nowadays, those who possess just a few skills and become arrogant, lacking respect for their elders, and calling people like him old-fashioned. Hearing that, Subaru casually mocked, "Times have changed. Just like the amount of hair on your head." The words hit right where it hurt, driving Huga insanely mad, but Subaru still ignored him and requested that he keep the test results a secret. Faced with that nonchalant attitude, Huga yelled with determination, "Fine. If that's the case, I will personally train you from scratch." He also eagerly invited Subaru to join the Knights Guild, emphasizing that it was rare for a proctor to personally recruit a player like this. An old fan taking the opportunity to claim his idol, but Subaru only dropped a definitive, "I don't want to," and then walked straight toward the teleportation gate. Despite Huga frantically shouting for him to stop, Subaru quickly pressed the command to move to the second floor. Watching his figure disappear into the stream of light, the proctor could only sigh in utter disappointment. "Good heavens, I am so disappointed in you." Setting foot on the second floor, Subaru appeared in the middle of a bustling town, known as the Beginner's Land. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively, with the shouts of merchants flocking in from all over. From fresh fish from the Runeterra region to dried meat, specialties to all kinds of woolen fabrics or fur coats from Earth. Looking at the familiar scene, Subaru softly exclaimed, "Still that same smell of Runeterra fish and dried meat. It's truly unmistakable." He realized that he was holding a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a second attempt to redo everything. Striding confidently through the streets, Subaru told himself that since he had experienced everything once, he must definitely resolve things better than before. The figures of his old comrades reappeared in his mind, urging the fighting will within him to be stronger than ever. Subaru knew they were still waiting for him, and he returned to exact revenge for the horrific ending that they all had to face. Subaru sought out a private training room, a place where players frequently visited to hone their skills and test the durability of their equipment. Seeing the young man, the old manager at the reception desk asked, "Which floor did you come from?" Subaru calmly replied, "I just came up." Hearing that, the man immediately suggested, "Then you should use training room number 1. There is a straw dummy in there." However, Subaru made a highly unexpected request. "Is room number 1 for kids? Give me room number 5. The manager exclaimed in shock. "Number 5? He sincerely advised against it, I'll be honest. "Don't do that, it's a waste of money. Just use number 1. However, Subaru still kept his intention. "I appreciate your concern. Just give me 30 minutes. Watching Subaru's figure walk away, the manager muttered sarcastically, acting as if he's the main character in a Korean movie. "Whatever, suit yourself. No refund if you leave halfway through, okay?" The system immediately notified. Subaru has spent 50 credits. The remaining balance is 10,050 C. In this place, the higher the room number, the greater the difficulty of the training room. Looking at the other training rooms, with all kinds of harsh challenges, Subaru understood that for a player without proper equipment, being looked down upon was completely natural. He gripped the doorknob tightly and stepped into room number 5. Facing the vast stone arena, Subaru told himself, "All right, then let's begin." As soon as he drew his weapon, the system announced, "Welcome, new master. Please give me a little blood to boot up the machine." Immediately, a blazing red aura of pressure erupted. All of his skills were temporarily boosted, but in return, it absorbed the user's HP and MP. Subaru groaned in pain as he felt his body being ravaged. Right after that, the skill time name, level 1, was activated to negate the violent backlash of the sword, helping to restore a few lost HP and MP stats. However, time name level 1 quickly failed to suppress the violent power of the sword, causing Subaru's fatigue level to gradually rise. He realized his current level was still too weak, but he still forced himself to stand up. As expected, level 1 is still too weak. But just a little bit more. The sword continued to drain Subaru's vitality, causing him to sustain injuries and cough up blood. But in return, his combat capability also increased proportionally to the amount of decreased HP. Amidst the ultimate pain, Subaru wondered if this was his limit. But then he asserted, it's still within expectations. He immediately spent 10,000 credits to upgrade the skill time name to level 2. A rich guy using money to crush a debuff. This is it, folks. At this point, the skill had reached E rank, allowing it to effectively block side effects from items and completely resist the violent backlash from the sword. The system announced that the skill time name, level 2, was somewhat successful in resisting the violent backlash of the sword. Even so, the nameless magic sword still frantically absorbed HP, causing Subaru's body to suffer multiple injuries. But in return, his combat capability increased even more powerfully. Looking at the blazing red aura of spiritual energy surrounding the weapon, Subaru slightly curled his lips. It's a success. Without wasting any more time, he dashed forward with the thought, it's time to test my strength. Carrying earth-shattering power struck down, causing the entire training room to shake violently. Meanwhile, the manager in the outer lobby was nodding off, falling asleep, when he suddenly woke up with a start. He blankly looked around and wondered, am I still dreaming, or am I hallucinating? Waking up to find the whole room gone. Right at that moment, from the dark corridor, the figure of Subaru stepped out of training room number 5 with his body stained with blood and covered in scratches. Looking at the bloodstains splattered on the floor, the manager was astounded to realize that it was the very kid who had entered room number 5 earlier. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You haven't even warmed your seat yet, and you've already destroyed my room. With curiosity, mixed with anxiety, he approached and knocked on the training room door. Hey, daydreaming kid, are you still in there? As soon as he cracked the door open to look inside, the manager's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed. Whoa! Before his eyes was a scene of ruined devastation, as if it had just gone through an earthquake. The colossal stone spheres were smashed into pieces. Brick walls were shattered, and countless arrows were embedded deeply into the debris. The manager tremblingly uttered, "What? What the hell happened in here?" In another development, Subaru had now returned to his lodging and had just woken up after a long sleep. He softly groaned. Oh, how long have I been asleep? Stretching his arms to dispel the fatigue, Subaru realized his body was still incredibly stiff after that frantic training session just now. Sitting thoughtfully in a small eatery, Subaru softly took a sip of hot tea and told himself that if he had a normal sword instead of that cursed sword, he would have definitely cleared that training room much more easily. However, he also had to admit that his physical stats have increased significantly, and he himself had succeeded in unleashing the power of the magic sword. Looking at the status board, Subaru saw he had reached level 10, with his stats in strength, agility, and endurance all visibly improved. He thought to himself, with stats like these, I shouldn't even be able to lift that magic sword, let alone use it to fight. The synergy between the skill, time name, and the sword was just too perfect. That meant a combination with lightning was also entirely possible in the near future. However, the next difficult problem lay in the level of the skill. The system announced that to upgrade time name to the next rank, he needed 20,000 credits, while his current balance was a mere 50 coins. Subaru broke into a cold sweat. He stared intently at his cup and wondered, a glorious aura, yet with only 2 lottery tickets left in my pocket. Managing his credits was truly putting him in a deadlock. But then he reassured himself that since he had already died once anyway, these troublesome matters were quite understandable. Right at that moment, a loud shout rang out, catching Subaru's attention. Hey everyone, what's going on? A young man with strange cat ears and bright blonde hair was holding a live streaming device and running around everywhere. He excitedly declared he was here to explore the second floor and wanted to bring back youthful memories for new members. His topic today was showing off items that keep up with youth trends. Immediately, his screen displayed a notification that a player named Alexander had donated a whopping 1,000 credits for memory's sake. The young man was overjoyed, shouting aloud thank you to Alexander in front of everyone. He even poured coffee on his own head. How crazy. The cat-eared guy still forced a laugh and thanked him profusely to retain his viewers, completely abandoning his decency for the sake of money. Witnessing that scene, the people around couldn't help but feel exhausted. What's wrong with that guy? Has he gone crazy? Subaru silently observed from a distance. He scrolled through information on his device and realized that this is currently the era of live-streamed PvP. For every 3 players, there is one person doing live streaming work to earn millions of credits from donations. Subaru thought to himself, live streaming, huh? So that's what the guy just now was doing. While he was lost in thought about this new way to make money, a familiar voice suddenly rang out right next to him. Oh, Thought you kicked the bucket at the landfill. How did you manage to crawl up here? Looking up, Subaru caught sight of a young man in a luxurious, elegant outfit, looking at him with a smug expression. He approached, acting surprised to meet him here, and asked if he lived near this area. The moment that guy stepped closer, Subaru's body instantly stiffened, cold sweat pouring down. He felt a powerful resistance from deep within, as if this body was automatically warning him about a not-so-good relationship between the two of them. Seeing Subaru remaining silent and looking at the screen, that guy began to look annoyed. He growled, "Hey pal, your friend is talking to you. Don't just ignore people." This feeling wasn't merely discomfort, but a fierce resistance from deep within his subconscious. Subaru trembled, cold sweat pouring down as he faced the blonde youth sitting in front of him. Seeing Subaru speak up to confirm his arrival, he flashed a look of contempt. What a surprise. I never expected a weakling like you anymore to pass the tutorial test." He continued to deliver sarcastic remarks, saying that he used to think Subaru would have been killed by goblins long ago. In that moment, the painful memories of this body's previous owner suddenly flooded back. Subaru growled the name of the person standing before his eyes, Isaac. Those were images of a poor Subaru Hasoi who used to be brutally tormented by Isaac. When he weakly asked for a reason, Isaac only roared in fury because he believed that. Isaac only roared in sheer rage, thinking that your name and your serious face make him annoyed. What an incredibly absurd reason. He insulted Subaru, calling him an empty-headed fellow with no parental upbringing, when he couldn't even complete the basic tutorials. Despite Subaru's attempts to explain that the assigned credits were insufficient, Isaac still heartlessly yelled out, "Don't backtalk, you bastard." He swung his hand to beat him up and then shoved Subaru into a tattered box amidst the debris, casually declaring, "From now on, that box will be your home." With a wicked smile, Isaac handed him a filthy scrap of food and threatened that if he dared to step out of there even once, he would find out what happens. Returning to reality, Subaru wondered why the previous owner of this body could blindly endure such absurd beatings. Seeing Subaru remain silent, Isaac started boasting again about his achievement of completing up to part 20 and even breaking his father's record. He smugly talked about being showered with praises by Proctor Huga, who said he was truly the son of Reinhardt. Isaac also proudly bragged, "I have a B-rank skill. The coolest one in this entire tower, you know." Faced with those boasts, Subaru only casually said that he was thirsty, then picked up his glass to drink. After finished drinking, he coldly dropped a line, "I'm leaving now," then decisively turned his back and walked away. Isaac still maintained his superior air, casually ordering, "Oh really? Then when you return, buy me a cup of coffee. Anything cheap is fine, just pick random." Subaru froze, softly uttering in utter disgust, This attitude made Isaac cross. He put his hand to his forehead and sighed. Seriously, still as disobedient as before. He glared straight at Subaru with a probing look. "What's wrong with you lately? Constantly staring at people and talking back continuously. Did you have your soul swapped or something? Not even bothering to care." Subaru coldly shot back and kept walking. "I don't have any credits. Go buy your own coffee." Being rejected, Isaac growled an order, "Sit down." Subaru told himself in his mind, "Kid, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to deal with your personal matters." He still casually walked away, internally asserting, "If anyone dares to block my path of revenge, things will be different." Suddenly, Isaac rushed forward and tightly grabbed Subaru's shoulder, making him freeze. With eyes bloodshot with a threatening glare, he growled, "Hey, do you really want to see yourself get beaten up?" Facing the aggressiveness of the bully, Subaru didn't flinch at all. His gaze hardened, emitting a cold aura of murderous intent that seemed to freeze the space. He growled a warning, "Let go of your hand, or I will log you out of Earth right now." Isaac glared and shouted loudly, "Don't be arrogant, Subaru." However, Subaru quickly suppressed his anger. He told himself, "I cannot cause a scene in front of this crowd because making a big deal right now will only make things worse." Suddenly, Isaac burst out into hearty laughter. He laughed while saying that he was only scaring Subaru a bit just like last time. Isaac mockingly said that Subaru was still as cowardly as before and concluded that with his skills, surely, he must have tried really hard just to pass the tutorial test. He leaned close to Subaru's shoulder, his voice suddenly becoming cold and full of murderous intent. "You piece of trash. Do you really think you can defeat me? If I want to, I can make you disappear. You know who my father is, right?" After saying that, Isaac casually turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to wave his hand, leaving a highly fake wish. "Take care, my friend. Friends like this, it's better to be single." Looking at the fading figure of the arrogant bully, Subaru just remained silent with a sharp gaze. In his mind, he slightly curled his lips in utter contempt. What friend? At this moment, the world began to reveal the two main ways for a player to be able to develop their strength. The first is by clearing the stages. By conquering the challenges of the tower and receiving rewards, players can naturally grow stronger. In order to enter these stages, players are required to spend a certain amount of credits, but in return, they will be guaranteed absolute safety within an electronic space, because these stages are created from within it. So even if a player loses their life, all that they lose is just the amount of credits they spend on their attempt. The second way is hunting. By directly hunting monsters outside the safe zones or clearing the dungeons on each floor, players can absolutely develop. When choosing this path, a player's development will happen much faster compared to clearing the stages, but since the hunting takes place in the real world, if you die there, then you will truly die. That is the harsh rule of hunting directly in places like the dungeon of the Whispering Orcs. This is also the reason why the majority of players avoid hunting, because no one wants to risk their life when there is no truly justifiable reason. However, for Subaru, things were completely different. He told himself, to get rich quick, you must take risks. To outplay everyone, you must enter the dungeon. Sitting beside the corpse of a colossal orc he had just taken down, while checking his device, he suddenly froze in utter shock when he saw a live stream attracting up to 80,000 viewers. Its title was Narukami Subaru. We'll head to the 4th floor today. On the screen, a streamer was wearing Subaru's signature black and yellow mask, excitedly waving to the audience. Everyone. Is everyone watching? Today I will challenge the 3rd floor of the stage. Looking at that scene, Subaru couldn't help but find it ridiculous. The name Narukami Subaru and the mask. Just how many people have used this name? Right then, a donation notification popped up with a highly provocative message. Giving you 20 grand. Play the fool for me to watch. Instead of getting angry, the streamer cheerfully replied, "Oh, Narukami Subaru. We'll play the fool for you. Thank you for the 20,000 credits." Witnessing the colossal amount of money being exchanged, just over a few jokes, Subaru uttered in astonishment. There is even a mission for 20,000 credits? The rain of money didn't stop there. A series of other missions continuously poured in with amounts of 5,000 and 15,000 credits. The fake streamer repeatedly made heart signs and promised, "Thank you everyone. I will complete this stage for everyone." Subaru sighed in utter exhaustion as he saw the ridiculous contrast. While that guy easily made a fortune through live streaming, he had to fight monsters with his very life. Looking back at his balance of a mere 50 coins in his account, Subaru grit his teeth, full of calculation as he stared at his device's screen. Heaving a sigh of relief after a clash, Subaru softly wiped his sweat and told himself, there is still one final task that needs to be completed. Right at that moment, an incredibly powerful sound shook the ground, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. A pack of orcs with blazing red eyes and menacing aura loomed out from the darkness. The system immediately issued a warning. The boss, General Orc, has appeared, facing the colossal monster wearing a necklace made of animal bones. Subaru still maintained an unusually calm expression. He thought to himself, even though I don't have the poisonous needles like last time, but in return, I now possess a weapon. That is much more wonderful. As soon as Subaru gripped the magic sword tightly, the system announced that the item was frantically absorbing HP to sharply boost the master's power, thanks to the skill, time name level 2, which timely resisted the backlash. Subaru stood firm with his eyes blazing with rage. He looked straight at the monsters and growled a declaration, "Get out of my way. I'm too busy making money." Subaru dashed forward like lightning. He shouted loudly that he didn't want to waste time on this trash. Fight fast, win fast, so I can go be a streamer. With unpredictable movements, Subaru unleashed powerful kicks and slashes carrying a blazing red aura of spiritual energy, tearing through the enemy's formation. The General Orc only had time to roar in despair before a brutal sword strike from Subaru cut across its body, completely ending its life. After the Whispering Orc's dungeon was cleared, Subaru returned to his room and quietly stared at the familiar black and yellow mask lying on the table. He sighed as he realized he was forced to put this thing on once again. To carry out his plan, Subaru had fully understood the way streamers make money and decided to go all out on what he was best at, to quickly accumulate financial resources. Standing in front of the mirror, he slowly put on the mask, officially returning with the mysterious appearance of a legend from years ago. Either way, I am the real deal. When the original takes action, the fakers will fade away. With that thought, Subaru decisively stepped out the door, his hand gripping his sword, preparing for a bold plan. Immediately, a shocking notification appeared on the system. Narukami Subaru has started a broadcast at the headquarters of Southern Entertainment. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Asuka, a beautiful woman with long black hair, was staring intently at her device's screen with a highly furious expression. She grit her teeth in resentment, her lips tightly pressed, as if she was trying to suppress a rage that was about to burst out. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, startling the whole office. Shaking Shubakichi, the male employee with blue hair, tumbled off his chair in absolute horror upon seeing the newly appeared notification. Hasuka couldn't hide her irritation. What the hell is this? She silently cursed the trashy players out there, when even the strongest ones couldn't complete the challenge. Yet someone dared to impersonate that name. Shubakichi scrambled to get up. He recalled the rules regarding self-censored audio and the 1,000-point reward milestone that had just been reached. Hasuka, pressed to know who dared to be so bold this time. Shubakichi looked at the screen and uttered the name. Shubakichi, it's Narukami Subaru. Or is it another impersonator of his? He shrugged, reasoning. Whoever punches the hardest is Narukami. Plain and simple. Shubakichi sighed in exhaustion as he watched everyone and their mother dressing up as Narukami Subaru to make money. He wondered whether this live streaming industry had truly reached its end. Hasuka immediately countered, arguing that they were making a living off of this very service, so he shouldn't say such scary things. She found it ridiculous for those who risked their lives to climb the tower, but knew absolutely nothing about its rules. Seeing Hasuka looking quite intense, Shubakichi curiously asked the reason why someone like her would abandon the tower to come to an office like this. Hasuka fell silent for a moment, because it's boring. She didn't forget to remind him that Shubakichi himself was also someone who had abandoned the tower climbing journey. Shubakichi immediately yelled out in self-defense. If I had talent, it would have been different, and I gave up simply because I lacked the skills, that's all. Classic excuse of those lazy to grind rank. Hasuka mockingly remarked that perhaps because his goal of meeting Narukami Subaru had vanished, his enthusiasm had died out along with it. In the middle of the argument, Shubakichi suddenly froze upon spotting something unusual on the screen. He shouted in sheer excitement. There's an incredibly amazing kid right here. Hasuka, exhausted, she asked back what kind of weirdo he had found this time, but Shubakichi asserted that this was a completely new Narukami Subaru cosplayer. On the screen, at this moment, there was only a single viewer watching. The image of Subaru, in his familiar black and yellow mask, standing quietly in the middle of a dark dungeon. Shubakichi exclaimed in amazement, this is truly insane. Immediately, Hasuka slammed the table in anger. She believed this talent selection was completely ridiculous and pointless. Seeing her colleague still engrossed in watching, Shubakichi pressed to know why she cared about a broadcast on the second floor that didn't even have a single view. Hasuka thoughtfully stared at the screen. She admitted that was true, but every time she saw someone putting on this mask, she just couldn't stop herself from hoping. Annoyed by the distraction, Hasuka kicked Shubakichi down squarely and revealed she had just gifted that masked guy 1,000 credits. Meanwhile, Subaru had officially started the stage of the second floor. After quickly completing the opening dungeon and escaping outside, the system announced that the completion score would be calculated based on the number of monsters he managed to eliminate. Subaru paced along leisurely in the dark cave. He internally assessed, what kind of challenge is this? It feels like walking in a park. A bit boring, honestly. However, knowing that someone was watching through the screen made Subaru feel a bit pressured. On his device, a notification popped up showing 2 current viewers, along with consecutive messages from an account named Love Money. This person curiously asked which floor he was on, whether this was his first time participating, and warned that if he was a newbie, he would face a lot of difficulties due to being unfamiliar with the terrain. Subaru calmly replied, yes, this is my first challenge. Just as he finished his sentence, a colossal shadow suddenly closed in from behind. It was a one-eyed bat with bizarre purple wings, swooping down to attack. Without flinching for a second, Subaru quickly grabbed the monster's neck tightly, right in midair, leaving it only enough time to let out tragic cries. With just his arm strength, he sent it packing. Immediately, the system announced, the one-eyed bat has been defeated. Received 1 corresponding point. Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes blazing coldly as he looked toward the screen, and asked the viewer back, is there a problem? A question that silenced the viewers. Subaru sullenly advanced into the beginner's dungeon, with the sole objective of eliminating as many monsters as possible to accumulate achievement points. By this time, his broadcast had attracted its first 3 viewers. The account Y couldn't help but be amazed by his sharp reflexes, while Love Money expressed skepticism because those who stream on the second floor usually give up early due to failing to gain views. Seeing Subaru intending to venture into a dangerous place alone, Love Money advised him not to be greedy, but to wait for other members to move together instead. However, of course, Subaru only calmly replied, hey, Love Money, thanks for the advice, but that won't do. I prefer to handle everything on my own. That highly arrogant assertion caused the viewer count to rise to 6 people, along with comments full of concern for the fate of a reckless newbie. Advancing deep into the dark cave, Subaru told himself that his name is a brand. Turning on the live stream brings views without needing ads. Suddenly, a mud monster from underground lunged up intending to ambush him, but Subaru quickly swung his sword, slicing it in half instantly. He muttered, "Right now, I plan to test just how far I can go." Consecutive sharp sword strikes erupted, tearing through the darkness. The system continuously announced he had defeated the targets and received additional achievement points. His attack speed was so fast that it left the viewers bewildered. They didn't even have time to see clearly what kind of monster had just been eliminated. Right after that, a swarm of one-eyed bats shrieked and rushed forward to besiege him, but Subaru merely spun around and unleashed a powerful arc. Flash! The red and black spiritual energy from the magic sword exploded, crushing the monsters in the blink of an eye. His movements were so decisive and precise that they made those who were watching through the screen like love money or tambourine master utter in astonishment, because they couldn't understand what had just happened. Another fanboy is about to fall down the rabbit hole. The viewer count had now increased to 10 people. Everyone held their breath, watching every single action of the masked man. After eliminating another series of venomous bats and mud monsters, Subaru calmly sheathed his sword and casually explained, "If you focus on the sound, you will know from which direction and how many of them are coming." He imposing walked past the piles of monster corpses, scattered all over his feet, leaving behind lines of comments fiercely debating whether he was truly a newbie, as introduced or not. Subaru adjusted his mask. He casually said to those who were watching through the screen, "Since everyone already knows, then I will say what I am thinking." Lines of comments continuously popped up. Some believed talent is everything, while others mocked that he was intentionally clout-chasing off the reputation of the legend Narukami. Despite the gossip, Subaru still sullenly forged ahead with a single goal in mind. "It's still not enough. I want to accumulate as many achievement points as possible before getting out of here." Seeing him just silently walking straight ahead without scouting or studying the terrain, the viewers began to worry and warned that he would definitely run into big trouble if he kept going like that. Subaru's gaze hardened through the slits of his mask as a horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. A dense swarm of purple one-eyed monsters, thick as dark clouds, was surrounding him from all sides. Quantity can't make up for quality, boys. Their glowing red eyes were blinking in the darkness, ready to rush in and tear the intruder to pieces. The audience began to mock him and believed he was done for. Some even made an appointment to see him back at the entrance. Right at that moment, a mission from a viewer named Maloney Stream suddenly popped up, offering a reward of 100 reputation points if he could wipe them all out single-handedly. Looking at the glowing mission notification board, Subaru smirked with absolute confidence. Even though other viewers thought this was a crude and ridiculous trap, he casually replied, "Cold hard cash, I'll take this bet. It's too easy." Meanwhile, at the company office, Shubakichi was screaming in despair as he witnessed the developments on the screen. He frantically clutched his head and pulled his hair, unable to believe where he went wrong, and roared, demanding his money back in extreme frustration. Realizing he was being too loud, Shubakichi quickly lowered his voice to apologize to Hasuka. "Oh, sorry. I was too loud, huh? My bad." However, Hasuka paid absolutely no attention to that apology. She was gluing her eyes to the screen with an incredibly serious and tense expression. Noticing the unusual silence from his colleague, Shubakichi curiously asked, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Hasuka stared intently at every movement of the masked man on the screen and softly muttered, "Something is not right." Thinking she was worried about financial matters, Shubakichi frantically clarified that it wasn't a large sum of money, and that he had enough to pay her back. Hasuka stared at the screen, her eyes trembling as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She thought to herself, this is no longer a matter of money or betting, but something much grander. Hasuka breathlessly called out the name, Narukami Subaru. Seeing his colleague's strange attitude, Shubakichi curiously asked if she was still following that broadcast. But the moment he looked at the screen, he himself froze up and blurted out, "Is there something wrong with my eyes, or has idol Narukami truly manifested?" On the live stream, Subaru was creating a horrifying scene. Blazing red sword strikes tore through space, wiping out the swarm of monsters in the blink of an eye, leaving the viewers only able to scream in amazement. A series of comments popped up in sheer disbelief. "Oh my god, is he really a newbie on the second floor? Are you kidding me? I'm starting to feel sorry for the bats, lol." Everyone was astounded, wondering how he could take down so many monsters all at once by himself like that. Subaru imposing walked amidst the piles of monster corpses. He casually dropped a line like this. His sheer dominance left the viewers speechless. Someone even admitted that though they were on a higher floor, they still felt like they were being schooled by a second-floor newbie. His combat strength was peerless, but Subaru looked confusedly at the chat board and muttered, "Communication is really hard." Seeing him intending to leave, Love Money hurriedly reminded him, "Don't forget to claim the reputation points from the mission." Only then did Subaru blank out. "Oh right, I totally forgot." He picked up his device, fumbling around for a long time with a highly bewildered face. The audience began to mock him and wondered if he was lost. Subaru scratched his head in sheer embarrassment and asked, "Where exactly is the button to receive the money?" Master of the sword, but utterly clueless about using apps. They teased him that he was definitely a rookie streamer. Thanks to Love Money's guidance, Subaru finally managed to hit the accept button and received 100 reputation points. He politely sent his thanks, then continued to venture deep into the cave. Right, the next place will be the final destination. At this point, his reputation points had reached 150, along with 118 achievement points. At the southern office, Hasuka suddenly screamed loudly, shaking the entire building. She clutched her face, which was flushing with excitement, continuously uttering, "It's over, my heart is completely melted. Idol has truly manifested, guys." Shibakichi, seeing this, mockingly remarked that she was the one who was actually in trouble. Hasuka immediately shot back. She pressed him, "Have you ever seen anything as terrifying as this?" Even though Shibakichi thought she was overreacting, since this was only the second floor, Hasuka still frantically insisted, "Yeah, I am overreacting." She stood up abruptly. "Hasuka, read over and over again the bio of the young man on the screen. I am Subaru Narukami from Earth." The girl was ecstatic, wondering if this was destiny, or perhaps even the reincarnation of Subaru Narukami from the legend, just like the reincarnation trope in comic books. Witnessing that excessive fanaticism, Zeon Hyun could only break into a cold sweat, secretly thinking that whenever his colleague talks about her idol, she transforms into a completely different person. Hasuka even blushed, feeling so dizzy that she wanted to close her eyes to daydream, forcing Zeon Hyun to panic and intervene, fearing she might do something too out of line. Right here in the office, faced with her colleague's skepticism, Hasuka proudly and firmly declared that she wanted to personally scout this rookie, even though Zeon Hyun mockingly remarked that the guy was just a lonely streamer, and warned about being reprimanded by the department head. Hasuka still maintained a highly resolute attitude. She no longer had the playful look from when they were betting earlier, but became unusually serious. Hasuka glued her eyes to the image of the masked youth on the screen, challenging Zeon Hyun to just wait and see what was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Subaru had found the endpoint of the challenge. He pushed open the stone door and entered the boss room. Subaru softly muttered, "Hiding well, but it's time for you to log out, bud." Before his eyes at this moment was a colossal creature with shaggy gray-black fur, exuding an incredibly heavy pressure. The one guarding the gate was none other than the battle wolf Greg. Its appearance caused the chat box to explode, with comments full of fear regarding the insane strength of this monster. Many players admitted they had to struggle dozens of times, even thinking this was a system glitch because the difficulty was too high. Subaru realized the battle wolf was not a monster created for ordinary hunting, but it acted as a gatekeeper to evaluate the strength and worthiness of players who wanted to conquer the beginner's dungeon. Immediately, a special mission popped up on the system, requiring him to defeat the wolf warrior to receive a large amount of credits. Looking at the notification board, Subaru couldn't help but freeze up and blurt out, "Huh?" The reward for this mission was up to 3,000 reputation points and credits, a colossal number for a newbie. While the live broadcast was attracting 20 viewers, the battle wolf Greg, the gatekeeper of the second floor, loomed out threateningly. Lines of comments jumped up continuously. Some mocked him for being crude, while others worried that this was not a monster that could be easily eliminated. The colossal wolf growled, its hot breath exuding into the cold space. It began to gather its power, preparing for a deadly pounce. Seeing the person standing in front of it, Greg thought to himself, another youngster coming to offer his life as dinner? Facing the colossal gatekeeper, the battle wolf Greg looked highly doubtful. "Alone? Did you really come alone? This wolf definitely hasn't watched the live stream yet." Subaru casually replied, "Can't you tell by looking?" The monster growled. It brought its nose close to Subaru and remarked in surprise, "You are indeed an interesting fellow. I smell a great warrior on you." Its words caused the chat box to explode. Some players even resentfully complained about being insulted by it for smelling like a goblin corpse, while it showered Subaru with praise. Greg explained that the warriors of the wolf tribe have the ability to smell a special scent. It's not just body odor, but they can also see right through the true nature of a human being. After a long moment of careful observation, it suddenly withdrew its murderous aura and declared, "You have shown sufficient qualification to pass through this place." The test is over. You may go. This decision left the viewers completely flabbergasted by the monster's blatant discrimination. Subaru was equally astonished. He thought to himself, even in my past life, this strange occurrence had never happened before. However, instead of leaving through the opened exit, Subaru coldly declared, what a shame. My target is you, boss. Hello? It let you go already. The wolf froze. It whipped around and asked in disbelief. Me? Not the door behind me. Receiving a firm confirmation from Subaru, Greg suddenly flashed a savage smile, revealing razor-sharp fangs. It roared, in absolute excitement, as if it had found a worthy opponent, as expected, of the man who possesses the soul of a great warrior. While the battle between Subaru and the battle wolf was about to explode at the Office of Southern Entertainment, the atmosphere also became incredibly serious. Department head John Teo was intently watching the screen while typing continuously on his keyboard. He thoughtfully asked about this matter. How many viewers does that streamer have? Asuka quickly reported the current figure was around 20 people. However, John Teo immediately interrupted with a mysterious assertion, no. John Teo growled under intense pressure, it's over 30 now. While Zeon Hyan muttered, calling Hasuko a fool, the department head began to lose his patience. You get paid in full, yet the views are dismally low like this? He shouted loudly because he believed Hasuka had wasted time by bringing in someone with a mere 20 viewers. Just as Hasuka tried to correct him that it had reached 30 people, John Teo roared in fury. That's not what's important. He even mockingly told Hasuka to just go become a streamer herself since she had plenty of skills and would definitely get fans. Amidst the department head's lecturing, Zeon Hyun suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the viewer count surpass the 40 mark. Ignoring his subordinate's excitement, John Teo kept yelling because he felt he was being ignored. Returning to the dungeon, Subaru was facing a terrifying pressure from the battle wolf. He told himself to keep a cool head. Don't think about anything. Calm down. The system continuously announced that the nameless demon's sword was absorbing the user's mana to increase the strength stats, while the skill time, name level 2, which neutralizes the side effects of the nameless demon's sword, was also activated. Let's fly up. I'll butcher you as usual. Having said that, the colossal monster lunged forward with a thunderous pounce that shook the entire cave. Subaru immediately swung his sword to clash head-on, creating an explosion of spiritual energy that blazed through the dark space. Consecutive clashes caused the ground to shatter. Subaru struggled to find a way to neutralize the terrifying power from the razor-sharp claws of his opponent, which were continuously raining down. The extremely powerful clash caused Subaru to be pushed back a long distance on the ground. He silently remarked, if I can't beat you with bare hands, I'll beat you with my brain. Subaru's eyes narrowed full of calculation as he realized the massive gap in pure strength. On the opposite side, the battle wolf, Greg also secretly offered words of praise to the one standing before it. Indeed, he is a true warrior. The monster continued to unleash brutal sweeping attacks, forcing Subaru to continuously dodge and weave. He tightly gripped the magic sword glowing with red spiritual energy, facing the overwhelming power of his opponent head-on. A shocking explosion occurred as sword and claw clashed, creating sparks that lit up the entire cave. The chat box exploded with words of admiration for the absurd strength of the rookie. They believed that the one who issued this mission would definitely regret it. Subaru panted slightly. He realized that sometimes there are more effective ways than just using pure strength. Greg looked ecstatic before this formidable opponent. You have piqued my interest, warrior. The monster roared loudly, let's end this, and then lunged forward with a thunderous pounce, intending to crush his target. However, Subaru had vanished like a ghost and coldly shot back. That's my line. A line that brought a million pains. To Greg's absolute shock, Subaru appeared right by its flank. With his eyes blazing with rage, he mocked that his opponent's attacks were far too predictable, and then unleashed a brutal slash that tore right through the monster's defense. Subaru growled fiercely. Die. Greg howled in sheer agony as it took consecutive blazing sword strikes from Subaru. His speed was so fast that it created afterimages, continuously delivering additional critical slashes that heavily wounded the monster. One final slash, carrying all his power, came down, completely finishing off the gatekeeper of the second floor. Before its breath completely faded, the battle wolf could only utter a final word of praise for its opponent. Superb, warrior. Greg's colossal body collapsed onto the ground, making a dull thud amidst the ruined dungeon. Boss is gone. Man levels up. The system continuously issued notifications. Subaru had defeated the battle wolf, helping him achieve a massive level up and receiving a series of strength and agility stats, along with 500 precious achievement points. The audience watching the broadcast was completely speechless. They couldn't believe a newbie could single-handedly Take down this terrifying boss. Hats off to the one who issued the mission. Lines of admiring comments popped up continuously as Subaru had just pulled off a miracle. The system announced the mission was completed. He immediately received 3,000 reputation points from Boss Facet. Looking at the device screen, Subaru smiled faintly. I'll put it to good use, Boss Facet. At present, he had accumulated 3,150 reputation points and 618 achievement points. Right then, the colossal gate imposingly opened up, accompanied by the notification, the gate opens. Subaru paced forward leisurely, but he instantly froze in surprise. A series of challenge icons from ice, fire, wind, to earth simultaneously appeared, lighting up the entire space. The audience began to buzz. Something is furious. Everyone couldn't help but be flabbergasted upon seeing up to 13 choices appear, a record number that no newbie on the second floor had ever achieved. The system announced that the number of these choices is directly proportional to the player's talent and posed the question, will you participate in the lightning challenge? Standing before a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Subaru did not hesitate for a second and proudly stated, what a silly question. Electricity is my specialty after all. The viewers were extremely excited. They thought that if he didn't choose lightning here, he might as well just change his name. As soon as the command was confirmed, a blue light completely enveloped Subaru, bringing him into the grueling lightning challenge. At the southern office, Hasuka was so excited that she was going crazy. She tightly hugged her colleague Segen and screamed loudly. He did it. She couldn't believe. The viewer count was increasing so fast that it hit the mark of 60 people in just a split second. Hasuka uttered in astonishment. Normally, missions only give at most 2 or 3 choices. But he got 13. Standing right next to her, department head John Teo also had to admit this performance was indeed very impressive, especially since Subaru had managed to take down a battle wolf, who was rumored to have never been defeated. However, the department head still maintained a skeptical attitude, arguing that Subaru was after all just a rookie streamer on the second floor. Seeing this, Hasuka immediately made a bold proposal. Department head, do you want to place a bet with me? She declared that if Subaru failed to receive the lightning, she and Segen would work at a fixed salary for 5 years. Hearing his name being dragged into it, Segen frantically yelled out in protest, hey, why am I included too? Best colleague of the year right here. Despite that, Hasuka still continued, on the other hand, if he succeeds, you will sign a contract with him without any complaints. John Teo flashed a challenging smile. He reminded her that the only player to have ever achieved lightning was none other than Subaru Narukami, but Hasuka still kept a highly confident smile on her lips and replied, if we don't try, how will we ever know, right? Faced with that resoluteness, John Teo snorted and decisively accepted the bet, while Hasuka was over the moon. Because the bet had been sealed, her poor colleague Segen could only groan in despair because he was suddenly used as a sacrificial pawn for this crazy wager. The moment he entered the lightning challenge, Subaru felt a surge of deep blue energy enveloping his entire body. He softly uttered in amazement, this is. While he was busy observing the surroundings, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Get out of the way, bro. Standing there will turn you into an electrically roasted chicken. Before he could compose himself, Subaru was rushed and pushed aside by a stranger. A strike of 1,000 tons immediately exploded right where he had just stood, causing the ground to shatter in the blink of an eye. The guy roared in absolute anger. You only have one life. Are you standing there just to admire the scenery, kiddo? Before their eyes at this moment was a grayish, muscular monster named Colossal Shard. Subaru knelt on the ground. He was shocked to recognize the identity of the one who had just appeared, and wondered in his head, why is this guy here? The colossal monster roared frantically, swinging its iron-like fist, intending to crush them both. On the broadcast screen, the viewers also began to ask one another in confusion about the situation unfolding. Lines of comments continuously jumped up in sheer amazement. They recognized that the guy was none other than a monster from the giant race, and wondered why it appeared here. Subaru narrowed his eyes full of calculation. He realized this was a boss-level monster that was supposed to appear only in part 2 of the challenge. He questioned himself. Did something change because I defeated Greg? The monster roared again and dealt a lightning strike down onto the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Subaru paced out leisurely with an incredibly calm expression. He assessed that although this monster was large, its structure was far inferior to Greg's, and it was fortunate that he already knew this information beforehand. Seeing Subaru still standing completely still, the strange young man ran for his life while shouting loudly, I got into trouble saving you. Run quickly. Subaru adjusted his mask, his eyes flashing with a sharp, murderous intent, as he decided to quickly handle this matter before anyone else caused a distraction. The moment he tightly gripped his sword, the system announced that the nameless Demon Sword was beginning to absorb the user's blood, causing all stats to skyrocket, in direct proportion to the amount of blood consumed. The system announced that the skill time name level 2 had successfully activated, neutralizing the brutal side effects from the nameless Demon Sword. The monster, the Colossal Shard, swung its 1,000-ton fist intending to crush everything, but Subaru nimbly stepped aside to dodge, and stepped on its arm to gain momentum to lunge up. Moving gracefully like Florentino, Subaru's eyes flashed with sharp intent beneath his mask. With this speed, the boss stands no chance. The young man, who had just saved him, could only utter in astonishment upon seeing that Subaru had already closed in, right behind the monster out of nowhere. A brutal stab from the magic sword plunged deep into the enemy's nape. The monster roared in agony and hopelessness, but Subaru only coldly dropped a mocking remark that it was far too loud. He growled, demanding it to stay silent for the rest of its life, then decisively swung additional critical slashes. The monster's shrieks faded away as Subaru continuously ravaged its body. With sword strikes full of rage, the eyes of the Colossal Shard gradually grew dim, and it collapsed onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the entire area. The system continuously announced Subaru had defeated the boss and completed stage 4, leaving the live viewers with nothing but a series of question marks, due to being utterly shocked by his conquest speed. After the battle, Subaru instantly leveled up 3 times, along with a significant increase in strength, agility, and mana stats, besides the 4,000 achievement points. He also received incredibly precious items, the giant's heart and thunder roar. Subaru stood silently amidst the ruins, his hand still tightly gripping the blood-stained sword while his breath remained heavy, witnessing the scene of the monster being defeated in an instant. Falcon couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He stammered, You are. Meanwhile, the chat box of the live broadcast was exploding furiously at Subaru's unimaginable performance. A barrage of viewers continuously sent gifts and bonus points due to his generosity and flawless conquest skills. From stage 1 to stage 4, Phoenix tremblingly ran closer, still in shock over the masked man's power. He pressed for answers. Are you human or a ghost? You beat that boss like a punching bag. Subaru only glanced over slightly, his hand still tightly gripping the bloodstained sword, and casually shot back. Can't you tell by looking? I came to defeat the giant. Leaving the dungeon, Subaru returned to a peaceful town with ancient wooden houses located beside a small stream. He looked for a simple inn room to rest and review his rewards after the battle. Sitting on the bed with his handheld device, Subaru saw that the viewers were extremely excited. They continuously urged him to show the items he had just received. Some even speculated, is it purple or gold gear? Show off the goods, bro. The hype is real. Faced with that enthusiasm, Subaru smiled faintly. I'm curious too. Well, let's take a look together then. Immediately, he activated the interface to check the treasures, which were exuding a mystical purple glow. The first item was the rare Tier Giant's heart ring, an accessory carved from the heart of an actual giant, capable of boosting health and recovery capabilities significantly. Subaru nodded in satisfaction. Accessory type equipment is very precious. Boosting health, I like this effect too. Next up was the Thunder Roar armor set, also of rare tier, with impressive defense stats. This armor set was infused with the power of lightning, allowing the user to use a special skill to neutralize adverse status effects once per day. Subaru realized this was exactly what he needed to increase his survivability in the upcoming fierce battles. As soon as Subaru put on the new armor set, a downpour of missions from the audience suddenly flooded in. Do well, and I'll reward you 5,000. Money is nothing to me. Accompanied by a series of other missions from Imban, Mission, Villain, and Boss SS, with reward points reaching up to thousands of credits. Subaru couldn't help but be surprised, and sent his sincere thanks to everyone. He stood up, putting on a majestic black cloak, his eyes blazing behind the mask. As he felt the surging power, Subaru told himself he wouldn't let those who were waiting for his lightning magic down, because his presence at this moment probably held a more important meaning than what he had ever thought. Right then, a knock on the door rang out. Subaru spoke coldly, come in. A man, guiding a blonde knight in a majestic silver armor, stepped towards Subaru and introduced, sorry for keeping you waiting. This is the knight leader of the village, Lord Peleus. Peleus looked at Subaru with a highly contemplative gaze. The guide explained that recently, the attacks by the giant tribe had been occurring frequently, forcing the knights to stay on guard 24/24 hours every day in full gear. For collective safety, the villagers had been requested to restrict movement, unless truly necessary. The guide expressed surprise upon seeing Subaru still outside at this time, but immediately changed his tone to one of gratitude. I heard you protected the village during my absence. Peleus stepped forward, bowing his head slightly and politely. Thank you, great warrior, for carrying the team for me while I was away from home. Responding to that solemnity, Subaru still maintained his cold demeanor behind his mask. No, I only did what was obvious. Peleus is not only the face of the village, but also a brave knight. Someone who always stands at the forefront of the battle line to fight against the brutality of the giant tribe. He revealed that during their scouting, the night squad had discovered the tracks of the chief of the giant tribe, and they intended to risk their lives to corner them. Suddenly, both Peleus and his companion knelt down right before Subaru, to the utter astonishment of those around. With an urgent and pleading voice, Peleus begged, "Please forgive my rudeness. I beg of you, please save our village." Witnessing this scene, the live stream viewers began to worry and continuously left comments, praying for the blonde knight. However, Subaru fell into contemplation with a highly somber look. Relying on memories from his past life, he knew a harsh truth for certain, that in the next stage, Peleus would lose his life. Looking at the knight kneeling at his feet with a face full of hope, Subaru extended his hand and ordered, "Stop kneeling, it's bad for your knees." He decisively declared, "Understood. I will cooperate." Peleus tightly gripped Subaru's hand and uttered gratefully, "Thank you very much." Immediately, the system announced the start of Stage 5, titled Survival. Under the glowing red sunset, the army of knights sullenly advanced into the rugged mountainous area to execute the sweeping campaign. Walking at the very end of the line, Subaru quietly checked his broadcasting device. He realized the viewer count was skyrocketing, causing the comment section to scroll so fast that it was impossible to interact with. Suddenly, Peleus signaled for the entire army to stop. He pointed his hand forward, his voice filled with tension. "That is the chief of the giants." An old giant, with pale white skin and a long beard, was sleeping and laid in the forest. The squad quickly drew up a plan. "I will draw his attention. So you, benefactor, attack him from behind." Good plan, but the boss is behaving very weirdly. However, just as he drew his sword and was about to charge, Subaru timely grabbed his shoulder to hold him back. "Wait up." While Peleus was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, extremely powerful sounds began to shake the ground. Subaru pointed forward and warned, "That thing." Subaru's eyes flashed with deep alertness. He growled, "It's not human." Immediately, the enemy's form began to mutate grotesquely. It was not a mere giant chief, but a multitude of colossal creatures, with pale white skin, deep black eyes, and wide slits of smiles stretching from ear to ear, looming out and surrounding the army. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Peleus uttered in utter shock. Why? The monsters began their massacre. One of them grabbed a poor soldier amidst desperate screams, "Ugh, stop." Another could only cry out for help. "Save me." Before being brutally attacked, Subaru stood still, his eyes reflecting the catastrophic scene as the monster flashed a diabolical smile covered in the soldier's blood. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the monsters, Peleus frantically screamed, ordering the entire army, "This match is a total mess. Brothers, retreat to save your lives." He frantically urged the soldiers to quickly retreat to preserve their lives. "Hurry up." The giants with pale white skin and pitch-black eyes were causing a horrifying massacre. They howled frantically as they crushed the soldiers. Amidst the catastrophic scene, a soldier painfully called out the name of his fallen comrade. Jockin. Realizing the situation was beyond saving, Peleus decisively ordered, "This is an order. Everyone run." He reminded them to think of their families and the village, asserting that this was not yet the end, and they would start anew. Peleus decided to stay behind to hold the line, entrusting the task of leading Falcon to the remaining survivors. Turning to Subaru, Peleus urged, "You two, quickly run." He urgently implored Subaru to rebuild the Night Order and avenge them against the giants. However, Subaru, with his magic sword blazing with red spiritual energy, only calmly replied, "That's my line." He asked the knight back, "Aren't you planning to run away?" Peleus froze, not understanding what Subaru meant. Subaru coldly put his mask back on and declared, "Get lost quickly so I can have a free hand to turn the tables, mister." Although Peleus feared both of them would die and did not want to abandon an outsider, faced with Subaru's firmness, he had no choice but to relent. "Then I will go gather the warriors, if you can hold out until then." Subaru softly replied, "Thanks." While Peleus ran off shouting loudly, "I owe you my life. Please take care." The colossal monster howled in agony as Subaru's slash tore right through its pale white flesh. Without giving the opponent time to react, Subaru dashed like a ghost through the encirclement. The magic sword glowed with pitch-black spiritual energy, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. His overwhelming speed and power caused them to collapse to the ground in the blink of an eye. The system immediately announced, "Defeated trace of the giant X2. Received 20 achievement points." amidst the billowing dust and smoke. Subaru stood proudly with his eyes blazing with rage, ready to crush anyone who dared stand in his way. Looking at Peleus's back, as he ran further away into the thick mist of the forest, Subaru slightly adjusted his mask. He told himself that even though this was just a test, he himself was never fond of being left alone. His mouth says he hates it, but his hand slashes nonstop. His gaze hardened. The solitude on the battlefield seemed to make the combat instincts of a legend awaken, stronger than ever before. In the distance, Peleus gritted his teeth in sheer pain, sweat pouring down his face for having to leave his benefactor behind to carry out the mission. Meanwhile, Subaru, at this moment, was surrounded by an army of pale white giants with diabolical smiles, stretching from ear to ear. The chat box of the live broadcast exploded with negative comments. They thought this was a suicidal act, and couldn't understand why he drove the other warriors away when the score depended on the number of survivors. Subaru looked deep into the pitch-black eyes of the monsters. Looming forward, his mind flashed back to the harsh memory that everyone here, including Peleus, was destined to die. His eyes blazed with determination. Subaru tightly gripped his sword and asserted to himself, "The tower's scriptwriting is too terrible. Let me rewrite it for a happy ending." The pale white giants howled and lunged forward, but Subaru was ready with the magic sword in hand. A single swing of his sword brought the enemy down in a split second. The system continuously announced, "Defeated trace of the giant. Received 10 achievement points." Subaru glided like a ghost. Every single slash carried death, harvesting more points from the colossal corpses strewn across his feet. At this moment, the blazing red spiritual energy from the weapon began to explode furiously. The system warned, "Nameless Demon's sword is absorbing mana from the user. All stats increase corresponding to the amount of mana consumed." Subaru secretly calculated, "Taking them down one by one isn't hard. The problem is how long I can borrow the power of the demon's sword." He knew he couldn't drag this out for too long amidst this encirclement. The most important goal right now was, "Here, I need to secure the line of sight and find the boss." Subaru vaulted himself into midair, dealing a critical sword strike straight through a giant's head. He moved without a single pause, turning the battlefield into a stage of blazing red sword strikes tearing through the darkness. Just watching this burns through a lot of HP, folks. Despite the massive number of enemies besieging him from all sides, Subaru still fought his way back and forth, sweeping away every obstacle in his path with powerful swings of his sword, leaving the monsters no time to react. His speed was extremely fast, blitzing through the giants and lunging straight forward. In the chat box, the viewers couldn't help but hold their breath. One wrong move means instant death. Some even joked about his terrifying movement speed. Just as his stamina began to reach its limit, the special skill immediately took effect. Time. Name level 2 neutralizes the side effects of the Nameless Demon's sword. The user's stamina and mental strength have been restored. Feeling the fury gradually being brought under control, Subaru asserted to himself, "There's a change in the stamina consumption. The equipment truly makes the difference I need. I need to quickly find the boss before hitting the limit," Subaru told himself, his eyes blazing with rage beneath his mask. Amidst the encirclement of the monster pack, an old giant with a white beard and a savage smile caught his eye. He exclaimed, "There he is." The boss roared out grotesque laughter, while Subaru gathered all his strength to lunge forward. "It doesn't have to be a single strike, but I prefer making it quick. Please succeed." Subaru bet everything on this decisive blow. Immediately, he activated the power from his equipment. Used Thunder Roar. A furious surge of heavenly lightning exploded, thunder echoing across the battlefield, turning Subaru into a god of thunder, dealing a punishing blow down upon his enemies. The surrounding giants screamed in horror before the terrifying power of the lightning. The boss stared wide-eyed at Subaru, uttering in sheer terror, "What kind of person uses electricity this savagely, kiddo?" Without giving the opponent time to react, Subaru swung his sword in a relentless onslaught. The system announced, "The Nameless Demon's sword was absorbing the user's mana to push his strength to the absolute maximum." Subaru glided like a whirlwind, unleashing brutal sword strikes that made the giant howl in despair before being finished off. One final swing of his sword came down. The system coldly announced, "Defeated giant seed." Its corpse collapsed onto the desolate ground. The system continuously displayed notifications for completing stage 5, survival, along with an outstanding achievement. Subaru leveled up spectacularly. His stats for strength, agility, stamina, and mana skyrocketed simultaneously. On the broadcast, the viewers were utterly astounded. They couldn't believe someone could defeat that boss so easily. Subaru looked at the ruins and thought to himself that if this were a series, this would be the exact moment to end it in the coolest way possible. However, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, and bolts of lightning began to tear through the night sky menacingly. Just as Subaru predicted, the monsters did not disappear at all, even when he had completed the stage, because they would only vanish when the entire test came to an end. Right at this moment, a glowing red notification popped up. Time name. Level 2 failed to neutralize the nameless demon sword. The magic sword began its backlash, draining his life force and leaving Subaru exhausted. He bitterly realized the mechanic he once used as an advantage was now causing himself to fall into a desperate situation. The power within Subaru's body was gradually fading away, while the colossal monsters were imposingly closing in with savage smiles. A earth-shattering, thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, enveloping Subaru amidst the enemy's encirclement. The male lead's aura is back and shining bright. Brothers, amidst the quiet, ancient forest, the last rays of the day filtered through the foliage, creating an unusually peaceful scenery. At a small wooden house located deep in the forest, a girl with long black hair was sitting quietly on the porch, intently looking at the device in her hand. Suddenly, a man with a romantic look and long silver hair stepped over, breaking the silence with a question. What are you doing in a place like this? He slightly looked up at the sky and remarked, the weather is nice, isn't it? The air is fresh too. The girl still didn't take her eyes off the screen, softly replying with a deep meaning. It's something you can only enjoy right now. The man mused. It's almost time, huh? The girl nodded slightly, her voice tinged with a faint sadness. At most 1 year. The man's gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. He growled. It's time to end everything. Seeing that the girl still seemed indifferent, he couldn't help but grumble. You really are different from others. Sluggish while we are talking about a serious matter. This part is like one person worrying about the apocalypse, while the other is still busy scrolling on their phone. Curious about her concentration, the man leaned down and asked, what are you watching so intently? The girl casually showed the screen and introduced. This. Currently, he is called Subaru Narukami. The name, just spoken, left the man so shocked that he lost his composure. He shouted loudly, Subaru. Did you just say Subaru? Bro, what's with the intense reaction? Like you just heard the name of an ex returning from the dead? Seeing that panic, the girl calmly explained. Of course, it's not that Subaru. He just took the name Subaru Narukami, a streamer currently undertaking the second challenge. On the screen at this moment was the image of Subaru fighting his way back and forth through a horde of monsters, attracting countless words of praise for the extraordinary skills of someone under the title of a rookie. You know it too, right? The silver-haired man lowered his voice, his gaze drilling deep into Seeger. He firmly asserted that if Subaru truly still survived in that situation, then the traitor Kazuki Kyoko would have been wiped out of this tower long ago. Faced with Seeger's silence, he growled, Subaru is dead. You need to accept that truth. Unable to take it anymore, Seeger shouted loudly, demanding him not to bring that up again. But the man still wouldn't let it go. He stepped closer and pressed Seeger. How much longer do you plan to hide in that kid's shadow? Seeger stood up abruptly in fury, her eyes blazing with rage as she looked straight at her companion. She coldly snatched the device from her hand and mocked. And what about you? That's the reason you keep clinging to things like this. Seeger could only weakly reply that she was just killing time. But right at that exact moment, a terrifying transformation on the screen made her utter in absolute shock. Huh. The man also stared at the device in bewilderment. He stammered, what now? That is. Amidst the ruined battlefield, an earth-shattering, thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from Subaru's location. A furious, bright yellow electric surge spread out like a storm, blowing away the entire army of giants surrounding him. This move is literally like accidentally activating a map-wiping skill. This terrifying power shattered the ground, creating a deep crater, as a clear testament to the explosion of an unimaginable energy source. The system continuously announced, received the lightning skill, along with 2,000 precious achievement points for the miracle just pulled off. Subaru stood proudly amidst the ruins. A newbie like this makes veteran players want to log out. The live broadcast exploded with wild comments from the audience. They couldn't believe their eyes. Faced with the absurd difficulty of the challenge he had just overcome, Subaru looked at his palm, which was blazing with electric sparks, and thought to himself, no, normally, this isn't something I should be able to get here. The A-tier lightning skill officially belonged to him, allowing the user to wield the power of lightning by consuming stamina and mana. Looking at the subdued pack of monsters, Subaru let out a soft sigh of relief. At least I didn't die. That's enough. The challenge stopping right at this moment truly saved me. A flurry of mission completion notifications continuously rolled in, causing Subaru's reputation points to skyrocket at a dizzying pace. From loyal fans to big investors like Boss SS, everyone contributed generously without hesitation, pushing his total score to reach over 20,000 points. At this part, Donations must have been spammed, just like for a top 1 livestream idol. Looking at the screen, Subaru nodded slightly in appreciation. Thank you, everyone. He recalled his previous promise and proudly declared, I did say that when I receive gifts, I will put on a performance to say thanks. Having said that, Subaru tightly gripped the magic sword which was exuding a blazing red spiritual energy, while the monsters growled and lunged forward. The system announced that the challenge would still continue to take place. Subaru's eyes blazed with rage behind his mask. He growled defiantly, I will show everyone. Right after that, he decisively spent the entire 20,000 reputation points he had just received to upgrade his skill. The system announced that the skill time name had reached level 3, allowing the complete neutralization of the brutal side effects of lightning magic. Brilliant. Yellow electric sparks began to dance on Subaru's hands, as he thought to himself that he wanted to let this energy surge spread throughout his body. But for now, he would just focus on channeling lightning into his hand to prepare for the decisive strike. Looking at the swarming monsters, Subaru roared, all of you, then dashed off like a flash of lightning. Just looking at this part, you know a highlight clip is about to drop. He channeled all of his lightning power into the nameless demon sword, causing it to erupt with a deadly red and black spiritual energy. In that exact moment, memories of his golden age suddenly flashed back. Subaru wondered if he should just wipe everything out with a single slash, just like the way he used to do years ago. A single swing carrying an earth-shattering power came down, creating colossal fissures that crushed the entire monster army in the blink of an eye. The scene became catastrophic as the pale white giants were blown away and completely destroyed by the terrifying power of the reincarnated Thunder King. One slash to clear the entire map, absolutely flawless. Amidst the thick dust and smoke and the heap of monster corpses strewn across, Subaru stood silently, his breath heavy. He gritted his teeth and blamed himself. Damn it. Despite winning an overwhelming victory, Subaru realized he had gone too far by putting too much power into that last attack. He had originally intended to save a bit of his remaining strength to prepare for the journey back, but a momentary rush of excitement made him misjudge the level of energy consumption. Subaru collapsed to one knee, his hand clutching tightly onto the hilt of his sword to steady his body, which was trembling from exhaustion, while the sunset gradually faded behind his back. Done with the highlight reel, now comes the crash, right on schedule. Seeing the figure of Subaru standing proudly amidst the battlefield, Peleus could only utter, huh? Our benefactor. Right after that, the scene shifted back to the office of the management company, where a trembling hand was placed next to a tablet that had just received a new notification from the system. In the office, department head John Teo and Song Hyun were looking at Hasuka with sympathetic looks as they saw her covering her face in complete embarrassment. This vibe is exactly like wanting to text your crush, but accidentally sending it to the group chat. Song Hyun wondered, is it really necessary to go this far? While John Teo could only shake his head in resignation. Don't ask me. I don't understand how women think. Hasuka, at this moment, was falling into a state of extreme panic. She scratched her head and blamed herself. This is bad. What should I do now? Her face flushed red with embarrassment when she thought back to what she had just done. Hasuka anxiously wondered if her words had sounded too cold, or if she should have added more emojis to the message to look friendlier. Song Hyun read the contents of the message and mocked. You are no different from a crazy fan bothering a streamer. Unable to control herself, Hasuka stood up abruptly and shouted, before becoming a manager, I am an enthusiastic fan, so how can you blame me? She proudly asserted to her boss that the lightning skill that guy just obtained is one of a kind, making him a special existence reserved exclusively for Subaru Narukami. Song Hyun smiled faintly in satisfaction because thanks to Subaru's performance, he had secured his salary through the bet. It's exactly like, come what may, this month's salary must be secured first. Department head John Teo also began to change his attitude. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder no one else could get it. He's definitely someone worth watching. Suddenly, Hasuka screamed, ah boss, when she saw a new notification on the screen. She reported tremblingly that it seems Subaru Narukami had read the message, but then shockingly realized the harsh truth. He just left me on read. The shock of being ignored by her idol made Hasuka completely break down. She froze like a white statue in the middle of the office. Song Hyun and John Teo could only look speechlessly at their colleague, who was currently frozen solid due to Subaru's chilling silence. Literally a case of one person keeping quiet, 3 people getting hurt. Well, shall we begin then? In the middle of a room filled with character figures and countless modern computer screens, a young man was preparing for his live broadcast. He is Hawkeye, a streamer who specializes in analyzing matches of top players by utilizing sharp vision and profound knowledge. He has defeated countless opponents and built a solid position for himself in the analysis community. Simply put, fighting with brains and dealing critical damage with words. Hawkeye demonstrated sharp analytical skills while watching footage of different players. Among them was Kurikawa Ramon, who had just joined the Blue District Guild and was considered the future of this organization. Hawkeye noted that a dark horse had appeared, climbing the tower at a breakneck speed, and some people even called him the second Narukami. His analysis also included Kazuki Kyojo, a former member of the Blue Eyes, and currently the player representing Earth. Hawkeye thought that the pressure weighing on Kazuki's shoulders must be immense. But today, he wanted to take a closer look at his skills. Of course, the cross-generational legend Narukami Subaru was no exception. Hawkeye asserted, no matter what people say, lightning belongs to this man. When you think of a player at a level far superior to the rest, most people right now must be thinking of Subaru Narukami. The live stream officially started. Hawkeye excitedly welcomed the audience. Hello, I am Hawkeye. Thank you for tuning in today. He announced the main topic of the analysis session was the hottest player at the moment, Subaru Narukami. Immediately, the chat box exploded with conflicting comments. Some excitedly asked, Subaru Narukami is back? Others mocked, it's not the original. Or isn't he still on the second floor? This early? Some even thought Hawkeye was out of ideas, which was why he had to cling to this name. Ignoring the chat arguing like an online marketplace, Hawkeye focused on the screen and reminded them, now, don't ruin the mood right from the start. However, the moment he witnessed the combat footage of Subaru, Hawkeye himself was stunned and uttered, this is truly insane. He glued his eyes to the screen, sweat trickling down, out of excitement for what was unfolding, and could only utter in astonishment, incredible. Hawkeye couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered, no, what kind of focus is that? He analyzed that no ordinary person could use a newly acquired skill this well. Subaru had controlled the skill with extreme mastery, channeling exactly what was necessary into his sword, and not wasting a single bit of power. His capability of precise, technical control and absolute focus had made that possible. Hawkeye asserted that Subaru did not make a single mistake in this entire battle and wondered in awe, where on earth did this monster crawl out from? He bet that many viewers didn't even understand what they were watching, because the skill gap was just too massive. This is the kind of person who appears to make others wonder what all their years of training were for. Hawkeye firmly stated, this guy will definitely be a major figure, and intended to keep following him in the upcoming broadcasts. To Hawkeye, this masked rookie was simply extraordinary. Hawkeye ended his analysis session with a weighty statement, right. I forgot to give Hawkeye's one-line commentary. Speaking straight about control capability, he might be even better than Narukami. At his peak, right after that shocking assertion, Subaru woke up with a start in bed, breathing heavily, and drenched in sweat. The system continuously displayed new notifications, indicating that stage 6 was drawing near and his fatigue had completely decreased after sleeping. The game signals a new stage, while life signals that more drama is brewing. Even though his physical stamina had restored to 0, Subaru still felt mentally exhausted. Looking at the condition panel to pause the challenge, he thought to himself, my fatigue level is 0, but my mind is still exhausted. Maybe I should pause the challenge for a bit. He suddenly realized the viewer count of his stream had skyrocketed to 742 people. Despite the urgings of more from the audience, Subaru still decided to say goodbye. Thank you everyone for watching today. I'm sorry, but the stream will start the day after tomorrow. I will take a day off. The system announced the live broadcast had officially ended. Subaru strolled out of the challenge area to begin the stage exploration phase. Standing in the middle of the quiet space, he opened his handheld device and noticed an important message marked as urgent from Saturn Entertainment. The word urgent on the message sounds just as terrifying as a workplace text message. Hasuka, the manager from the management board of this company, had sent her thanks and earnestly sent his thanks and invited him to confirm the message, to discuss cooperation, along with promises of the highest revenue share in the industry and comprehensive support for streamers. Subaru took off his mask, revealing a tired face with sharp yellow eyes, and muttered doubtfully, a recommendation letter? Saturn Entertainment? Afterward, he went to a roadside cafe to rest and learn more about this organization. Looking at the description of a powerful MCN company that specializes in managing and supporting streamers and is growing rapidly thanks to heavy investments, Subaru couldn't help but marvel at how times have changed. The world has definitely changed. Now even companies like this exist. Saturn is not just a regular name, but also a leading MCN company in the entertainment sector. Subaru realized that the streamer Hawkeye, who had just given him glowing praise, was also a member of this organization. Looking at the lively comment section, recognizing Hawkeye's sharp eye for talent, Subaru smiled faintly. He thought to himself, that kid indeed has a good eye for people. Closing his device, Subaru walked down the streets of the rookie area, his mind full of thoughts about his next steps. Meanwhile, at another corner of the town, Isaac was also gluing his eyes to the screen with a deeply resentful face. Yes, the villain logs in right on time like an office worker, reading Hawkeye's assessment that the rookie named Subaru might have even surpassed Narukami at his peak. He was so furious that he was trembling. Isaac roared in anger. Don't play with me. He just reached the second floor. His eyes shot bloodshot veins full of rage. Isaac gritted his teeth, vowing that once he climbed up there, he would gouge out the eyes of those who were praising that guy. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and swore in deep resentment. It's only morning, and I'm already completely out of the mood. Isaac sullenly walked into the cafe in a terrible mood. However, the moment he saw Subaru sitting alone in the corner of the shop, he put on a deeply sinister smile. Seeing him smile, you know he's about to go stir up trouble. Am I cursed today, or what? Every place I go through. Before he could even finish his sentence, Isaac intentionally bumped hard into the table, causing the hot coffee to spill all over Subaru. Taken by surprise, Subaru could only utter hot, while trying to avoid the liquid that was staining his clothes. Oh, sorry about that, Isaac uttered a fake apology with a triumphant look. He pretended to be surprised to meet Subaru again and mocked that this second floor is indeed too small, which is why the two of them keep running into each other like this. Faced with Subaru's uncomfortable silence, Isaac continued to hurl insults. He offered to compensate Subaru for the cup of coffee, because he knew he was always broke. He gave him the cold shoulder and was about to leave. But Isaac blocked his way and threatened him. Last time I was pretty sure I warned you. Is there something wrong with your head? Not stopping there, he roughly grabbed Subaru's collar, gritting his teeth and cursing. You bastard. Isaac brought his face close, growling with murderous intent. Wipe that smug look off your face. Do you think I will let this go? If you want to be beaten that miserably, you should have just said so. I will crush you once again. Just like in the past, exactly as you wish. Faced with that aggressiveness, Subaru still maintained an unusually calm composure. He softly replied, sorry but... Immediately, Subaru tightly gripped Isaac's wrist, making him gasp in shock at the unimaginable strength. Subaru coldly declared, I don't have time for this today. Isaac shockingly realized his hand was trembling. He questioned himself in his mind, was he always this strong? Only now did he realize he picked the wrong opponent. Leaving Isaac completely stunned, Subaru decisively turned his back and walked away. Not forgetting to leave a sarcastic remark. Let's just say you were paying for my coffee. Thanks for treating me. A full combo service of taking a beating and paying the bill. Isaac frantically shouted in helplessness. Hey, he roared, ordering him to come back, but Subaru had already walked out of the shop, leaving the door chime ringing sharply. Isaac stood silently in the middle of the cafe. He let out a soft sigh filled with resentment. I intended to quietly climb the tower. His rage exploded. Isaac clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with anger when thinking about the past. Before it was Subaru Narukami. Now it's Subaru Hasoi. All of them just keep pissing me off. He sullenly walked out of the shop with a desire for revenge, burning more fiercely than ever. Meanwhile, Subaru walked while checking his device. Oh right. He began scrolling through the notifications and messages he had just received. In another place, amidst the hazy white steam of a bathroom, a girl was relaxing in a warm tub with a yellow toy duck. She gazed intently at the phone placed on the wooden shelf, which displayed an important message, just sent to Narukami Subaru, with brief but extremely decisive content. Let's meet up once. Subaru sullenly stepped deep into a dark dungeon where the corpses of lizard monsters lay scattered across the azure water, which exuded a magical glow. A beautiful scenery carrying a vibe that if you take a wrong step, you're gone for good. The magic sword in his hand blazed with thunder and fire, ready for the upcoming life or death battle. The system immediately pushed a notification that Subaru was entering the boss room, named Shelter of the Banished Lizard Man. Right upon entering, the skill time name, Level 3 was activated to neutralize the brutal side effects of the nameless demon sword, buffing up first to avoid hitting himself. Otherwise he'd self-destruct before fighting. Subaru thought to himself that he had gradually gotten used to this new body, but the challenge ahead is the truly most accurate benchmark. Suddenly, a fierce wave of raging fire burst forth. The salamander boss imposingly appeared with an earth-shattering roar, ready to burn down the intruder. To prevent any accident, like last time, and master the usage of lightning magic, Subaru decided to experiment, to see what his current maximum power actually is. He lowered his stance, channeling lightning into his feet, to increase his movement speed to the absolute maximum, then dashed off like a flash of lightning. Subaru vaulted into midair, confronting the raging fire monster head-on. He funneled all the electricity into the nameless demon sword, creating an explosive attack that tore through space. However, The system continuously issued glowing red warnings. Time. Name level 3 failed. To neutralize the side effects of lightning, causing his fatigue level to begin skyrocketing. Despite the heavy pressure weighing down on his body, Subaru still gritted his teeth and delivered a brutal slash, tearing through the body of the colossal salamander amidst the furious wave of thunder and fire. The system continuously displayed notifications that Subaru had successfully conquered the dungeon, shelter of the banished lizardmen, along with leveling up. His stats for strength, stamina, and mana were enhanced simultaneously. Subaru strolled in the quiet night. He secretly assessed, the fatigue reduction effect is better than I thought. I still have plenty of strength left. Looking at the status panel with his fatigue at 61, he was confident that with this momentum further increasing, his power would not be a problem. 61 fatigue and still claiming to be fine. Exactly like a red battery indicator, but still trying to keep scrolling. However, when looking at the skill, time name, which had now reached D rank level 3, Subaru couldn't help but frown at the requirement of 40,000 reputation points to be able to advance to the next level. He let out a soft, exasperated sigh. Isn't requiring double the reputation points to level up a bit too harsh? While struggling with his financial situation, Subaru secretly wished that someone would suddenly appear and introduce him to a good job. Suddenly, a dark figure loomingly appeared from behind the ancient tree, accompanied by a highly sarcastic voice. Hunting, huh? You're hunting. The one who just appeared with a devious smile was none other than Isaac. He stepped closer to Subaru and uttered mocking words. We've known each other for a long time, but this is truly unexpected. Faced with that annoying stalking, Subaru only coldly replied, you really cling tight. Isaac began to clearly reveal his madness. He growled, asserting that he had thought a lot about this, but rage had caused him to reach the absolute limit of his patience. Isaac stood opposite Subaru, his eyes flashing with a highly provocative look. Why don't we end it right here? Subaru silently looked at the opponent, assessing him in his mind. This guy, while the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense, under the moonlight, at another corner of the bustling town, a strange young man, with blonde hair and a jade necklace suddenly appeared. Hey, over here. The call from John Teo rang out when he saw Hawkeye strolling over. Hawkeye cheerfully raised his hand to greet him. John, long time no see. When asked whether his streaming was going smoothly, he casually replied, well, I guess so. Most of the viewers are pretty much the same, so the numbers haven't changed much. John Teo slowly took a sip of tea, then noted that actually, it was better that way. Because things built gradually will not collapse easily. The boss automatically turns on philosophy mode. Hawkeye began to get straight to the point. I don't have time to sit and drink tea. Let's get to the main business. John Teo smiled, praising the sharpness that matched his name. Hawkeye then shifted the topic to Subaru Narukami, the one whom Hawkeye had highly evaluated yesterday. Seeing his boss's serious face, Hawkeye took a sip of tea and reaffirmed his point. Ah, that rookie. Like I said, I think his talent is greater than Subaru Narukami at his peak. But whether he can climb up to that position or not is a different story. Knowing that John Teo was reassessing his assessment, Hawkeye curiously asked for the reason, and the answer he received was, I intend to recruit him into the company. Hawkeye excitedly exclaimed, as expected, you have a good eye. However, he also realistically reminded him that Subaru currently has too few viewers and his recognition is too low for a big company like Saturn to recruit him. John Teo tightly gripped his teacup. He admitted that was true, but it was Hawkeye's own words. That gave him more confidence in his decision. He proudly declared, let's do a collaboration between you and Subaru Narukami. Increasing the viewer count and recognition is our job. Meanwhile, in a dark and deserted corner, Isaac was imposingly standing opposite Subaru and growled, right now, there are only the two of us here. Isaac began to hurl sarcastic remarks. The only reason this happened is because you got carried into the dungeon, you know that, right? Seeing that you don't have a single scratch, you must have run away immediately. He mocked and told Subaru to stay in his place since he only climbed up by pure luck. Isaac brought his face close to Subaru's and gritted his teeth, asking if he was fantasizing that he had become Subaru Narukami or dreaming of mastering lightning like that famous streamer. He crazily cursed. Subaru Narukami, that piece of trash. If he is already dead, he should just stay put under the ground in the cemetery. Isaac squeezed Subaru's shoulder tightly. In short, he's so bitter that he hates everyone he sees. Isaac pressed with a look of contempt. Am I right? He thought that this era is ridiculous when it is flooded with copycats of Subaru Narukami. Faced with that attitude, Subaru still maintained an unusually calm composure. He coldly asked back, I will also ask you one thing. Why do you consider me an enemy to such an extent? Isaac gritted his teeth and replied that it was simply because his name contained Subaru. Subaru casually pressed for the reason. Why do you hate the name that everyone loves so much? leaving Isaac stammering in absolute rage. Isaac roared, "You already know who my father is, and you still ask that?" Subaru didn't flinch at all. He mocked Isaac for being fully grown but bringing up his parents to threaten people whenever something happened. The moment the name Reinhardt was spoken, a memory of the high-ranking expert from the 9th floor flashed back. Subaru realized that was none other than the illustrious One/Swordmaster. The past reenacted a shocking scene when Subaru Narukami of the Blue Eyes Guild appeared like a star, defeating Reinhardt, a formidable ranker of 6 ancient districts, with a single strike in less than 30 seconds. Reinhardt was miserably defeated back then, gasping for breath, and begging in vain for another chance to fight. Witnessing the opponent's agitation, Subaru realized the real reason Isaac harbored deep hatred for him was because of his father's One/nickname. He lowered his voice and asked if Isaac knew what Subaru Hasoi truly had to endure because of that absurdity. Unable to control himself any longer, Isaac shouted loudly, "Shut up," and exploded with firepower that enveloped his entire body. He declared there was no need for further rambling and ordered Subaru to die. Isaac's deep-seated resentment toward the legend of the past burst forth into an actual inferno. He roared in disgust, "I hate Subaru Narukami so much that it makes me sick to my stomach. This guy is so bitter it has turned into a biological reflex." To him, that hero was nothing special. Yet he stole all the spotlight and always acted noble. It was that exact smugness that caused his followers to meet a gruesome death. Isaac flashed a twisted, sick smile. He gleefully declared that the deaths of those people were completely well-deserved, and perhaps they were all rotting away in hell right now, facing their rightful consequences. He channeled all his firepower into his palm, creating a blazing fireball, and roared, "Having that name is the absolute end of your luck." An earth-shattering fire dragon explosion immediately engulfed Subaru, turning the entire space into a furious sea of fire. Make a big explosion first, check the effects later. Looking at the scorched scene, Isaac pretended to feel remorseful as he covered his face and muttered that his hand slipped and he couldn't control his power. With a friend. However, right after that, his eyes flared up with a malicious look as he planned to go destroy the masked streamer who is currently taking the world by storm. Suddenly, from the middle of the aggressive flames, a dark figure imposingly stepped out with eyes blazing with rage. Subaru coldly appeared before the absolute shock of his opponent and asked back, "Did you mean this?" Plot twist. Thought he won, but got outplayed instead. Isaac backed away in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes when seeing his opponent still completely safe and sound. After taking a direct hit from the attack, he stammered in fear, "Impossible. You took my flames head on. How did you?" Not letting the enemy regain his composure, Subaru channeled lightning into his feet, creating a burst of speed that tore through the ground. He dashed forward like a flash of lightning, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch, and growled in contempt. "It feels annoying, doesn't it? Hearing a spoiled brat like you." Subaru's punch sent Isaac flying far away. He painfully coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground in absolute shock. Subaru imposingly walked over, his eyes blazing with rage as he looked at the one groaning under his feet. His aura right now is like the final boss entering the room. He growled in resentment, not talking bad about them. Isaac struggled to catch his breath. He stared blankly at his trembling hand and couldn't believe that he could be defeated this easily. Subaru stood towering like a god of judgment. He began to take off his mask and asked a question that sent a chill down Isaac's spine. "Let me ask you, who is the person standing in front of you today?" Subaru coldly listed each identity. "Subaru Hasoi, the one you bullied and made cry? This masked Subaru Narukami? Or Subaru Narukami of the Blue Eyes?" Isaac fell to his knees. Although he was trembling with fear, he still tried to act stubborn upon realizing Subaru was the streamer who had been causing a storm recently. He lost, but still tried to hold on to his remaining ego. He smirked, thinking that his lightning skill was nothing big, and mocked that even a piece of trash like him could learn it. Isaac frantically channeled firepower into his fist. He boastfully declared he was even better than the legendary Narukami of the past, then blindly lunged forward to attack Subaru. However, all of his efforts became meaningless in the face of absolute dominance. Isaac was in shock when seeing his attack completely fail. Subaru had already closed in. Right next to him, a sharp blade pressed right against his neck. Subaru coldly declared, "Too bad. Wrong answer." He expressed his disgust upon hearing Isaac's meaningless insults toward his former teammates. Sensing the thick murderous intent and familiar overwhelming pressure, Isaac began to tremble. In absolute fear, he stammered in broken breaths, "Don't tell me you are Narukami of the Blue Eyes?" Not letting the traitor finish his sentence, Subaru swung a brutal strike. Subaru's eyes were ice cold as he looked down at the defeated foe. He delivered the final blow. "Game over." Subaru casually walked away, putting his mask back on while mocking. I've already been way too easy on you. Looking at Isaac lying motionless amidst the ruins. Smoke and fire, he thought to himself. Let's consider this a thank you note. For letting me borrow your body. A thank you that sounds like a final farewell. After the battle, Subaru went to a cafe to rest. His appearance in the black and yellow mask made the people around him whisper and gossip. What is that? A fanboy of Subaru Narukami, or something? Some even maliciously mocked. Doesn't he have any shame? Looks like he's streaming. Despite the gossip, Subaru casually sat there checking his device. Bro is literally immune to drama. He determined his own strategy. As a streamer, I will stick closely to Subaru Narukami's policy of not revealing my true face. It is a huge advantage. That keeps the opponent from knowing my face. Right at that moment, a girl rushed over, catching her breath while frantically apologizing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I kept you waiting. Subaru looked up in surprise. Blushing, she stammered in complete embarrassment. Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I am the person who contacted you. I am Hasuka, the manager. Subaru stood up, politely shook her hand, and introduced himself. I am Subaru Narukami. Hasuka was so moved that she trembled. She uttered, it's truly an honor to meet you. Gazing intently at the mask in front of her, Hasuka couldn't help but wonder, they really look so alike. If Subaru Narukami were alive and returned, what if he is hiding his face behind a mask? Because you are an imposter? Seeing Hasuka standing dazed with a flushed face, Subaru wondered, is something wrong? Hasuka snapped out of it. She frantically replied in absolute confusion. In her mind at this moment, the shouting of the department head suddenly echoed about having to make a good impression to win the client's trust. Hasuka desperately blamed herself. Ugh, I've messed up right from the start. Seeing her strange expression, Subaru asked directly, are you a fan of Subaru Narukami? Without a moment of hesitation, Hasuka admitted immediately, yes, an extremely passionate fan. Subaru had to speak up to reassure her. I'm not the real deal, so please calm down. Also, manager, I think you are younger than me. However, Hasuka still firmly asserted, no, I am a fan of yours too. Hasuka excitedly revealed that she had been following Subaru since he didn't even have a single viewer. I was the very first viewer who witnessed you defeat the venomous bat and overcome the challenge of an early stage fan. Subscribed since the channel had 0 views. Just me alone. She remembered every single detail. From his choice of the lightning challenge to the clash with the giant's fragment. Subaru froze, sweat trickling down behind his mask. She really was the first viewer? She remembers way more things than I do. He smiled faintly, admitting that he was way too reckless back then, and it was a surprise that she kept following him. Hasuka was over the moon, thinking to herself that this was destiny. She excitedly shared that she had run straight to the company to beg to become his manager, while reminding herself to act professionally to win over the Thunder King's trust. Hasuka began presenting the pre-prepared contract. She explained that while Subaru was busy, she would take care of professional aspects like commercials, advertisements, and event clips to boost the value of the name Narukami. When Subaru wondered what he needed to do, Hasuka smiled reassuringly, just continue streaming as you normally do. That's all we need. Sounds familiar, right? Light workload with high salary. Who wouldn't want it? Subaru wondered in surprise, is being a streamer really that easy? Hasuka asserted that because he was the first person to master lightning. From the department head to the entire company, everyone highly evaluated him. Subaru curiously asked if all managers at Saturn were like her, making Hasuka flusteredly explain that the others were much more reliable and professional than her. Subaru clarified that was not what he meant when asking the question. Looking past her cover, he secretly assessed. Judging by the aura she exudes, she is no ordinary player. For someone of that caliber to only be a manager? Wow. Hasuka was panicking, thinking she was totally done for. Subaru was lost in thought about the upcoming opponents who would be much stronger. He told himself there was no time to rest, but he had to keep accelerating. Seeing Hasuka, but had to continue accelerating. Seeing Hasuka, fidgeting anxiously for fear that he would refuse to sign the contract. Subaru suddenly extended his hand and said, I understand perfectly well that you are someone I can trust. Subaru solemnly requested, please guide and support me. Before that trustworthy action, Hasuka was so moved that her face flushed red. She quickly and tightly gripped his hand and replied with an emotional voice. I'm the one who should be saying that. I look forward to working with you. The moment he started the broadcast, Subaru couldn't help but feel astonished as he saw the viewer count skyrocket to over 700. In just a split second, the chat box exploded with warm, welcoming words. There he is. I've been waiting for you. I see that mask. The same content again today. Subaru silently realized that this was the result of the professional support from Hasuka, who was currently working hard at her computer to distribute his skill schedules, not keeping the audience waiting for long. Subaru decisively announced. Then let's get started right away. No rambling, straight to the match. A stream of blue light enveloped him as the system announced. The official entry into Stage 6 with a legendary difficulty rating. The setting immediately shifted to a military encampment amidst a torrential downpour, where soldiers were keeping a strict guard under the gloomy night sky. Under the gloomy night sky, inside the command tent, knights were surrounding a map table to discuss tactics. Peleus anxiously asked, "Where is our benefactor?" Contrary to his concern, other members of the platoon showed deep skepticism and malice. A knight spoke up, "I find it highly suspicious. Should we trust someone who isn't even a knight?" Those around him also chimed in, claiming that it was hard to believe how an outsider suddenly appeared and single-handedly defeated the boss of the giant tribe. If they don't understand, they automatically deny it. Classic. A knight with a long scar on his face even bluntly mocked Peleus, saying that he had been fooled, and even suspected whether that monster was actually a boss or just a mere lackey. Hearing the insults aimed at his benefactor, Peleus angrily shouted, "How can you guys say something like that?" Right at that moment, a soldier rushed in to announce, "Sir Peleus, our benefactor has awakened." Subaru casually stepped into the tent to everyone's astonishment. Seeing him, a knight hurriedly inquired, "Benefactor, are you feeling all right?" Subaru calmly replied, "Thanks to you, I can walk around normally, without any assistance," answering lightly like it was nothing, but his aura was overflowing. Even though he had appeared, the soldiers around still kept whispering and gossiping with looks of utter contempt. They stared intently at his appearance and judged. That is the hero who defeated the boss of the giant tribe? Though I want to be polite, he doesn't look very strong. Subaru's eyes narrowed coldly behind his mask. He looked straight at the crowd and growled provocatively, "It seems you guys don't believe I defeated it. Or perhaps you just don't want to believe it." While the atmosphere was growing tense, Subaru secretly utilized a special feature that Hasuka had instructed him on earlier. By performing a pre-save pose, he could adjust the microphone frequency so that only the viewers watching the stream could hear his voice. Subaru thought to himself, this is a pretty useful feature in boring situations like this. Witnessing his arrogance, the chat box had another chance to explode. "Don't underestimate him. Did you just laugh behind your mask? So confident, lol." The chat always needs a bit of drama to liven things up. Right then, an old knight with gray hair and a neat mustache stepped forward. He extended his hand with goodwill and said, "First of all, thank you. I am Dale." Subaru shook Dale's hand and received a warm welcome. However, Dale lowered his voice to share his concerns about protecting the village, where the people were being trampled by a mysterious individual. Faced with Subaru's inquiry about an entity even more dangerous than the boss, Dale explained that the true giants who once waged war with the gods had been sealed away long ago. Most of the monsters at present are just traces or remnants of thoughts they left behind. However, the giant that appeared after the boss was defeated is a complete exception, as his power has already approached the level of the giants in legendary lore, meaning he's the full option version, no longer a demo. Witnessing Dale's shock, the stream viewers also couldn't help but doubt this absurd difficulty level. Despite that, Subaru still calmly asserted, "Then we have no other choice but to defeat it." His confident attitude made another knight speak up sarcastically, claiming that Subaru was only talking big because he hadn't actually faced that thing yet. Right at this moment, Peleus suddenly called out, "Benefactor." He revealed an ancient legend about Mount Millennium, where the towering mountain peak is hiding a legendary fragment of lightning. Sounds like a side quest, but with SSS difficulty. Peleus looked at Subaru with eyes full of high expectations and firmly asserted, "I believe that it can only be you, benefactor, standing before the new responsibility." Subaru remained silently thoughtful behind his mask. The memory of the enemy's brutality once again flashed back through the raging fires and the agonizing screams of the villagers. A colossal entity named Paidan loomingly appeared in the middle of a sea of fire. He roared, "My child," while his massive hands continuously crushed everything. The soldiers could only desperately cry out and stop in pain as they witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding before their eyes. The monster, Paidan, crushed a soldier in the palm of his hand. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared with deep hatred. I will send my child off with the blood of humanity." He realized the madness, fury of the enemy as he imposingly stepped through the ruins. That guy, he's truly trying to kill everyone. Subaru's broadcast began to stir, with a barrage of comments amazed at the scale of the true boss. Peleus anxiously stood next to Subaru and informed him, "It will take about 3 days for the giant to reach here." Realizing the danger was way beyond control, the knight earnestly advised, "If you can't find the lightning by then, just run away. That is the only way to protect our benefactor's life." However, Subaru had absolutely no intention of backing down. He spurred his horse forward through the torrential rain, heading straight toward Mount Millennium. With an iron-willed determination. Stones to defeat the giant. To defeat the giant. The power of lightning is indispensable. That might be the key to this challenge. Faced with Peleus's suggestion to give up, Subaru smirked faintly and proudly asserted. No, there is no challenge. In this tower that I cannot conquer. The chat box right now is probably spamming too confident. I like it. Right after uttering those arrogant words, he suddenly paused and secretly blamed himself. Damn it, I accidentally used a catchphrase. The live viewers also immediately recognized the familiarity in that statement, causing the chat box to explode with praises for his confidence. A series of new missions were continuously posted by investors and fans, offering thousands of reputation points as rewards if Subaru could complete this feasible challenge. Looking at this match, you know if he wins, he gets rich. If he loses, he's a goner. Subaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the audience's positive reaction. Good, I didn't get caught. And that wasn't a bad reaction, right? He pulled hard on the reins to urge his horse forward, overcoming the steep, rocky slopes amidst the increasingly heavy rain. After an arduous journey, Subaru finally set foot on the towering mountain peak. He dismounted his horse, slowly walking to the front of a colossal cliff. Subaru placed his black-gloved hands on the cold stone surface, his eyes flashing with high expectations as he felt the hidden energy source. Inside, a fragment of lightning is being hidden here. He stood silently before the magnificent cliff, preparing to awaken the ancient sleeping power. Peleus continued to thoughtfully explain that the fragment of lightning is something that only exists in legends. Whether it is a special power, an item, or even a human being, the truth is there is still no clear information about it. The knight admitted. They only knew the location of the mountain in the legend. But there is one thing for sure. The one who once possessed lightning was the one who destroyed the giants. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hasuka shockingly looked at her phone and wondered what was happening. She immediately cheered in excitement, reporting to the department head that the contract had been finalized. John Teo couldn't help but be astonished and burst into hearty laughter. He jokingly remarked that finally, Hasuka had become a useful person. Hasuka skipped happily, telling herself that with this success, she would soon earn everyone's respect. Yep, going from a casual fan to a proper manager in a single note. Absolutely top tier. Even though the department head intended to say something more, Hasuka quickly wrapped up her work to dive into bed, ready to enjoy her idol stream. Hasuka's eyes shone with deep infatuation. She told herself that watching her idol through the screen was the ultimate joy of an otaku. On the live broadcast, Subaru proudly declared, "There is no challenge in this tower that I cannot conquer." Those words left Hasuka so stunned that she completely dropped her excitement. She shockingly realized that was exactly the phrase from over 2 years ago, now being spoken so unusually naturally from the mouth of this young man. At the peak of Mount Millennium, flashes of lightning began to tear through the gloomy sky. Subaru stood proudly in the middle of the storm, while the audience is anxiously asking if he is planning to do something reckless. He channeled all his strength into his fist, striking hard down onto the rigid cliff face and challenging. Let's see which is harder. Let's fight until the very end. Punching this thing, if it fails, it turns into dust, stubborn, but his hands aren't soft. An earth-shattering lightning explosion burst forth. Blazing golden lightning completely enveloped Subaru as he exhausted his power to break the ancient seal. As the smoke and dust gradually faded, Subaru stood firmly amidst the shattered rock fragments with rapid breathing and sweat dripping down his face. But his eyes shone with absolute triumph. Looking deep into the newly opened cave, Subaru smirked faintly and whispered, "Found it." Standing before the newly opened stone door, Subaru silently looked down at his hand, which was sparking with brilliant golden electrical currents. If this hand slips, he's a goner, he thought to himself. Of course, those who are watching through the stream will feel puzzled, because this intense feeling can never be fully transmitted through a screen. A colossal source of lightning energy was continuously calling out, powerfully urging him to take a step forward. Behind this ancient stone door, a great secret is waiting to be awakened. Subaru decisively stepped forward. The moment his feet crossed the ancient door, the system immediately issued a cold notification. You cannot leave until the stage is completed. To put it simply, once you're in, you must finish it. Meanwhile, at the military encampment, the atmosphere was becoming incredibly tense. Under the flickering candlelight, the old Nightdale looked at Peleus skeptically and asked, "Peleus, do you really think you will obtain the lightning?" Despite his comrade's doubt, Peleus still maintained his iron-willed faith. He firmly asserted, "He can. I'm absolutely sure." Dale still hadn't stopped wondering. Even though he is an outsider, why do you place so much trust in him? Peleus smiled faintly and replied respectfully, That person has already proven himself. There is no reason to doubt at all. However, Dale suddenly snapped in desperation. Even if it is lightning, so what? Either way, we are all going to die anyway. His words seemed to strike the absolute fear of a young soldier nearby. He trembled violently, holding his head and shouting in broken breaths. You don't understand. That giant, the power he possesses. I experienced it firsthand at that village. Seeing his subordinates panic, Peleus stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Even so, we can't just give up, right? As long as there's breath, there's hope. He earnestly requested everyone. Let's place our trust in him just this once. In that young hero, who did everything for us, without asking for anything in return. Despite that, the obsession with the giant tribe still kept the young soldier from calming down. He stammered, why you make it sound easy? Easy to say, but standing there makes you shake. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the entire command tent, causing the items on the table to crash and shatter. While everyone was still in shock, a soldier frantically rushed in, announcing in terror, it's bad. He's here. The entire platoon of knights immediately turned pale. They hurriedly drew their weapons, preparing for a life-or-death clash. Meanwhile, deep inside Mount Millennium, Subaru was trudging along through a colossal icy ravine, exuding a cold, blue glow. He looked around this magnificent, yet gloomy space, and softly called out into the void. What do you want me to do here? Subaru continued to stride alone, advancing deep into the mysterious icy land. Subaru stepped into a brightly lit, but empty cave, leaving the viewers starting to wonder, as they saw nothing but soulless rock walls. Subaru silently analyzed, that makes sense. Lightning, before discharging electricity, is just scattered electrical charges in the air. So naturally, I won't be able to see it. He realized this wasn't a challenge of searching with the naked eye. Subaru closed his eyes, focusing on sensing. The electrical current from deep inside is continuously calling out and pulling me forward, following its guidance. Subaru's eyes suddenly snapped open as he realized the true nature of the challenge. A slight plot twist, but the audience's ping spiked to 300. He leaned down to touch the rock formations, thinking to himself that this test is probably about reaction. The moment he swung his hand, a violent burst of lightning erupted, leaving the viewers terrified and asking each other what just happened. Subaru realized that invisible lightning was scattered throughout the space, and the deeper he ventured inside, the more intense its reaction became. Must be right. Even knowing that, he still has to move forward. Now it's high risk, high reward. He realized the lightning is continuously testing his endurance with a brutal law of survival. Fundamentally, if you can't endure it, you die. Sweat trickled down Subaru's face. He braced himself to fight against the brilliant golden electrical currents continuously sweeping across his body. At this time, a rain of missions from the audience poured down again. From warnings, telling him to stop for fear that the lightning would disappear, to reward amounts of thousands of reputation points, urging him to keep venturing into the lightning fire. Subaru glanced slightly at the screen and sent his thanks to everyone for the generous mission rewards. Meanwhile, inside a cozy wooden house, with a flickering fire in the hearth, a man with long silver hair was thoughtfully watching the broadcast on his phone. His eyes grew deep as he looked at the image of Subaru on the screen. Suddenly, a young woman pushed the door open and walked in, causing him to snap out of his train of thought. Seeing a familiar face appear out of nowhere, he only let out a soft huh? In surprise, caught red-handed, didn't close the tab in time. Shigeru Asagiri unexpectedly appeared. She narrowed her eyes, looking at her teammate with a highly suspicious look and pressed. What are you hiding? Are you watching something explicit? Caught red-handed. The silver-haired man panicked and explained that he wasn't hiding anything at all. His eyes were just too tired, which caused his strange behavior. Shigeru didn't seem to believe him at all. She teased him about his hair growing faster, then casually sat down on the sofa. Seeing that she still didn't intend to leave, the man restlessly asked about her intention for being here. Shigeru casually ate her bread and pressed back. What's with that reaction? Meaning I can't relax? On the sofa, faced with her overwhelming presence, he could only mutter in endurance and promised he would try his best not to be a nuisance. However, his excessive enthusiasm made Shigeru lose her temper. She shouted loudly in his ear, making him yell back because his eardrums almost exploded. Just rest as much as you like. Don't mind me. Holding the device in his hands with sweaty palms, the silver-haired man secretly sighed at the stubborn, never listening to others, personality of his companion. Seeing Shigeru get up to leave, he hurriedly called after her, even inviting her to stay and eat bread, or lie down to rest if she wanted. Only when Shigeru's figure completely vanished behind the door did he breathe a sigh of relief for almost having his secret exposed. Immediately, he went back to Subaru's broadcast. On the screen, just left, the room, and he opened the stream again, flipping faster than a pancake. He thought to himself that if Shigeru knew he was still secretly watching the stream, she would definitely make a huge fuss about it again. Staring intently at Subaru's image on the screen, the silver-haired man was lost in thought. Even if our positions were reversed, Subaru wouldn't forget us. He realized. The personality and way of speaking of this young man were truly identical to the Subaru of the past. However, the fact that he was desperately farming reputation points was a ridiculous difference. While he was absorbed in mocking, a hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, causing his whole body to freeze up. Shigeru's cold voice echoed right next to his ear. You should ask yourself that question. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Shigeru leaned her face close with a ghostly smile, her gaze darkening threateningly. She growled and asserted, trying to trick me? You're still too naive. Weak mentality means you break. The challenge progress was only at 2.3, but Subaru still trudged forward amidst the flashes of lightning that were continuously sweeping across his body. Feeling the brilliant golden electrical current running along his arm, he softly whispered to himself, a familiar feeling. When it comes to lightning, I have faced it more times than I can count. Even though his breathing had begun to grow heavy and the road ahead was still very long, Subaru still persistently lifted each heavy step on the cold stone ground. The progress gradually increased to 5.74. Subaru channeled his strength to cross through the pillars of lightning that were striking down consecutively as if wanting to crush the intruder. Seeing him still riskily trudging forward, the audience in the chat box couldn't help but worry and continuously urged him to quickly run away. In the face of those buzzing discussions, Subaru coldly declared, I probably won't be reading the chat from now on. The chat screams itself hoarse, but bro literally doesn't care. To him, achieving the goal was an obvious thing, but his ambition was much grander than that. Subaru placed his gloved hands on the icy blue cliff, where the lightning energy was waiting to explode. Meanwhile, at the Saturn office, Hawkeye was gluing his eyes to the screen, watching every move of Subaru with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, John Teo spoke up and suggested, you and Subaru Narukami should cooperate. Looking at the screen full of rows of data, the department head, with a face full of scars, thoughtfully wondered how long it had been since he personally executed a grand project like this. John Teo thoughtfully looked at Hawkeye. He reminded him of the unchangeable rule that in this entertainment industry, talent only accounts for a half, while the rest depends on properly assessing the times. He asserted that the status and contemporary rivals are what actually determine a player's popularity. From John's perspective, Subaru Narukami's broadcast has the vibe of a vlog from veteran players, rather than the usual interaction of a rookie. Even though Subaru is just a newly started streamer, John Teo still advised Hawkeye to just maintain his usual sharp commentary style. He believed that this is a true opportunity for Hawkeye to become a brightly shining star alongside that highly potential young man. Faced with the heavyweight suggestion, Hawkeye just remained silent. His eyes suddenly flared up with a mysterious golden gold spiritual energy. At this point, he hasn't said anything, but his aura activated first. In Hawkeye's mind, Subaru's figure suddenly flashed back with an arrogant challenge about not having enough confidence to climb the tower. He remembered that man's aspiration to become greater than anyone else. Looking at the space, as brilliant as a galaxy on the screen, Hawkeye wondered if he could truly reach the level of those bright stars. He extended his hand as if wanting to grasp that distant glory, but then abruptly snapped back to reality. Hawkeye let out a tired groan. He blamed himself for daydreaming right while working, contemplating the universe, then suddenly remembering deadlines instantly snaps you awake. However, the moment he looked back at the live broadcast screen, as soon as he looked back at the live stream screen, Hawkeye had to scream in terror. This is, hey, are you out of your mind? On the live stream, a horrifying scene was unfolding, leaving everyone stunned. Subaru was directly confronting the most furious bolts of heavenly lightning. The brilliant golden lightning struck down consecutively as if wanting to crush his body. Subaru screamed in agony, blood trickling down his face and soaking his cloak. Bro's pain tolerance is absolutely insane. His mask began to crack under the terrifying pressure of the lightning. Subaru collapsed to his knees, his breathing ragged, but his eyes behind the mask's slits still blazed with fury. Despite fatal wounds and the electrical currents ravaging his body, he still gritted his teeth and stood firm in the center of the storm. Subaru's entire body was enveloped in furious, brilliant golden lightning bolts. He loomingly stepped forward, like a god of thunder challenging the very will of the tower. The stronger the lightning grew, the deeper it penetrated Subaru's body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-deep pain as the brilliant golden electrical currents ravaged his flesh. Thinking to himself, this should be enough. Even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the ren and du vessels, were also starting to be filled with lightning. The system announced the progress had reached 20.7, and the process of clearing the minor meridians was underway. Subaru felt his magic power surge as the lightning gradually stabilized within his body. He reminded himself, hold on. I must control it no matter what. The ren and du vessels are originally the central pathways, while the minor meridians connect the entire body. Clearing them meant that the power of lightning had spread to every nook and cranny of Subaru's body. However, Hasoi Subaru's body had never undergone the process of purifying minor meridians. In other words, he was taking a risky shortcut. The system immediately warned of a negative status. Electrocution initiated. Normally, people only do this with their own mana, but relying on lightning from the outside, though making the process easier, brought about unimaginable pain. This move is a textbook high-risk, high-reward play, but looking at it, you know it's gradually falling apart. Watching through the screen, Hasuka was shocked and deeply worried for the safety of Subaru. She whimpered in deep sorrow, clearing the minor meridians. Are you planning to do that here? Hasuka realized the energy current moving inside his body did not rely on his own mana or internal energy at all, but was completely external force from the tower's lightning. Seeing Subaru writhing in agony, Hasuka couldn't help but feel heartbroken, knowing that this pain truly exceeded human tolerance. Most people would definitely lose consciousness immediately, because they couldn't withstand the destruction of the lightning. Even though death in a challenge does not affect reality, the sensation of pain is still exactly the same as in real life. She wondered why he had to go to this extent, and her eyes clearly showed admiration, mixed with anxiety upon witnessing his extreme resilience. Ordinary people facing this scenario would probably have rage quit from the start. An ordinary person facing this situation would have probably quit the game from the start. The system announced the progress had reached 50.3. The process of clearing the minor meridians was still fiercely taking place, helping Subaru's magic power increase further as the lightning gradually stabilized. However, amidst the bone-deep pain, Subaru's mind was besieged by guilty memories. It's all my fault. It's like I was the one who killed them. The ultimate combo. Physical pain mixed with overthinking at 3 a.m. He recalled his own confident assertions from the past in front of his old teammates, stating there was no challenge he couldn't conquer. Back then, Subaru always reassured everyone to just have faith, because in the end, he would be the winner. Looking back at the faces of the Blue Eyes members, his heart wrenched with bitterness. Subaru blamed himself. If I hadn't been careless and hadn't pushed them with my excessive confidence, then the tragedy of the past wouldn't have happened. His eyes flared red with fury and hatred when thinking about the tragic end that his brothers had to suffer. Then no one would have had to die. The torment suffocated Subaru's soul as he faced the brutal truth. In his delirium amidst the lightning, the blood-stained image of Kazuki appeared with a sarcastic smile. He uttered mocking words, stating that they failed, simply because they were too complacent with their own power. Subaru roared in agony as the brilliant golden electrical currents exploded more powerfully than ever before. He collapsed to his knees in the icy cave and bitterly uttered, "It's all because of me." The lightning still continuously swept through, enveloping the solitary figure of Subaru amidst the debris. He was completely exhausted and collapsed onto the ground, his face buried in the cold ice while electrical currents were still crackling on his bloodstained hands. Main character is officially out of mana, and out of faith too. Amidst a lush green savanna and a crystal clear sky, Subaru looked around blankly and wondered, where is this? Far away, under the shade of an ancient tree, a group of people were gathering around a fire, making him shockingly blurt out everyone. Subaru choked up as he called out the names of each old teammate. Suhei, Soya, Kei, Iori. Seeing both Shigeru and Rina still safe and sound, tears fell from his eyes due to emotion, and he wondered if all the previous tragedies were just a bad dream. A friend stepped closer, patted his shoulder, and asserted that it was obvious, making Subaru smile happily in ultimate relief. He laughed, telling everyone that he had just gone through a hideous nightmare and earnestly wanted to tell them about it. However, the warm atmosphere instantly vanished. The teammate in front of him suddenly turned into a grotesque form with half of his face destroyed. He coldly condemned Subaru. "You truly sent us to our deaths." "I didn't want to die, Subaru." Subaru froze as he witnessed his other friends also beginning to blame him for his empty promises in the past. Tino appeared with a piercing wound right in the middle of her chest. She wept while bitterly questioning, "Why didn't you protect us?" Subaru was shocked, calling her name in despair as the beautiful reality completely collapsed, replaced by a blazing red hell, filled with lamenting souls. He could only utter, to amidst the life-demanding screams of his old teammates who were surrounding him. At this point, well, It's no longer just falling apart. This is premium falling apart, the full option version. Amidst the blazing red space full of lamentations, Subaru frantically rushed toward the figures that were gradually vanishing and screamed in despair. Wait, everyone, don't go. Wait a moment. Reaching out with his trembling hands, he intended to hold on to his old teammates, but everything was nothing but an illusion. Subaru collapsed in the middle of hell, his mouth continuously murmuring, please, please. This moment is like running after the past, but the past says no reply. A powerful bolt of lightning suddenly struck his mind, pulling Subaru out of the nightmare to return to reality. He coughed up blood, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the cave ground, while brilliant golden electrical currents were still ravaging his body. Subaru gasped in deep pain and realized. So this is a dreamscape that often occurs during meridian clearing. He almost suffered from chi deviation. The system announced. The minor meridian clearing progress had reached 97.87. His magic power continued to increase as the source of lightning power gradually became stable. Subaru forced himself up amidst the center of the electric field storm, his eyes showing clear exhaustion but absolute determination. He questioned himself. Who on earth came up with this crazy challenge? Furious, brilliant, golden lightning bolts enveloped Subaru's solitary figure, proving an unyielding iron will. His gaze narrowed with deep hatred as the image of Kazuki, with a cold smile, suddenly flashed back in his mind. Subaru thought to himself, thank you for reminding me about why I am still alive. So, at this point, it's no longer just trying, it's max level stubbornness. Meanwhile, at the village, a deadly atmosphere was enveloping under the torrential night rain. The sounds of heavy footsteps shook the entire ground, signaling a terrifying disaster drawing near. The soldiers and villagers, trembling, held their weapons and lined up for battle. Their eyes clearly showed absolute terror as they looked toward the darkness. A colossal entity loomingly appeared. The ghostly smile of the giant Paidan exuded a suffocating pressure, leaving the entire legion frozen in fear. Faced with that terrifying entity, a knight shockingly blurted out in hopelessness. Are you kidding me? Is that thing the actual boss? In the midst of the panic, someone's resolve began to waver, and they bitterly uttered, so, as it turns out, the masked guy abandoned us right away. A line of resolute thought arose, asserting absolute faith. Our benefactor will definitely return. One team split into two factions, one side with absolute trust, the other with logic. One side preparing the logic. You trusted and handed the fate of this village over to a stranger, whose name you don't even know, and yet you dare to doubt him? Faced with the fury and steadfastness of their leader, the soldiers could only bow their heads, awkwardly excusing themselves that they had no intention of doubting like that. Pelias gritted his teeth in self-reproach. How humiliating. And you call yourself a knight? Seeing this, Dale stepped up, placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. You're right. Before blaming others, we should remember that protecting the village is our duty. Dale firmly asserted. Knights are not the ones to be protected. They are the ones who protect others. He decisively drew his sword, which was exuding a powerful, icy blue aura. Dale stamped his foot hard, proudly shouting to motivate the whole army. Today, let us die like true knights. The entire platoon of knights rushed forward together, going all in to gang up on the monster. Meanwhile, at Mount Millennium, Subaru's challenge progress had reached the 99 threshold. His body shook under 1,000-ton pressure. Blood trickled down his face, but his eyes remained fixed onto a mass of lightning that was shining brilliantly up ahead. Subaru thought to himself while on the verge of death. I don't know what that thing is, but based on the progress, that must be the objective. The system continuously issued glowing red warnings. Fatigue level has reached 97. The corners of Subaru's eyes bled, and his vision began to blur due to exhaustion. But his will had still not wavered at all. He forced himself up, every muscle fiber trembling violently. Just one more step, despite the critical warnings from the system stating, you must reduce your fatigue level, and going any further will be very dangerous. Subaru still channeled his last ounce of remaining strength to move forward. His feet, enveloped in brilliant golden lightning, decisively stepped forward, creating a powerful tremor on the ground. At the same time, on the fiery battlefield, the old knight Dale was also risking his life, dashing forward at a terrifying speed, with his sword gripped tightly in his hand. He gathered all his power, charging straight toward the colossal enemy. Dale lunged in with a powerful slash, aiming straight at the giant monster's leg. The sword strike, carrying a stream of blue spiritual energy, tore through the rigid flesh, causing the giant to roar in intense pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Pelias also immediately joined the battle with a resounding roar. Leave the rest to me. He launched himself into the air, delivering a fatal blow right to the center of the enemy's face. leaving the monster only able to utter hopeless groans before the overwhelming strength of the leader. This combo is what you call organized gang beating. The boss didn't even get to do anything before losing. The pale giant collapsed onto the desolate ground. Witnessing that scene, the soldiers burst into joy. We did it. They endlessly praised the miracle of the two commanders, Lord Peleus and Lord Dale. We finally defeated it. The soldiers took out their anger on the monster's corpse with frantic stabs and harsh curses. Die? Just stay dead. Stomping your feet around here like this is your home. Filthy monster. Peleus breathed a sigh of relief, walking closer to Dale. It's all thanks to you, Dale. The most dangerous enemy you warned us about is dead. We can finally rest. However, Dale was breaking out in a cold sweat. His face clearly showed absolute shock as he realized the terrifying truth. No, it wasn't the guy I mentioned. While the soldiers were still subjectively thinking that the enemy was nothing special, and it was just because Lord Dale and Lord Peleus were too strong, Dale was trembling because he knew that the true disaster was still hiding behind. Won the battle, but it feels like we just finished the tutorial. A soldier cheered in excitement. Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants and, however, before he could finish his words, a colossal foot suddenly came crashing down, crushing the platoon in a tragic scene. Witnessing that sight, Dale and Peleus trembled in shock. Dale pointed his hand toward the shadow that loomingly advanced and uttered, "That's the one." Peleus screamed in ultimate despair upon realizing the new enemy was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, Subaru's challenge progress had reached the 99.99 threshold. The moment the progress reached 100, his will for revenge became even more frantic. "Kyojo, I will bring back your head as a souvenir." Subaru forced himself up, loomingly walking inside a dazzling aura. Damn, looks like someone who just took an exam without studying but still passed. Subaru's entire body at this moment was like a colossal mass of lightning exuding a terrifying pressure. He gasped softly, sensing the end of an arduous process. It's finally over. The system continuously issued notifications congratulating the completion of clearing the minor meridians, helping the magic amplification rate and skill casting speed both increased by 20, along with adding 2 points to all stats. Subaru's face was covered in blood, his breathing ragged, as he had reached the absolute limit of his endurance. Right at that moment, a flash of colossal lightning struck down, making him bite the dust. His entire body left without a shred of strength. John Teo sat thoughtfully in front of the screen, softly uttering, "You can only be reckless up to a certain limit." On the livestream screen, Subaru was lying motionless amidst the debris, leaving the viewers highly anxious. "The difficulty is truly insane." He passed out again. "I wonder when he will wake up this time." John Teo lightly tapped his finger on the desk. He remarked, "Wow, it seems like he isn't suited for streaming." The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. John Teo picked it up and calmly said, "I'm currently watching Subaru Narakami's stream." On the other end was Hawkeye. He excitedly shouted, "Oh, so you see it too, John? It's truly crazy, right?" Faced with that enthusiasm, John requested him to calm down and explain so that everyone could understand. Looking at Hawkeye's confident smile through the screen, John thought to himself, "This guy will truly become a legendary star as a player and streamer." However, Hawkeye casually leaned back in his chair. He remarked that this would be very difficult because Subaru is more like a true player than a mere streamer, sort of like a streamer whose mind is fully focused on high-rank master gameplay. Hawkeye asserted, "Exactly, just like that. That is the core content that everyone watches this stream for." A Subaru Narakami who is almost like the original. He believed that Subaru is not a streamer, but is inherently a true combat player. The image of Subaru, enveloped in lightning, once again appeared with absolute majesty. Hawkeye passionately said, in other words, "We are going to witness the birth of Subaru Narakami in real time." John Teo listened in silence. His face showed clear solemnity as he weighed the future of this young man. Returning to the live broadcast, Subaru's hand moved slightly on the cold ground. He forced himself up amidst heavy gasps, making the audience breathe a sigh of relief. "Woke up a bit early this time. So glad to see he's alive. Finally awake, huh?" Subaru looked up, his eyes behind the mask still showing traces of fatigue. He gritted his teeth, asking himself in pain, "Damn it, what is my fatigue level?" The status bar at this moment displayed the number 81. He felt like he'd been in a non-stop combat for 15 days straight. The system should really have a permanent leave button. Looking at the status board, Subaru frowned slightly upon seeing the fatigue level had reached 81. However, he quickly regained his composure and secretly assessed, "Good, it's lower than last time." The higher stats must have worked. Even though the final lightning strike was unexpected, the result it brought left him highly satisfied. A series of mission completion notifications continuously popped up, bringing Subaru a massive amount of reputation points. With 20,420 points currently in hand, he told himself, he had saved up a significant amount to prepare for bigger plans. Like just finished beating the boss and checking your wallet to find. It's actually looking pretty good. At this time, Subaru's Transcendence skill had reached rank D, helping him loosen the restrictions on items and skills when using them. However, he realized that much was still not enough to upgrade the skill quality to a new height. Subaru thought carefully. If I defeat that giant, it will probably be enough. His eyes flared brightly as he looked at the thing exuding a brilliant golden electrical current in his hand. And this is the key to taking it down. That was exactly the lightning spear. A legendary grade weapon with terrifying power, capable of delivering a decisive blow, even though it could only be used a single time. The audience in the stream couldn't help but be shocked. They continuously asked questions. Why could an item that insane drop right on the second floor? Subaru smirked slightly, confirming, exactly. Doesn't look ordinary, right? He silently expressed his admiration because even on the 8th floor, possessing a legendary item like this was an extremely rare thing. Subaru began to explain to the viewers that high-tier items can completely change their form based on certain conditions. His profound knowledge made the fans exclaim in amazement and admiration, as if they were witnessing a true professional. Not wanting to waste any more time, Subaru decisively declared, "All right, let's go destroy that thing." He loomingly walked toward the brilliant light while the chat box exploded with enthusiastic cheers, urging him to use the lightning to blow the enemy away. The chat is literally like, "Go for it, bro. Don't think about it anymore. If you think, you lose." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the atmosphere was becoming thick with fear. A soldier's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he faced a terrifying pressure. A colossal shadow with long, disheveled white hair and gray skin loomingly appeared, exuding a spine-chilling murderous aura that made anyone tremble. The system announced that the giant seed had devoured the giant's records, turning it into an incredibly terrifying entity. With glowing yellow eyes and a maniacal smile, the monster roared with ghostly, challenging laughter. Witnessing the horrifying sight, Peleus roared in despair, "Hey, what do you think you were doing? Ha ha ha, I told you, didn't I? You people don't know anything at all." A soldier suddenly went mad. He was laughing and crying at the same time in ultimate despair. He collapsed to his knees right at the colossal monster's feet, trembling and pleading in cowardice, "Oh God, I am not like those foolish people. Please have mercy on me." However, the only response to that plea was a deep, contemptuous voice, "God?" The giant's eyes flared with fury. He growled with absolute bloodlust, "Don't lump me together with those filthy cowards." Immediately, a devastating attack came crashing down, turning the scene into a tragedy. Amidst the chaos, Dale rushed over, pulling up the soldier who was screaming in terror and barked loudly. "What are you doing? Stand up." Dale turned to urge his teammate with a face full of determination. "Peleus, hurry. Take the villagers as far away as possible. Run for your life." Standing still for 3 seconds means the whole team wipes out. Peleus could only shout out, Dale, in shock as he witnessed his senior decide to stay behind alone to cover the retreat. An earth-shattering sweep erupted, tearing the ground apart and crushing all hopes of resistance from the soldiers. Peleus stood frozen amidst the smoke and dust, his breathing ragged and sweat trickling down his face. He shockingly realized the brutal reality. There's absolutely no way to win, and all escape routes have been blocked. In front of Peleus, at this moment, was a long line of colossal shadows, with glowing eyes, besieging every single exit of the village. This situation made him realize that running might not help if the opponents don't need to do cardio. The screams of the villagers echoed through the air as they desperately sought a way out in vain amidst the rubble. Peleus gritted his teeth until they bled. His eyes clearly showed helplessness and bitterness before the unavoidable collapse of the entire army. In ultimate despair, Peleus roared a shocking declaration to draw the monster's attention. "I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it." To the amazement of the entire army, Peleus continued to gamble his life with a lie. "The one who killed that boy is." If anyone were selling insurance for undetectable lies at this moment, lying without being detected, he probably would have bought it on installment long ago. The giant Paidan paused, his eyes flaring with pressure as he growled and asked, "Who?" Peleus gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, mustering all his courage to utter, "It's." Without a single moment of hesitation, he swung his sword, pointing toward the distant mountain range, and shouted loudly, "Over there. The one who killed your son is going in that direction. He is gathering strength to kill you and your race." In his heart, Peleus was frantically praying, "Please take the bait. Go in that direction." Paidan silently turned his head, looking in the direction indicated by the sword. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly quiet. However, Peleus's sliver of hope, was soon extinguished when the monster coldly uttered, "Lie." Paidan brought his pitch-black eyes close, seeing right through the soul of the night and asserting, "Your words are defiled by lies. So the one who killed my son is not here." Peleus froze, his pupils contracting, in terror as he realized the plan had completely been exposed. Paidan continued to speak sarcastically. "You just pointed that ragged sword at a random spot." A brilliant golden electrical current began to explode around the monster. He growled threateningly, "If you don't answer right away." A devastating lightning attack struck down from above, creating a shocking explosion that shook the entire mountainous forest. Amidst the smoke and brilliant golden electrical currents, Peleus shockingly looked up at the catastrophic scene and softly uttered in amazement, "Benefactor." At least this time, the plot twist didn't come from his lie, but literally fell from the sky. Right at this moment, the system coldly issued an announcement. The lightning veil will now begin. Standing on the high mountain peak, observing the full view of the blazing battlefield below, Subaru loomingly appeared with his sword on his shoulder. He calmly looked toward the enemy and thought to himself, "Good, this is the final phase. That giant is still continuously growing and developing. If something stronger than that appears, then this challenge can no longer be called content for the second floor." Faced with the deterrence of everyone regarding confronting an anomalous entity, Subaru only calmly replied, "It's fine. No need to overthink it. I just need to land a single blow." He realized the opponent in front of him could not be confronted head-on, so it is mandatory to bring it down before it can rush up to attack. Subaru stood proudly on the mountain peak, raising his hand high up to the night sky to begin activating the lightning spear. A colossal bolt of heavenly lightning immediately struck down from the void, enveloping his body in brilliant golden electrical currents. Looking at this scene, anyone who doesn't know would probably think he just signed up for a long-term VIP lightning strike experience package. The system announced the initialization process of the lightning spear had begun, with the activation rate reaching 10.1. The furious power exuded made Subaru's fatigue level skyrocket to 84, then 85 in an instant. He gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the electrical current that was continuously roaring in the palm of his hand, trying to maintain focus to push the activation rate up to 33.1. Amidst the colossal vortex of energy, Subaru tried to use the transcendence skill to negate the side effects of the lightning spear, but the system coldly announced failed due to compatibility being too low. Blood began to trickle from behind the mask. Subaru bitterly realized his skill level was still too low to be able to smoothly use a legendary item. When the fatigue level had reached the threshold of 88 and the activation rate reached 50, he still braced himself to endure, telling himself that this body absolutely must surpass its limits. Classic case of knowing it's wrong, but still pushing through, just because he's already halfway into it. The chat box of the live broadcast began to explode, with comments full of excitement, mixed with anxiety. Some wondered if this was a feeling of déjà vu, while others noted that ever since learning lightning magic, Subaru had to endure a lot. Some viewers even joked that maybe he started to enjoy and get addicted to this feeling of being electrocuted. Amidst the brilliant golden lightning flashes, Subaru's eyes flared with coldness through the mask. He silently realized, so they noticed, huh? Looking toward the colossal figure of the giant heading toward the mountain, Subaru told himself that after creating such a huge scene like this, it would be very strange if no one noticed. The system announced the activation rate of the lightning spear had reached 78.5, while his body was already covered in wounds and drenched in blood. At the foot of the mountain, the colossal giant muttered, "Lightning." He completely ignored the presence of Peleus, who was holding his sword tightly in his hands and only stared intently toward the high mountain peak, with glowing yellow eyes full of hatred. He growled, asserting, "So it turns out you are the one who killed my son." "It is you." Peleus standing there is probably like, hello? I'm still right here, but I just got sidelined completely?" An extremely powerful stamp of his foot shook the entire ground. The giant decisively ignored Peleus's challenge. "Hey, where are you going? I am your opponent." To dash toward the source of the exploding lightning energy, Peleus shockingly watched the enemy's retreating figure, while around him at this moment was a desolate scene with the corpses of soldiers scattered amidst a raging sea of fire. The old giant painfully recalled his late son in gloom. "My child had to suffer. My son Paidan. My child had to suffer." His face tightened, clearly showing ultimate hatred before such a tremendous loss. He stomped his heavy steps, creating horrifying tremors along the way, and roared in absolute rage, "I will return that suffering." The giant frantically charged forward at a wind-tearing speed, his eyes flashing with a bloodshot gaze full of murderous intent as he funneled all his power into his colossal fist. He screamed in madness, "That with interest. To all of you. Sounds like he's collecting a high-interest debt." The giant, Paidan, frantically charged forward at a wind-tearing speed, channeling all his rage into his colossal fist, aiming straight at the high mountain peak. Amidst the furious vortex of energy, Subaru was still bracing himself to endure the destruction of the lightning. The system announced the activation rate of the lightning spear had reached the 88.5 threshold. Subaru knew clearly that this was a do-or-die gamble. Either it hits, or it doesn't. There was only one single chance to finish it. While the viewers were anxiously urging him on, an old memory suddenly flashed back in his mind. It was the advice of a former teammate from the past. Don't look away. No matter what happens, keep your eyes on the target. He asserted, that is exactly where a true spear is unleashed from. The tip sounds simple, but applying it makes you break a sweat. Forget about throwing straight or creating a perfect arc. Get all those redundant thoughts out of your head. The teammate advised Subaru not to try to predict the movement or worry about the trajectory and weight of the weapon, motion, or minding the trajectory and weight of the weapon. Because you are unlike any other spear user. Because you are Subaru Narukami. Back to reality. The activation rate had skyrocketed to 95.2. Subaru channeled his entire will into the decisive strike. Subaru questioned himself. Then what should I do? The answer from his old teammate years ago echoed firmly. Anyway, it's not like you're about to throw an ordinary spear. In that case, it's simple. Don't throw it, shoot it out. Paidan had already closed in right in front of him, swinging his colossal fist, intending to crush Subaru in a single blow. Ignoring the frantic screams from the audience telling him to quickly throw it, Subaru remained calm, facing death descending right before his eyes. Subaru gritted his teeth, focusing his entire will. He thought to himself, just a little more, and it will be complete. The pressure from the energy stream made him groan in pain as the giant Paidan was frantically charging forward with sky-high murderous intent. Lightning thundered loudly, and the ground shattered under the pressure from the 1,000-ton jump of the colossal monster. This scene is classic. One side is about to reach full charge. The other side is about to punch him into oblivion. At that exact hair-raising moment, the system coldly announced, the activation rate has reached 100 and initialization is successful. Subaru stood proudly in the center of the lightning storm, his entire body enveloped in furious, roaring, golden lightning bolts. He funneled all his power into the palm of his hand, ready for one final retribution. Gripping the dazzling lightning spear tightly, Subaru knew that he had only one single chance. No matter what happens, he decisively declared that he would finish off the opponent in just a single blow. Facing the furious roar of Paidan, Subaru unleashed a thrust carrying destructive power that ripped through space. Going all in. If this one shot misses, there's no turning back. An earth-shattering explosion erupted as the attack hit its target, completely devouring the monster's body. In a blinding light, Paidan could only utter a shocked cry before his breath gradually faded away. He weakly whispered his own name and then gradually vanished into ashes amidst the ruins. Subaru firmly planted his feet back on the ground. After completely extinguishing the fury of the giant race, Subaru sluggishly walked through the ruins, his body covered in wounds and drenched in blood after the horrifying finishing blow. The live broadcast exploded with enthusiastic comments from the viewers. It actually hit. Insane. So freaking strong. Watching this is definitely not a waste of life. The system continuously issued notifications confirming the lightning devouring seed had been defeated, and Subaru had officially completed Phase 7. Along with leveling up, his strength, agility, health, focus, and magic stats were all significantly enhanced, accompanied by a reward of 5,000 precious achievement points. Once the fight is done, rewards rain down. Right at that moment, an item exuding a brilliant golden light appeared in front of Subaru. The system announced he had obtained the lightning core. Subaru held the sparkling crystal in his hand and softly thought to himself, lightning core? Is this it? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, making Subaru groan in pain. When he opened his eyes, he shockingly realized he was standing in the middle of a space of deep, mystical purple. The ground beneath his feet was like a lake's surface, reflecting the starry sky. Subaru blankly asked himself, where on earth am I? Right behind his back, a colossal shadow suddenly appeared, making Subaru startle in terror. Everything happened way too fast, leaving Subaru with no time to react. He felt a suffocating pressure weighing heavily on his mind. What is going on? He tried to speak up, but his throat felt choked. I can't speak. Subaru's entire body froze, and he desperately realized, my body won't move. A series of system notifications continuously popped up mysteriously. God is watching you. Grotesque, ghostly shadows loomingly surrounded Subaru from all sides, creating a highly threatening atmosphere. Looking at the bizarre entities before his eyes, Subaru shockingly questioned himself. Are you trying to tell me something? Amidst the infinite space, Subaru reached out with his trembling hands toward the brilliant light radiating from the deep purple horizon. The entire space lit up like a spectacular sunrise. Subaru stood alone on the peak of a towering cliff, gazing toward the distant horizon, where the light was gradually dispelling the darkness. Right at this moment, a glowing red notification appeared on the system. Phase 9, lightning will now begin. Turns out everything up until now was just a warm-up. The system announced that through the lightning core, Subaru could find important clues at the village. He shockingly forced himself up amidst the rubble, while the chat box was exploding, with discussions about him continuously passing out during a legendary tier test. Subaru told himself he must quickly claim the reputation points before the livestream actually ended. A series of quests from Ongan Sisson and War God K were completed, bringing him a total of 6,000 reputation points, raising his account balance to over 40,000. Despite the urgings from the audience to view the new item, Subaru, exhausted, declared the end of the broadcast to return to the village and rest. Ignoring the sarcastic comments about being greedy for money, he decisively said goodbye to everyone and turned off the device. When you're too tired, just rest. Ignore whatever anyone says. At a luxurious cafe, Hasuka spared no words of praise for Subaru's outstanding performance in the recent challenge. She excitedly revealed the peak viewership yesterday had surpassed the 3,000 mark, leaving Subaru utterly astounded, as he was solely focused on the battle and completely unaware of it. Seeing him look a bit awkward, Hasuka hastily clarified, that was a sincere compliment. For your talent, you know. Hasuka asserted that a figure of over 3,000 for a new streamer was something extraordinary, and that him ending the stream right at the point of exhaustion was a perfect calculation. She believed that it created ultimate curiosity for the audience, just like how a movie ends at the most thrilling cliffhanger. Subaru casually explained he just wanted to save the reward opening part for the next session, to get the most authentic reactions instead of acting, meaning saving the best part for the next episode. Realizing Subaru actually had a sharp, calculating mind, Hasuka smiled, thinking that the worries of department head John Teo were entirely pointless. She looked at him with an insinuating gaze and suddenly announced she had prepared an extremely special gift, something that he would definitely not be able to refuse. Hasuka smiled, suggesting, search for the stream of someone named Hawkeye. Subaru calmly replied, yes, then turned on his device to check. On the screen, Hawkeye was starting a broadcast with a highly shocking title. Fake or real? Let me dissect it for you guys to see. The streamer excitedly declared today's topic was precisely about Subaru. Despite a brief hesitation, intending to change the subject, he then decisively said, anyway, no more nonsense. Everyone just watch this first, Hawkeye promised. He will explain in detail, step by step, about the recent classic performance. Subaru quietly watched Hawkeye's analysis video. The streamer admiringly remarked that in a challenge already filled with endurance, Subaru placed an extra burden on himself, right while executing the test. Seeing Subaru intently watching himself, Hasuka blushed slightly, observing his reaction. On the screen, Hawkeye apologized for talking too long, and decided to summarize everything in just a single sentence. To assert the status of this rookie, Hawkeye clearly asserted he is obviously Subaru himself. No further explanation needed. This firm judgment left Subaru thoughtful. He turned to ask Hasuka, perhaps you think so too, manager? Hasuka hesitated. It seemed she was also being carried away by thoughts about the true identity of the young man in front of her, and didn't know how to answer properly. Regaining her composure, Hasuka spoke up, may I ask you something? After receiving Subaru's brief assent, she looked clearly flustered, hesitantly admitting that for a manager to ask this was very strange and somewhat rude. Hasuka looked straight at Subaru and asked a deeply pondering question. Why do you stream, Subaru? It's not just for the money, right? Money is probably just pocket change to him. Subaru silently looked at her through his mask, letting that question hover in the quiet atmosphere of the cafe. Faced with Hasuka's deeply pondering question about the true purpose behind his live streaming, Subaru only casually replied, no, it is for the money. There is no other reason. An answer so direct and pragmatic that it left Hasuka stunned. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. She stammered an apology for asking a strange thing, while Subaru maintained his calm composure. It's fine. To break the awkward atmosphere, Hasuka excitedly switched to the main topic. Right, the gift. Let's talk about the gift. She revealed that Hawkeye, the streamer Subaru was just watching, actually has an affiliation with Sultan, and is an extremely reliable name, with a 6-year contract, with an analytical style that brings in the money and a powerful fan base. Hawkeye's eye for people is indisputable. Hasuka confidently declared that the gift for Subaru was all the revenue from Hawkeye's analytical stream and related content. In the future, which would be split on a 50-50 ratio. Subaru couldn't help but be astonished, asking again. Split with whom? Hasuka firmly asserted. With you, of course. Because the content is derived from your material, so ads, donations, archives, everything. Looking at the contract in his hand, Subaru softly uttered in amazement, really? He silently realized that ever since signing with the management company, it seemed good things kept continuously coming his way. When your time comes, there's no stopping it. Subaru nodded, acknowledging. Yes, this is an unexpected gift. Seeing that the atmosphere had become more comfortable, Hasuka hesitantly made a goodwill proposal. Would you like to collaborate with Hawkeye? Returning to his rented room, Subaru quietly stepped into the silent space, his heart full of thoughts about the path ahead. Standing in front of the mirror, Subaru slowly took off the black and gold mask that had been with him all this time. He thought to himself, such a handsome face, and I keep hiding it. Well, might as well show it a bit to make everyone marvel. Looking at the reflection of Subaru, the avatar with sharp yellow eyes, he realized a troubling truth. As relationships increase day by day, it becomes harder and harder for him to determine exactly how much he should hide regarding his true identity. Currently, Subaru's transcendent skill had officially risen to rank C level 4. However, he couldn't help but be shocked to see the requirement to rank up next required up to 80,000 reputation points, while his current balance was a mere 120 points. Subaru sighed in exhaustion. He told himself that money was still the top priority, and hoped the collaboration session with Hawkeye the day after tomorrow will help him earn a decent amount. He leaned back on his simple bed, his eyes looking blankly into the distance. Suddenly, Subaru held up the blue chrysanthemum that was exuding a mystical glow and fell into deep thought. And maybe now I need to do a few things first. Looks like he's about to cook up another scheme. While Subaru was busy with his own calculations, in another place, the manager girl, Hasuka, was immersed in ultimate excitement. She lay on her stomach on the bed, her legs continuously kicking wildly in the air. Out of sheer joy, Hasuka's face and ears flushed red. She tightly hugged her pillow and kept imagining the attractive appearance of Subaru behind the mask. In her mind, Subaru appeared looking romantic amidst a bed of roses along with his question. Perhaps it's because of the money? Hasuka screamed internally. Exactly. Behind that stylish mask, there is an extraordinary mystery being hidden. She was having an internal struggle. Although extremely curious, she told herself not to pry, for fear that she would hurt herself. The image of Subaru in Hasuka's imagination lightly reached his hand toward her and said, Ever since I met you, Hasuka, one good thing after another has happened. Unable to suppress her excitement any longer, Hasuka screamed loudly, Kaya? Me too. Then she frantically punched the pillow repeatedly, causing feathers to fly all over the room. A woman's imagination is truly terrifying. Hasuka was still immersed in her fanaticism for the mysterious guy. She thought to herself, Subaru, a man with secrets that nobody knows. Meeting him in real life only makes him look even more amazing. Meanwhile, in Noxfera on the 7th floor of the tower, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the ancient architectures under the full moon. Inside a training room, a warrior with rippling muscles was fully engrossed in performing powerful pull-ups. Sweat poured down his toned body. On the large screen, Hawkeye was making highly critical remarks. I don't need to say more about this, so I'll summarize it in one sentence. I don't like it. Seeing that the streamer seemed arrogant, the warrior softly asked about his identity. A man standing nearby explained that it was Hawkeye, who always brags about his average viewership of up to 8,000. Hearing that, the Blue-Eye Guild member, Hirakawa Amon, smirked slightly. A streamer, huh? I'll personally experience it a bit. However, the assistant reminded Amon that the true target to pay attention to right now was Subaru. Seeing the scene of Subaru using lightning on the screen, Amon couldn't help but be surprised. A fake trying to conduct electricity like the real deal? Interesting. Witnessing the opponent's exploding power, he softly uttered, highly impressed. Huh, truly impressive. Faced with the assistant's curiosity, Amon suddenly remembered what Seiko Suhei, the Knight of Blue Eye, once said. While throwing, not taking your eyes off the opponent is the most important thing. Amon recalled the teachings of Seiko Suhei years ago. The assistant asked in surprise, Do you still remember ordinary statements like that, Amon? But Amon asserted he had trained rigorously to absorb everything from them, from their breathing to their techniques. Because Blue Eye once consisted of people standing at the absolute peak, he believed everyone had overlooked one important thing. Blue Eye wasn't just strong because of Subaru, but every single member was among the most outstanding. Amon pondered over the mysteries surrounding their deaths. Seeing Hawkeye asserting on stream that the rookie was indeed Subaru, without needing further explanation, Amon gritted his teeth in rage. He believed that ostentatious streamer was incredibly disrespectful for daring to smugly judge the legends. According to Amon, enough nonsense. Turn it off, Back to training. Streamers really have no respect for beliefs. How frustrating. Amon snapped, asking why his assistant showed him this. The assistant flusteredly explained that it wasn't his idea, but Guild Master Kuro himself who requested it. Amon paused in shock upon hearing Izuki's name. A voice rang out, asserting, "Lightning is the symbol of Blue Eye, and Blue Eye is the predecessor of the current Blue Sector." He revealed. What heroics! Money hitting the bank settles everything. The moment the black cloth was pulled down, Amon completely froze in astonishment. Before him was a massive pile of brilliant gold, exuding a dazzling light. He had prepared enough budget and ordered that they must bring that streamer back at all costs. Amon broke into a cold sweat, only able to utter words of shock at the guild master's willingness to spend. He could not believe the opponent he had just highly regarded was someone so greedy for money. Amon fell into deep thought, pondering the Blue Sector Guild's next move. Regarding the mysterious rookie, the second floor of the challenge began in the setting of the ruined village after the battle. Amidst the rubble and the soldiers who were hurriedly clearing up, Peleus loudly issued orders to the entire army. Gather all the wounded in one place. First of all, treat those in critical condition, and distribute medicine to those with minor injuries as soon as possible. As soon as he saw the familiar figure sluggishly walking over, Peleus cheered in sheer joy. What a relief. If you had slept a bit longer, I would have held a memorial service for you. He hurriedly ran over to ask, greeting him with a very worried face. How are you feeling? You passed out right outside the village. We were extremely worried. If you hadn't woken up, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Subaru lightly put his hand to his forehead, admitting that he still felt dizzy. Faced with the knight's eagerness, he only calmly replied, "Yes, it just happened yesterday, so it makes sense." Feeling the need for a quiet place to talk, Subaru suggested, "Can we talk at the inn later? I have a few questions." Peleus excitedly agreed immediately. Of course. Ask as much as you like. See you later, fan. So this is Subaru's fruit-shipping mad swordsman. Looking at the knight's figure, Subaru silently assessed. Peleus is truly a good person. Returning to his room, he quietly sat on the bed amidst the lively comments of the viewers, who were offering congratulations and teasing him about a wedding or the end of a streak of miserable days. Subaru told himself, let's check the rewards first. He opened the system panel to carefully examine the newly received lightning core item. This is a bound, unique, growth-type equipment with no level requirement, and it brings insane stats. Plus 30 lightning resistance, plus 20 lightning damage, and especially a strong resistance to the electrocuted status. Subaru shockingly blurted out, no way. Seriously? While the viewers were debating whether this was a good or bad thing, Subaru held the glowing crystal in his hand and firmly asserted, this item was born for the Lightning King. Looking at the glowing crystal in his hand, Subaru silently marveled. This thing is too high quality. He clenched his fist, feeling the furious source of power coursing inside. While deep in thought, a knock on the door rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Peleus stepped in with a basket of fresh fruit in his hand. He cheerfully greeted him. Here, please take it. Did you sleep well? Subaru quickly put his familiar mask back on. Peleus set the fruit basket down and began to switch to a more serious topic. And the second thing, he spoke of an ancient legend where the gods and giants frantically fought over lightning to grasp ultimate power. Seeing this, Subaru curiously asked, fought over it? Peleus nodded to confirm, yes. This story is basically the legend of legends. The knight explained that the reason humanity needed to use lightning was because the gods and giants inherently possessed power that was too overwhelming compared to humans. Because of that, the lightning shard was created so that humanity could face and defeat them. So Peleus, he looked at Subaru with high expectations, because he was the one who had rediscovered that forgotten power. Immediately, the system issued a shocking announcement. All the legends about forgotten humanity have been brought to light. Subaru officially stepped into a new journey on the third floor. Otenin, in the middle of the bustling square, a pillar of brilliant golden light exploded, making Subaru appear majestically within the dazzling aura. The viewers watching the stream couldn't hide their excitement. Finally made it to the third floor. Shouldn't it be already made it there instead? Subaru walked forward loomingly, ready for the next challenges. Seeing the figure of Subaru wearing a mask from afar, a young man in knight armor clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another guy jumping on the mask trend. I'm sick of seeing it. Subaru quietly looked at the device screen in his hand. He decided to announce that the next stream would be a collaboration with Hawkeye, despite the viewers complaining that today's broadcast was too short and continuously asking, is that it? Subaru still decisively concluded his work. The system officially displayed the notification. Subaru has ended the live broadcast. Subaru stepped into a luxurious cafe with brilliantly glowing chandeliers. He softly spoke up. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sitting opposite him at this moment was John Teo, the powerful boss of Sultan Entertainment. While sipping his coffee, John casually announced that Hasuka was on her way, while also explaining that moving between floors takes much more time than climbing the tower through regular challenges. With the demeanor of a leader, John Teo formally extended his hand and introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am John Teo from Sultan Entertainment. While Hasuka, in Subaru's mind, was secretly cursing her boss for being a loudmouth, Subaru still politely shook hands and replied, I have already heard the manager mention you. Very glad to meet you. John Teo revealed that normally he would let Hasuka convey everything, but this time he wanted to meet in person out of curiosity. He stated, with Hasuka's personality, if she praises you, you are definitely not ordinary. Hearing the phrase 2 times, Subaru couldn't help but wonder. John Teo casually explained that the first time was the legendary Subaru of Blue Eye. The name just uttered left Subaru stunned, his sharp yellow eyes behind the mask contracting in shock. He softly muttered, that surprised me. John Teo noticed that reaction and continued to share that even that harsh critic had also kept an eye on Subaru, who happened to share the same name as the legend of the past. Subaru could only force a laugh to brush it off, and then he suddenly asked an abrupt question. Are you interested in the guild named Blue Eye? Subaru looked straight at the other party, waiting for an answer, his eyes glowing intensely with scrutiny. Seeing the shift in the young man's attitude, John Teo smirked slightly, noting that it seemed he wasn't entirely uninterested in that name. When Subaru wondered why he suddenly asked that, John Teo, while picking up his electronic device, casually asserted, that is precisely an important part of the reason why I wanted to meet you today. John Teo pushed the tablet towards Subaru and announced, 5 days from now, this will be the grand prize of a tournament held on the 3rd floor. Looking at the screen, Subaru couldn't help but shockingly blurt out, this is my family heirloom. Why is it here? His eyes flashed with utter amazement as he recognized that the thing emitting brilliant golden electrical currents was an extremely familiar item. Meanwhile, in another place, a device screen displayed the words, Subaru has ended the live broadcast. Shigeru Asajiri quietly stared at it and softly sighed. It's over. I wonder if the other one is over too. She sluggishly walked through the quiet night of the forest, the sound of her footsteps on the dry grass breaking the silence of the vast woods. Shigeru walked toward her companion and asked, is it over? The man with long silver hair lightly tilted his head, his eyes looking into the distance as he replied, it's been over for a long time. This character is definitely a powerhouse, guys. Shigeru curiously pressed further. Then what were you doing just now? He coldly answered, pondering. Appearing in his mind at this moment was the scene of soldiers being frozen and completely destroyed by a terrifying power. The silver-haired man had once hesitated between killing them all or sparing them a way to live. Ultimately, he decisively ordered, just kill them. We already know who sent them anyway. Watching his retreating back as he walked away, Shigeru only heard a mysterious murmur. We can't be sure yet. That's why I am pondering. The silver-haired man silently assessed that if Kaijiro was truly the one behind this, he would certainly never send such small fry here. However, Shigeru sighed in deep worry. She believed that even if they let them go, trouble would still arise, especially since the location of both of them could be exposed. Because of these people, immediately Shigeru decisively struck. The razor-sharp blades under her control flew out rapidly. The flexible sword strikes consecutively rained down, piercing through the bodies of those who were frozen. Witnessing the sudden cruelty of his companion, the silver-haired man shouted in panic, Hey, why did you finish them off so quickly, girl? We haven't interrogated them yet. But it was already too late. The entire enemy legion had been crushed by the blades and completely vanished. He shockingly snapped at her, what on earth are you doing? But facing the interrogation, Shigeru still maintained her sharp, cold gaze and asserted, whether Kaijiro sent them or not. If we just let them go like that, they will know we are still alive. She bluntly criticized his hesitation as not being good at all and demanded that he needed to become even more ruthless. Faced with those firm words, the man could only bow his head and admit his fault. You're right. Sorry about that. He silently pulled out his handheld device and extended it toward Shigeru. Look at this. The moment she looked at the screen, Shigeru shockingly blurted out, what the hell is this? Her eyes flared with bloodshot rage. She gritted her teeth and swore. Those bastards. Seeing her shaking with anger, the man softly asked, you're furious, aren't you? Shigeru screamed loudly, confirming her outrage, because the thing being put up for sale on the screen was precisely Soya's shoes. Someone is about to get obliterated. Looking at the device in his hand, the silver-haired man warned in a low voice, this is bait. A trap to lure us in. He realized the enemy had begun to catch wind of the fact that both of them were still alive. Somewhere, Shigeru's gaze hardened, cold and sharp at this information. The silver-haired man asserted they could not sit idly by and watch, but had to find a way to reclaim those items at all costs. He admitted he wasn't good at operating in the shadows, but Shigeru was always a master at such things. Shigeru decisively turned her back and walked away with absolute determination. That goes without saying. Even if you didn't say it, I was planning to take action myself immediately. The silver-haired man hurriedly held her back to stop her. Wait up. He reminded Shigeru in a serious tone that she was not allowed to rush in recklessly. His tactics were extremely cautious and sharp. Don't be overly aggressive. Wait until they finish fighting and get exhausted. Then we'll go in and sweep up the loot, my friend. Back at the cafe, John Teo pushed the tablet towards Subaru and introduced Teleria, a precious relic of a Blue Eye member. He stated that this was precisely the reward Blue Sector offered for this tournament to attract attention. When asked about his level of interest, Subaru's eyes glowed with a mysterious golden color behind his mask. He asserted firmly, I am extremely interested. His extreme determination left John Teo completely surprised. I didn't expect you to be this interested. He emphasized that the entire upcoming plan completely depended on whether Subaru agreed or not. Subaru softly asked back with a skeptical look, the plan? John Teo began to analyze coherently. Considering you broadcast under the name Subaru, I believe a storyline revolving around chasing Blue Eye relics will create captivating content. Watch out, you might get backlash instead of views. Hearing this, Subaru's eyes flashed with a look of pure rage. He gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking deep down, you dare use Soya's relic as a promotional stunt. Golden electrical currents began to crackle around his tightly clenched fist out of anger. Seeing the unusual attitude and murderous intent radiating from the other party, John Teo anxiously asked, is everything okay? Is there something bothering you? Subaru tried to suppress his fury, coldly replying, let's do it. John Teo was overjoyed by this agreement. Really? That's wonderful. Subaru decisively stood up, asking to leave first to prepare. John Teo cheerfully saw him off and didn't forget to offer words of encouragement. Ah yes, looking forward to working with you. I'm always rooting for you from behind my screen. Rooting with his mouth, counting money with his hands, walking in the dark. Subaru's gaze glowed with a threatening and steadfast light. He firmly declared to himself in his heart, I won't let anyone else have it. Absolutely not. That night, Subaru slumped on his bed, his eyes looking pensively into the void. He silently questioned himself. I wonder what format the tournament will follow. Turning over in the dark, Subaru hoped for a scenario that would be most advantageous to him. Let him play solo. Going as a team just wastes effort carrying deadweight. But then he sighed softly, reality reminding him that he wasn't in a position to demand too much. Well, it seems I'm not in a position to be picky either. Right at this moment, a knock on the door rang out, breaking the silence. Hasuka's hesitant voice came from behind the door. It's Hasuka. Subaru sat up, his gaze glancing at the black and gold mask lying quietly on the table. After a moment of thought, he decided to put it on before walking over to open the door. Seeing Subaru, Hasuka, in her seductive red dress, suddenly became flustered. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. She could only utter, then thought in surprise. You wear the mask even in your own room? Not paying attention to her fluster, Subaru coldly invited, come in. Hasuka was startled. She stammered back. Yes, you mean I should come inside? Seeing her panicked expression, Subaru casually offered another choice. If you prefer, we can talk out in the hallway. As well, I don't mind. Hasuka hurriedly waved her hands to decline. No, then please excuse my intrusion, and stepped into the room. The two stood quietly next to each other. Hasuka still couldn't hide her awkwardness, standing in Subaru's private space. Inside the quiet rented room, Subaru sat on the bed opposite Hasuka. Looking around the empty room, he silently observed the shy expression of the manager girl. Subaru realized the depth of magic power radiating from Hasuka was truly unpredictable. He thought to himself, clearly she is not someone who should just be a mere manager. This manager is definitely a hidden boss. Seeing Hasuka continuously flustered and awkward, Subaru spoke up to ask, is something wrong? Is there something on my face? Hasuka blushed and stammered, asking back, but Subaru only casually replied, no, it's just that you aren't saying anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament. Startled into awareness, Hasuka hurriedly apologized, pulled out the document folder, and introduced. This tournament applies a free-for-all battle format. She explained that it was a simple system, where everyone will fight with all their might to win the sole reward, which is the Teleria shoes. Looking at the images of the chaotic battlefield, Subaru noted, so it's a solo competition. Hasuka confirmed, since there is only one reward. Naturally, that's how everything will play out. The tournament venue will be a virtual training field, with the mandatory participation requirement being floor 3 players. The registration fee is set at 1,000 reputation points. and there is no limit on the number of participants. Asuka quickly sent the entire document to Subaru's trigger so that he could get a general grasp of the situation. However, when looking at the screen, Subaru was shocked to realize that the entire content, from the invincible free-for-all roadmap to the way to become a true Subaru, was all about his past self. He suppressed his surprise and calmly said, "Let me see if what the juniors drew about me is accurate at all." Asuka cheerfully replied, "That's my job." But then she hesitantly asked further, "Have you heard any news from the leader, Subaru?" Confused, he asked back, "Heard what?" Asuka hesitantly revealed a piece of highly unexpected information. "Actually, we received a message from Blue Sector." The moment that name was uttered, a chilly murderous intent erupted from Subaru, making the air turn thick. His eyes glowed with pure rage behind his mask. The image of the traitor Kaijiro Izuki returned to his mind like a wound that had never healed. Subaru asked back in a low voice, full of suspicion, "You said it's from Blue Sector?" Asuka explained that they wanted to meet Subaru once, and because they couldn't contact him directly, they sent an email through the company. Subaru was secretly astonished, as he didn't expect them to start taking action this early. Asuka anxiously speculated, "Those wealthy folks are planning to use money to overpower people and snatch you away from me." However, Subaru coldly interrupted, "Ignore it." His decisiveness made Asuka gasp in shock. "Wait, ignore it?" Subaru confirmed firmly that he had no intention of joining Blue Sector, and the same went for other guilds. Receiving the definitive answer, Asuka was so happy that she jumped up and cheered in sheer excitement. "Yay? Yes." She breathed a sigh of relief, admitting she had been very conflicted about whether to say it or not, but was glad she did. Before leaving, Asuka did not forget to tell him to fully enjoy his rest time until the upcoming collaboration. Watching the retreating figure of his manager blissfully dancing and humming out in the hallway, Subaru softly uttered, "My manager seems a bit hyperactive beyond what is necessary." Subaru slowly took off his mask, revealing his face with sharp yellow eyes filled with contemplation. He silently marveled at the extraordinary level of dedication from an ordinary employee like Asuka toward the company's work. Behind the door, the girl was still quietly celebrating with absolute determination. Right after that, the scene shifted to a massive, majestic arena where two small figures were standing alone right in the center of the vast battlefield. Towering in the vast arena, John Teo and Hawkeye were reviewing the plan for the upcoming broadcast together. John Teo looked at the screen and asked, "So today's project, is this a talent comparison test between the old and new versions of Subaru?" He smiled suggestively. "What do you think? Sounds interesting, right?" However, John Teo also did not forget to warn him that going head-to-head against one's own statements was an extremely bold approach, and if it failed, it would be a heavy blow to Hawkeye's reputation. Hawkeye calmly replied with determination, "I welcome that because there will be a result. I must accept whatever happens to gain the trust of the viewers." Hawkeye's eyes flashed with confidence as he questioned himself. "But have I ever lost a battle?" Arrogance this early usually leads to a beating. Faced with that arrogant attitude, John Teo could only utter, "How arrogant." In the end, everything depends on Subaru. Hawkeye lightly smiled and replied, "I suppose so." Right at this moment, Asuka, in her seductive red dress, led Subaru into the arena. Seeing her boss, she cheerfully called out, "Leader." John Teo nodded in satisfaction. "Great job today." Asuka also quickly greeted Hawkeye. "Ah, hello, Hawkeye." Looking at Subaru, Hawkeye thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity for him to become a true star. Rising in the sky, he stepped forward and greeted him warmly. "Finally, I get to meet you. This place is truly huge. Did you rent it privately, Hawkeye?" Hawkeye proactively extended his hand in greeting. "I am the streamer Hawkeye." Subaru also politely shook his hand in response. "I am Subaru. Looking forward to working with you." Immediately, Hawkeye showed the sheer excitement of a hardcore fan, cheering, "Wow. It feels like I'm meeting the real-life Subaru. Getting to meet the main character of today, I'm so moved. I'm a fan. A hardcore fan." Seeing the two absorbed in introducing themselves, John Teo spoke up to urge them on. All right, save those introductions for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get to know each other. So, let's continue this on the stream." Immediately, the system announced, "Hawkeye has started the live broadcast." He excitedly greeted the viewers. "Hello everyone, Hawkeye here. Thank you all for tuning in today." The viewership skyrocketed at a dizzying pace, quickly hitting the 12,000 mark in just a split second. Subaru couldn't help but be shocked at the hype of this collaboration as the viewership number continuously leaped right at the very beginning. Hawkeye excitedly declared to the camera, "Today is the moment that everyone has been waiting for so long. I have successfully invited that person here." Hawkeye proudly introduced, "Tada. It is Subaru," standing before over 14,000 people watching live. Subaru softly greeted, "Hello everyone, Subaru here. The chat box immediately exploded with curious questions about his real face behind the mask. Hawkeye admitted that even he or Subaru's manager had never seen his real face. Then he turned to ask, "Be honest, do you wear a mask because you're too handsome or because you're dodging debts?" Faced with the speculations of a shady past or an ugly appearance from the viewers, Subaru casually replied, "It's not like that. Besides, I'm handsome." The number of viewers continued to skyrocket as donations continuously poured in to challenge him to reveal his face. Hawkeye was secretly astonished by Subaru's level of influence, which far exceeded expectations. He realized that this guy's ability to banter was even better than he thought. Subaru confidently declared that he wouldn't lose to anyone in this friendly exchange, while also revealing that currently he had no girlfriend or even friends. Witnessing the banter on stage through the screen, Hasuka blushed with excitement, while John Teo had to speak up to remind everyone to stop teasing the important guest and focus on the expertise. Hawkeye guided, "Enough chit-chat. Now it's time to watch Subaru snap the boss's neck." The challenge officially started immediately under the brilliantly glowing stage lights. Subaru lone-mindedly stepped into the middle of the arena. He questioned himself about the real reason behind choosing this highly arduous challenge. A legion of combat robots with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, surrounding Subaru from all sides. He began to explain that there were two reasons why he chose this place. First, this is the perfect environment to accurately measure my ability to control my own power. Subaru stood alone, surrounded by a series of metallic enemies holding weapons, ready for a large-scale sweep. The second reason given by Subaru was to prove that his words were completely accurate right here. A legendary leaderboard suddenly appeared on the big screen, where the name Subaru was standing at the top with 43 points, ranking above even illustrious experts like Kyoji Izuki or Asajiri Shigeru. Faced with the skepticism from the viewers regarding whether he could beat those unprecedented records, Subaru lightly warmed up his body and firmly asserted, "If I weren't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the offer from the start." The combat robots simultaneously activated their attack state, their glowing red eyes radiating a chilly, murderous intent. Hawkeye let out an excited smile and loudly declared, "The money counter, the kill counter starts now. Let's turn it up, buddy." He decisively pressed the button to start the timer device in his hand. The large screen immediately displayed a 3-minute countdown with the current number of kills, starting from 0. Without wasting a single second, Subaru dashed straight into the center of the robot legion, which was holding battle axes and sharp swords. Golden electrical currents began to dance around his mask. The system announced the activation of lightning. Subaru moved like a flash of lightning, ripping through the space, creating earth-shattering explosions the exact moment he encountered the enemy. He dodged through the sword strikes of the robots, then suddenly closed in and tightly grabbed the head of a combat robot. An extremely powerful electrical surge exploded, crushing its electronic brain in a split second. The system coldly confirmed that the first kill officially belonged to him. With just a single strike, Subaru left the viewers gasping in amazement. Just one strike. Some even noticed that he hadn't even touched his demon sword yet. Witnessing the brilliant golden lightning ripping through the night, Hawkeye couldn't hide his excitement. "Unbelievable. I am witnessing lightning live." Immediately, Subaru tightly gripped the hilt of the demon sword, making a terrifying dash that ripped through the enemy formation. As the clock showed 2 minutes and 39 seconds, his speed. When the clock showed only 2 minutes and 39 seconds, his speed was so fast that the viewers believed, theoretically, Subaru could absolutely reach the 70 kill mark. Even though the challenge would only get increasingly harsher, the robots, with glowing red eyes, were continuously crushed under Subaru's feet amidst the desolate ruins. He stood majestically, like a god of war, then continued to dash away with brutal slashes. As the time ticked down to the 2-minute 3-second mark, Subaru was still charging left and right, turning the arena into a stage of thunder and destruction. At this speed, 70 kills is a piece of cake. Suddenly Subaru vaulted himself into the air, recreating a legendary scene that made the chat box explode. He spun his body, channeling all his power into the demon sword, and delivered a dark lightning strike down to the ground, wiping out every obstacle in sight. The system recorded that with 1 minute 22 seconds left on the clock, the number of kills had quickly reached 26. Subaru's punches and slashes were so powerful that they shattered the robots into pieces. Standing from afar, John Teo, Asuka, and Hawkeye watched this unimaginable performance in stunned silence. The viewers began to offer condolences to those who had accidentally bet against him, as the possibility of breaking the record was clearer than ever. Hawkeye's eyes glowed with deep emotion as he witnessed the essence of a legend rising. When the time had a mere 13 seconds remaining, Subaru's kill count had rapidly climbed to 41. Subaru continued to sweep through the robots at a terrifying speed. When the clock showed 1 minute 22 seconds, the system recorded that he had defeated 42 of them. The countdown timer rapidly ticked down to the final seconds. Only 5 seconds left, then 3 seconds. A robot wielding a greatsword dashed forward, intending to land a decisive blow right before his eyes. At the second, Subaru skillfully sidestepped, evading the enemy's chop. An incredibly intense dodge. The clock ticked to the final second. 1. A fatal slash was unleashed, ripping through the steel armor. The exact moment the time hit midnight, the number 42 flashed and changed to 43. The notification of challenge completion officially appeared. The system announced that the challenge has ended. Total kills, 43. The record was officially updated the exact moment. Subaru stood majestically amidst the scrap metal. On the leaderboard, the name Subaru sat proudly at the first position, officially tying the record of the legend of the past. The number of live viewers exploded, surpassing the 38,000 mark. Subaru panted exhaustedly, sweat dripping down after the grueling performance. The chat box exploded with admiration. 43. What an insane achievement. Unbelievable. Hawkeye hurriedly ran over, unable to hide his shock. 43. He thought to himself, he tied with Subaru. Hawkeye shouted excitedly to the camera. It's a tie this match. Damn. That was so close. What do you guys think? The viewership count continued to skyrocket. Everyone couldn't help but get goosebumps. At this historic moment, a shower of reputation points poured down continuously from the fans. Subaru softly replied, thanks for the 100 reputation points, rumbling. Seeing that familiar name appear again, he let out a sarcastic sigh, thanks for the money. But your username has bad feng shui. Change it quickly. Amidst everyone buzzing and asking if this was truly Subaru's stream, he casually denied it. No, it's not. Suddenly, a shocking notification popped up. Reinhardt has gifted you 10,000 reputation points. Hawkeye was stunned, sweat rolling down, as he looked at the legendary name appearing on the screen. Reinhardt. The chat box immediately fell into chaos. People were flabbergasted, checking the profile and realizing the illustrious one/swordsman had truly appeared. Subaru lightly nodded, thanking the special guest on behalf of both of them. Reinhardt, thanks for the 10,000 reputation points. Standing nearby, Hawkeye still hadn't recovered from the shock. He held his head and stammered in extreme excitement, unable to believe that a legendary high ranker, like the one/swordsman, was actually watching this stream live. The image of Reinhardt, the legendary expert, sitting majestically on his throne amidst an infinite number of swords, appeared as a testament to his supreme class. Right after that, a new notification from Reinhardt appeared on the screen again. I'm a silent fan of yours. Your fighting style is pretty captivating. While Hawkeye felt extremely honored, Subaru narrowed his eyes calculatingly beneath his mask. He secretly wondered, why is he watching this stream? Could he already know what I did to Isaac? Suddenly, Reinhardt sent another shocking proposal. Right on the live broadcast. Subaru, will you collaborate with me? An invitation from a top-tier ranker made the atmosphere in the arena seem to freeze. Subaru remained in deep thought, while Hawkeye also held his breath, waiting for his partner's reaction. Down below the stands, Hasuka and John Teo were also so dumbfounded that they couldn't utter a word at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chat box exploded with excited comments about Subaru's meteoric rise. However, in the face of tens of thousands of people's expectations, Subaru calmly gave a highly unexpected answer. He was busy climbing the tower. This kind of networking could wait until later, as he wasn't free. This decision was like a bucket of cold water poured straight onto Hawkeye, making his eyes widen in shock. Hasuka and John Teo standing behind also gasped, sweat rolling down, unable to believe that Subaru would reject such a prestigious invitation. Ignoring the viewers' chaos, Subaru exhaustedly turned around to ask for a favor. Sorry, I used too much energy. Hawkeye, could you help me wrap things up? Hawkeye could only stammer. What? Wow. Subaru had already decisively turned his back and walked away. He panicked and called out after him. No, wait. John, Teo and Hasuka hurriedly ran after him. The chief department manager couldn't suppress his regret and blurted out. Hey Subaru, why did you reject him? That was a massive opportunity to boost your streaming career. Hasuka also agreed, stating that she herself was in total shock. Subaru stopped his footsteps. He casually asked back. It's just a little bit of fame. Why are you guys making such a big deal out of it? John. Wow, you just got a little bit of fame. Why make such a big deal out of it, John? Teo broke out in a cold sweat and explained that collaborating with a high-ranking player almost never happens, and it brings an absolutely massive amount of fame. Subaru glanced back slightly, his sharp yellow eyes flashing with clear pride. Oh, is that all? If becoming a ranker is that important, then I will just become a ranker myself. Hawkeye approached and cheered excitedly. Subaru, Just as expected. An outstanding performance. Once the revenue comes in, I'll send you your share. But right after that, he suddenly lowered his voice, becoming completely serious. By the way, since the stream has already ended, can I ask you something? Hawkeye stared intently at Subaru and wondered, you hid your skills pretty well, but my Hawkeye spotted everything. This question took Subaru completely by surprise. He thought to himself, so Hawkeye noticed it too. I thought I concealed it well enough. But it seems he isn't called Hawkeye for nothing. Subaru casually replied, whether I win or lose, it would only cause trouble for me. Hawkeye smirked slightly and explained, cause trouble for you? The highlight of the stream was whether I could surpass Subaru. That's where growth is truly shown. If I won today, it's true that I would get a temporary boost, but the hype surrounding that matchup would nosedive without breaking. And if I lost, people would just say, after all, he's no match for the real Subaru. Looking up at the leaderboard displaying the two names of Subaru tied for the first position with 43 points. So in this test, I needed a result where both characters are on equal footing. That's why it had to be a tie. It was the only optimal solution. Witnessing that calculation, John Teo asked in surprise, so that means if you wanted to, you could have already surpassed him? Subaru only coldly dropped a single sentence. Who knows? He walked past everyone and added, we can't change the result anymore now. It all depends on how everyone interprets it. Subaru sluggishly walked down the stairs, leaving the three people behind, quietly watching his mysterious back as he gradually disappeared from sight. An outburst of fury erupted, causing the tabletop to shatter under a 1,000-pound punch. This time, Subaru has truly run into a real powerhouse. Standing in the middle of a luxurious room, the Golden Lion Guild Master Reinhardt, who held the highly powerful rank 121, gritted his teeth in sheer outrage. Insolent brat. On the floor, the tablet was still displaying the notification that Hawkeye's broadcast had ended. Seeing the chaos in the room, an attendant hurriedly entered and asked tremblingly, Master Reinhardt, is something wrong? Reinhardt's eyes flared with bloodshot menace. As he mentioned the name Subaru, he growled in a low voice, asserting, that brat actually dared to reject my offer. The subordinate could only bow his head in agreement, saying that such an action was truly reckless. To dare refuse someone like Reinhardt. The Golden Lion Guild Master roared in frustration and hatred. He had originally intended to crush Subaru in front of the public to squelch the annoying rumors. But now all those plans had gone down the drain. He declared that he didn't care at all about the reputation points he spent. What infuriated him the most was that a nameless nobody of a rookie dared to wound his pride. The subordinate tremblingly handed back the tablet. Here is your device, sir. Reinhardt coldly asked about the matter he had assigned earlier. The attendant reported that they were still putting all their efforts into searching for Isaac, but also softly reminded him that for a young master of that age to disappear for a few days was not something that had never happened before. A disastrous move of poking the bear. Immediately, a brilliant red spiritual aura erupted from Reinhardt's hand. He squeezed the device tightly in supreme fury. Reinhardt tightly gripped the subordinate's neck, lifting him up into the air amidst painful, suffocating groans. With his face distorted in anger, he growled in a low voice. Are you also trying to insult me? The poor subordinate could only stammer, trying to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but was immediately sent flying by a terrifying force. The impact was so powerful that it cracked even the solid stone wall behind him. Reinhardt imposingly approached, his entire body radiating a dark, pitch-black murderous aura, filled with pressure, making the air turn thick. Here, I am the law. No arguing, no prying. Understand? He looked down at the one trembling at his feet and coldly asked, since when did you start prying into my orders? Utterly terrified by the guild master's fury, the subordinate immediately threw himself down, bowing his head low to the ground and pleading in despair. Please forgive me. I will continue the search right away. Meanwhile, at another place, white flower petals gently fell amidst the quiet atmosphere of the night. Hasuka extended her hand to pick up the device, which was continuously alerting an incoming call from the frequently grumbling chief department manager. Hasuka exhaustively answered, yes, hello. Good evening, chief. Immediately, John Teo's shouting rang out from the other end of the line. He was annoyed by her sluggish tone and demanded that she should at least be as excited as when talking to Subaru. Hasuka could only think to herself in weariness, here we go again. After listening to her boss ramble on about the trust built up for so long, she decisively cut him off to ask straight to the point whether he was calling to propose the collaboration with Reinhardt. Only then did John Teo finally admit that they truly could not afford to miss out on a massive opportunity like this. Hasuka was still on the phone with Chief John Teo. She anxiously asked, but what can we do? John Teo, while casually flipping an egg in the pan, urged, go over there and use a honey trap or whatever works. As long as he agrees to go make money for me. John assessed that Subaru seemed more interested in climbing the tower than in collaborating, and to be perfectly honest, a player whose feet, a true player, are grounded thinking that way is also a right thing. Seeing Hasuka remain silent, John teased, "You only find joy when arguing with me." Not bothering to argue further, Hasuka coldly declared, "I'm hanging up now," and decisively disconnected despite her boss calling after her. Standing before Subaru's room, Hasuka sighed softly and told herself, even though I talked big like that, it really would be a huge opportunity for him. Maybe I'll try one more time. For a brother, one can do anything." She gathered her courage to knock on the door and called softly, "Subaru?" The door opened. Subaru appeared and called her name, "Wika?" Hasuka gasped in surprise, when she saw him still wearing the black and gold mask, even inside his private room. She hesitantly asked, "Do you always wear the mask?" Subaru casually stepped out and replied, "For now, yes. This makes me more comfortable." Subaru leaned past the door and asked back, "Are you also curious about my real face?" Hasuka awkwardly clarified, No. She began to explain that the mask really made the viewers associate him with the legend Subaru, even though he obviously was the one bearing that name. Hasuka thoughtfully noted, "But one day, maybe you will have to reveal your face." Subaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Why is everyone so obsessed with Subaru?" Hasuka smiled, putting her finger to her chin to think. I can think of a few reasons. For example, he is an earthling with bad stats. Or the fact that just by existing, he is already so cool." Hasuka's gaze turned deep and full of reverence as she asserted, "He is the lifesaver of this entire tower." Subaru tilted his head slightly in confusion. "What do you mean?" Hasuka looked into the void, her voice turning sad as she recounted, "You might not know about this, but when I first came to the tower, there was almost nothing there. The memories of her first days setting foot on the desolate, dusty lands of the tower flooded back into her mind, where a lonely young girl stood amidst the ruins and despair. Monsters appeared everywhere. Food supplies ran out, and there was no way to make money, making stability a distant illusion. Back then, the only way to survive was to climb to the higher floors of the tower, because only by climbing could players earn reputation points to settle down and thrive. Little by little, people began to believe that this harsh world could truly belong to them. In the darkness of despair, the greatest players appeared to rekindle hope for everyone. They proved that conquering the tower was completely achievable, helping humanity live in peace and safety in this world. And the person standing at the highest peak leading all of them was none other than Subaru, the first-generation final boss, undeniably reputable. His achievement wasn't merely about climbing the tower, but Subaru was the very first person to prove that conquering the peak of the tower was something possible to do. Hearing this, Subaru softly asked, "Do you think so too?" Hasuka looked at him with a deeply suggestive gaze. She considered it a secret, just like the real face hidden behind his mask. The girl smiled shyly and promised, "Maybe one day I'll tell you." Realizing he had bombarded her with questions and flustered her, Subaru hurriedly opened the door and invited her inside the room to continue the conversation. However, Hasuka frantically waved her hands to decline. She stammered, asserting it was nothing major, then immediately ran away with a goodnight wish. Subaru stood quietly watching the retreating figure of his manager as she gradually disappeared behind the door. Walking alone in the hallway, Hasuka held her flushed face. "He thoughtlessly invited me in, while my heart was about to burst right out." "Hope," Subaru mumbled, repeating Hasuka's words with a pensive look in his eyes. He gently stroked his mask, thinking about his past days, the glory and the heavy responsibility he once carried. He started a new live broadcast, and the hype from the previous collaboration pushed the live viewership to over 2,700 people. Subaru continuously sent thanks to loyal fans like Subaru Love or Mission Villain for their generous donations. However, his attention was quickly caught by high-pressure messages from the Golden Lion Guild, demanding to know why he still hadn't agreed to collaborate with Reinhardt, along with a mysterious meeting invitation from the Griso Guild. The collaboration with Hawkeye had truly created an insane boost, causing viewers and donation money to continuously pour into Subaru's account. He silently realized the rule of this game. As long as you give people what they want to see, they will be ready to gift back reputation points. The system announced the initialization of the Floor 3 challenge, requiring Subaru to choose one of two factions, the Ottoman Kingdom or the Conrad Kingdom. While the majority of the viewers leaned toward the Ottoman side, Subaru understood that this faction choice would change almost everything. In the upcoming quests on this floor, viewers only choose the wealthy faction guys. These two kingdoms had a deep-seated blood feud, and the players' quests would completely depend on which side they stood on. Subaru caused a great surprise when he decided to choose the Conrad Kingdom, a risky choice that only about 3 of players dared to venture into. The reason for this desolation was that Conrad was the land of mercenaries and rebels. Subaru set foot into a bustling tavern in Conrad, where the air reeked of alcohol and the chaos of feasting. Mercenaries. The exact moment he entered, Subaru's appearance caught the eye of a mercenary with a tough face and a savage smile. He licked his lips smugly. Good prey has arrived. Let me teach you how to end up in the emergency room. The big guy imposingly approached, intentionally bumping hard into Subaru's shoulder to display his strength. However, instead of being knocked away like other weaklings, Subaru still stood as firm as a rock, making the guy. Mercenary stun-locked, turning back to look in absolute shock. The mercenary was stunned upon realizing his opponent was as hard as a boulder. He was secretly terrified. He's too strong. However, to save face in front of the crowd, he immediately braced himself and roared, "Watch where you're going. What the hell is wrong with you?" Subaru coldly turned his head back, his eyes glowing behind his mask as he sharply shot back. "You're the one with a problem here. You intentionally bumped into me." His ego bruised, the mercenary grabbed Subaru tightly by the collar, gritting his teeth and yelling, "You bastard. You're clearly just a mediocre E-ranker. How dare you talk back to a B-ranker?" The people around began to buzz. They realized the vulture guy was up to his old tricks of bullying newcomers. Facing that aggression, Subaru just casually thought, "I was short on cannon fodder, and you walked right into it, so don't mind if I do." Immediately, a brilliant golden electrical current began to accumulate and surround his leg. Before the mercenary could understand what was happening, a kick carrying the power of thunder slammed straight into his chin, sending the big guy flying away, causing him to crash down and lose consciousness instantly. The crowd in the tavern fell dead silent in amazement. They flabbergasted wondered what had just happened, and whether they had just seen a flash of light. A middle-aged man with a mustache pensively observed the scene, while others still hadn't recovered from the shock, assuming that the B-rank guy getting sent flying was just due to carelessness. The mercenary cronies of Vulture angrily stepped forward to surround Subaru. They roared threateningly, "You bastard. I'm going to rip that mask right off your face. And your flesh too. This will be your grave, rookie." Subaru's eyes glowed with chilly menace. He stood imposingly amidst the defeated men who lay groaning on the floor, witnessing that unimaginably overwhelming power. The mercenary could only cry miserably in absolute terror. He begged for mercy, Please spare me. Mommy, help me. This guy isn't human. He's a monster." At this moment, the middle-aged man, with an elegant appearance, slowly approached and spoke up. "Young man, you are strong. My name is Damon. I am an evaluation officer." Damon looked at Subaru with an admiring gaze. He spoke, "Young man, you possess quite a few skills." Damon, noticing how unfamiliar the young man in front of him was, wondered, "I've never seen you around here before. What quest have you completed so far?" Subaru pondered and calculated. He knew very well that E-rank mercenaries could only accept limited jobs. Meanwhile, the live broadcast chat box began to show critical comments about wasting time and abusing the B-rank title. According to the gate rules of Floor 3, players were required to complete multiple mercenary jobs to earn 10,000 AP. However, the total rewards for E-rank mercenaries amounted to 50 points at most, which often left many players stuck here for up to a whole year. Grinding like this will take forever to get rich. Subaru's gaze hardened with determination as he told himself, "I need to take a shortcut." Subaru understood that he couldn't waste time in his current situation, and he couldn't just casually level up like that. Damon expressed surprise at his intention. "A shortcut? Come to think of it, you're a player. Normally, you wouldn't see those people around here." Despite being slightly impressed, the supervisor stuck to the rules. "Even so, I cannot give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order." Subaru still persistently asked about a way to minimize that tedious process, prompting Damon to question the benefits of giving special treatment to players who would eventually leave anyway. Facing the rejection, Subaru firmly declared, "There is only one way to complete Floor 3 immediately. I will make your dream come true." Damon asked back in shock, "What do you mean?" Before the supervisor's bewilderment, Subaru coldly named the target, the Thunder Cave. He looked straight at Damon and asserted firmly, "I will make it belong to Conrad." Damon couldn't help but be deeply shocked. He stammered and asked whether he really intended to conquer that place, because only A-rank mercenaries could access it. Damon broke into a cold sweat from astonishment. He emphasized that the real issue was Subaru. Looking straight at the supervisor, his eyes flashed mysteriously behind the mask. He knew very well that the Thunder Cave was not just a dungeon, but also a battle of pride between the two kingdoms, Ottoman and Conrad, at a place originally considered unmanageable. This is a special dungeon of Floor 3, where throughout its long history, not a single player, mercenary, or knight has ever been able to clear it. Looking at the map, this cave ruled over a massive and treacherous mountain range, serving as an inviolable barrier that both nations desperately craved to possess. A prime location in the realm of torture. Conquering the Thunder Cave would open up the only path through the mountain. A massive military ambition held for a long time to prevent invasions and achieve rapid reinforcements. Subaru loudly proposed, "If you give me an A-rank token, then I will clear it. I promise I won't abuse it. Borrowing a tiger's power to slay a tiger, this is it." Damon pensively put his hand to his chin, weighing this highly audacious proposal. Subaru thought to himself that if he were rejected right here, he would be forced to defeat the supervisor to achieve his goal. The viewers watching the stream began to worry for Damon. They continuously left comments, telling him to run quickly before it was too late. After a moment of hesitation, Damon decided, "Then I will write you a recommendation letter, so you can join the raid. Raid teams are always short on manpower." He announced that the raid team would depart within the next 5 days and told Subaru to wait while he fetched the recommendation letter immediately. Right at that moment, a barrage of new missions from the viewers continuously poured in with a total value of up to 35,000 credits for clearing the Thunder Cave alone. If you pocket this cave, your life changes completely. Subaru realized that 5 days later was also the exact time the third gate would end. He suspiciously wondered if Ramku was planning something for this. Damon returned with the letter in his hand, still unable to hide his skepticism about the young man's ability. The supervisor pensively recounted that he himself had challenged that cave when he was young, and the price he had to pay was losing half of his squad that day. Subaru took the recommendation letter. He softly assured Damon, "This time, that won't happen." The supervisor was still full of questions. "What? Then why do you want a recommendation letter?" Subaru looked straight at the old man, his eyes shining with immense pride behind the mask. "Because I plan on going in there alone." This insane declaration made the chat box explode with highly skeptical comments. They didn't believe a rookie would dare to venture into such a dangerous territory all by himself. "Are you planning on committing suicide? Even 20 people died. Do you think you're Superman?" "I heard that Conrad is much shorter on manpower than Ottoman. Whether they can assemble 20 people is the real question." Damon broke out in a cold sweat. He sighed, acknowledging the harsh reality, and thought to himself that Subaru must have already had teammates beforehand. However, Subaru only coldly dropped a single sentence. "I don't. At least not right now." Witnessing that highly courageous banter through the device screen, Shigeru Asajiri softly gasped in sheer amusement. How impressive. The girl was imposingly climbing up a vertical cliff face. Her eyes glowed with pure excitement as she followed every move of the masked man. Shigeru secretly questioned herself. Is he really going to handle it all by himself? Looking at the screen, she realized this young man's demeanor was exactly like Subaru of the past. A coincidence that couldn't help but make her feel bittersweet. He is exactly like Subaru. I wish this wasn't a live broadcast. On the live stream, in the face of rapid-fire questions from the viewers about why he wasn't doing the other gates, Subaru decisively answered, "No, I'm not interested in them at all." He adjusted his mask and abruptly announced, "I'm taking a break now. I've got enough money. Why keep live streaming just to tire myself out?" The viewership count, which was at over 4,000, suddenly felt disappointed as they saw Subaru send his farewell wishes. "Thanks for tuning in." The screen went dark with the notification. Subaru has ended the live broadcast. Shigeru shrieked in absolute regret. "Huh? No." She huffed in frustration over losing her only source of entertainment to kill time while waiting to go up to floor 3. However, right after that, Shigeru burst into a hearty laugh, her eyes flashing with a mix of irritation and nostalgia. "He really reminds me of him." Shigeru stared pensively into the void. She realized this young man had an incredibly unique personality. He always walks his own path, no matter what anyone says, almost as if the real Subaru is actually live streaming. Folding her device, Shigeru decisively made a decision. All right. She tightly gripped the cliffside, her eyes showing clear mischief as she thought about the upcoming tournament. "Let's see which path you take to escape from my hands." Shigeru vaulted herself and dashed up to the mountaintop at a terrifying speed, ripping through the fog and leaving behind a mysterious message. "But I hope he doesn't win." Strolling on the street, Asuka looked at Subaru with an admiring gaze. Just as expected. That is exactly how Subaru would behave. You really are just like the original. Although she was worried about viewers not having a good impression of him, she still sincerely advised that if Subaru only did ordinary jobs, his channel would never be able to become special. Subaru nodded slightly to accept the feedback. "Is that how you see it? Thanks for the advice." When asked about his upcoming plans, he replied decisively, "I'll go hunting until the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponents will appear, so I think I should raise my level a bit." Subaru told himself that he needed to know the limits of thunder endurance his current body could handle, and wanted to test the true power of the Thunder Core. His gaze hardened with determination. Touch my lover's things, and I will release electricity to blast you to a crisp. Meanwhile, at another place, Jinzaki Nato, a member of Ramku, was aggressively striding along with a furious look on his face. He gritted his teeth and swore. Unbelievable that a nobody actually dares to make me personally come all the way here to summon him instead of obediently. Wagged its tail and ran over. Nato sullenly walked into the tavern, his heart full of contempt for the third-floor small fry he was about to face. Just as he stepped through the door, he gave a highly reluctant greeting. Hello, I've arrived. The expression of someone who's about to get slapped. John Teo was already sitting and waiting in a secluded corner. He raised his hand to signal. Highly annoyed Huff upon seeing the boss of South Tower calmly sipping his drink. John Teo calmly got straight to the point. So you're Mr. Jinzaki from Ramku, huh? I heard that you have a matter you want to discuss regarding one of our live broadcasts. Nato growled in a low voice, asking about the whereabouts of the one causing a storm online, but John Teo casually replied that Subaru was currently not present because he was busy with personal matters. This attitude infuriated Nato. He slammed the table and yelled. For a rookie to act like that is far too arrogant. Busy? What could possibly be more important than this? Facing that aggression, Teo still maintained a firm stance and decisively refused to answer about his partner's private life. John Teo looked straight at Nato and emphasized that he had clearly stated his position. That's exactly why Subaru is not here. Nato gritted his teeth in sheer outrage upon realizing his opponent's intention, wagging his tail and running over. You're just planning to keep your golden goose all to yourselves, aren't you? He slammed his hand on the table and demanded John Teo to reconsider, claiming that Subaru should join a large guild instead of just focusing blindly on live streaming. In the face of that aggression, John Teo still kept a highly mysterious smile on his lips. He casually pointed out that famous streamers nowadays could also earn an amount of money on par with top-tier players. John Teo smirked, noting that there were always people looking down on live streaming as a legitimate profession. Any job is a job, as long as it makes good money. Nato roared, accusing John Teo of intentionally turning Ramku into an enemy. However, the chief manager demanded him to listen to the end, as the company always prioritized the streamer's own well, and would completely back whatever decision Subaru had made. Nato sarcastically called John Teo an old-fashioned man who didn't understand the rules of this world, and threatened that Ramku would not let this matter slide. Responding to that insolence, John Teo coldly asserted, there are some people in this world who will never be shaken by cheap threats. Immediately, a wave of pitch black and terrifying mana pressure erupted from John Teo's body, enveloping the entire room. Nato was so dumbfounded that he froze, sweat rolling down, as he felt the overwhelming power suffocating the room. John Teo growled to kick his guest out. Now that you're done talking, get lost. Don't make me use force. Being rejected bluntly, Nato yelled furiously, get lost? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Even though he was trembling with fear, he still tried to act aggressive while backing toward the door. John Teo casually waved his hand to send off the guest with a look of utter contempt. Nato, while fleeing, yelled out his final threat. I swear you will pay for this. Looking at the figure of the defeated man, John Teo leisurely sat back down, sipped his drink, and muttered sarcastically, oh, I'm so scared. At the floor 3 dungeon, named Heavenly Serpent Den, the connection had been fully established. From the deep darkness, a massive giant serpent, with white scales and glowing red eyes roared, rearing its body out of the cave. Standing from afar, Subaru quietly observed the monster, his eyes flashing with determined lightning. He tightly gripped his weapon, ready for a new hunt. He hurled lightning spears to attack it. Sword strikes, carrying terrifying power, continuously crashed down, leaving the opponent with no ability to resist. The giant serpent screamed in pain, writhing under the relentless and fierce assault of the player. After a series of overwhelming attacks, Subaru casually rested his weapon on his shoulder and told himself, all right, the test run went very smoothly. He looked at the glowing magic sword, feeling the perfect harmony between his body and the power of thunder. Subaru lowered his stance, his sharp eyes locked onto the dying target. That's enough playing around. Let me give you a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He leaped into the air, concentrating all his lightning power into his weapon, forming a massive spear of light. Subaru delivered the finishing blow, piercing straight through the mouth of the monster. Gaping open in despair, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering lightning explosion erupted, completely burning and crushing the giant serpent amidst the desolate land. The system continuously displayed congratulatory notifications. Subaru has defeated the Heavenly Serpent boss. Along with leveling up, his stats for strength, stamina, and focus all increased simultaneously. Subaru quietly sat on the corpse of the giant serpent, thoughtfully inspecting the newly acquired loot. holding in his hand the fang of the heavenly serpent that was glowing with a brilliant red light. Subaru silently assessed. This thing can probably sell for about 10,000 reputation points. Or at least, that was the price 25 years ago. Looking at his status window, he realized he had reached level 35, meaning he had soared by 9 levels in just 3 short days. Subaru told himself this was enough, and he shouldn't be too greedy. As Tusha was still waiting for him right now, an elegant cafe came into view. Asuka was already sitting and waiting, waving enthusiastically to Subaru. Is something wrong? Seeing him approach the table, the girl chuckled mischievously and immediately asked with excitement. Hot news. Are you mentally prepared to become a star yet? Faced with his manager's excitement, Subaru only asked back blankly about what. Asuka was surprised that Subaru still didn't know anything about the thing that had just appeared. Subaru lightly touched his head and explained. Oh, the collaboration video? Sorry, I've been too busy. When you're too busy to know you're rich. Asuka smiled understandingly. I'll fill you in. Subaru, it's okay. Even if you didn't mean it. That's exactly what makes you who you are. Subaru, however, her expression suddenly turned serious as she pushed a file toward him. But there's something about you that is different from the original. Check this out. Subaru could only utter a shocked huh? Asuka handed Subaru a folder and explained. This is the revenue statement from your recent collaboration stream with Hawkeye. Subaru opened it to take a look and couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw the figure of 44,789 reputation points, an income level far beyond what he had ever thought of. Asuka leaned in slightly. She mentioned that she could have given this statement to him at any time, but the reality was she met him today. For another important reason, Asuka hesitantly spoke about a friend named Kayaharu, a gambling addict whom she always hesitated to introduce. But it was thanks to that person that she learned a valuable lesson. Subaru curiously asked, and what did that person do? Asuka began to explain a type of betting where players would place bets on the winner to receive a payout. According to the rules, the higher the winning odds, the lower the payout rate, which means the profit is smaller, but it's much safer. Asuka warned him seriously that currently Subaru's payout rate was at 6.0, but there was another player who possessed an extremely overwhelming rate of 1.2. Looking at the balance of power tipping completely to one side, Subaru pressed further. Who is he? Asuka firmly stated the name, Omar Schneider. He is a member of the Ramka Guild, who has stayed on floor 3 for 15 long years, just because of his obsession with conquering the Thunder Cave. 15 years of cultivation is nothing compared to a day of hacking. It was that crazy obsession that made him famous, even though he wasn't a prominent ranker or streamer. Asuka worried that Schneider would definitely find every way to clash with Subaru, because Subaru's announcement of soloing the Thunder Cave on his stream was no different from an insult and a mockery of his 15 years of grinding efforts. Seeing Asuka get too intense, Subaru softly reminded her. But, you're a bit too close. At this, Asuka suddenly snapped out of it, realizing her face was right up against his, making her blush furiously out of embarrassment. She hurriedly backed away and told Subaru to be very careful, as there was a high chance he would run into Schneider during the upcoming challenges on floor 3, Ottoman. The night had fallen late. The clicking sound of horse hooves echoed through the empty street. In the quiet night of the Ottoman kingdom, a carriage was gloomily speeding through the deserted streets, heading straight toward the Thunder Cave dungeon. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was thick with hostility. A soldier loudly declared, "Tomorrow is the day we go crush that brat's radiant glory." The companions constantly spoke with sarcasm about the guy who dared to brag about conquering the Thunder Cave alone on his live broadcast. They thought that streamer didn't know his place because the Thunder Cave was truly a hell that no one dared to venture into alone. Sitting in silence in the dark corner, Captain Omar Schneider, a man with a full beard and an intense, high-pressure gaze, quietly listened to the chatter. A subordinate anxiously advised, "Please don't pay attention to those words, Captain Schneider." Schneider raised his eyebrows slightly, his blue eyes shining with a pensive look. He casually replied, "Keep barking, boys. I only care about whether that guy actually has real talent or not." Schneider admitted that although the rookie's career was short, he had truly become the new master of thunder, the very power that the Ramku Guild had desperately craved to possess for so long. The subordinates continued to huff in frustration. They thought the masked guy was far too arrogant, thinking he was the real Subaru, just because he had recently mastered lightning. Schneider growled, cutting them off. Enough. Now is not the time for jealousy or envy, and looking down on or belittling his achievements is uncalled for. Faced with the captain's seriousness, the bald soldier hesitantly asked if they really had to respect that guy. Schneider clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and asserting, if necessary, "You can do that." Suddenly, a dry cracking sound rang out, making his subordinates flinch in terror. The gold coin in Schneider's hand had been completely crushed to pieces solely by the strength of his fingers. The coin did nothing wrong. Witnessing that scene, the bald soldier broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that despite speaking such noble words, Schneider's pride had actually been completely shattered. He secretly feared for the fate of that streamer, because facing a monster whose pride was wounded, like Schneider, would definitely be a disaster. Meanwhile, at his rented room, Subaru was intently studying the file on his upcoming opponent. He set his mask and sword aside, muttering softly, spending 15 years grinding a single cave. Is your mind even normal? Flipping through each page of the profile, Subaru noticed that Omar Schneider only began to rise to prominence 5 years ago and joined Ramco around that exact time. According to the recorded information, Schneider's talent had always been the focal point at the Thunder Cave Challenge, where he had reached the deepest region and was only one step away from the destination. Subaru looked at his enemy's picture and muttered thoughtfully, Omar Schneider of Ramco. Looking at Schneider's profile, Subaru thought to himself, I thought he looked so confident when hosting a tournament like that. But if he already had an elite candidate from his own guild, then it's understandable. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. But I'm sorry about this. Kyojo, I have made my comeback. He looked at the sword and mask, silently challenging the enemy to open his eyes and watch whether everything would go as he calculated. The scene shifted to the Ottoman Central Market, where a merchant was haggling and pressing down the price of a mercenary. He criticized, the skin of this monster is completely scratched. He offered a price of 1,500 reputation points, making the soldier exclaim in shock. What? That's all. Faced with the merchant's stubbornness, he had no choice but to bitterly accept selling his goods dirt cheap. The old man smugly thought to himself that he got lucky because the bull's skin was actually highly valuable. It was just that ordinary people had no idea. Right at that moment, Subaru imposingly stepped forward and placed a glowing item onto the table. Subaru spoke coldly. This is the Fong of the Heavenly Serpent. How much will you pay for this? The merchant was dumbfounded upon seeing a flawless, completely undamaged S-rank item. But his greedy nature made him immediately break into a devious smile. He pretended to assess that the item was only at the level of a high B rank to A rank and praised that the hunter who harvested it was quite skilled. He even made up a small scratch as an excuse to downgrade the treasure. The merchant continued to play his game of forcing the price down, claiming that the supply was skyrocketing, so the demand was continuously dropping. He displayed a price of 8,000 credits on the screen, causing Subaru to ponder. Considering that 25 years have passed, this price is probably not too bad, right? However, Subaru quickly caught on to the cunning old man. He asserted, in this condition, it's worth at least 15,000 credits. Take it or leave it, otherwise get lost. Subaru decisively declared that the price was for him to decide, then turned to walk away, leaving the merchant stammering and cursing. Suddenly, a tall figure enveloped in electricity unexpectedly appeared right behind Subaru. It was a muscular warrior with long hair and a full beard, holding a massive spear in his hand that radiated a terrifying pressure. He stared intently at Subaru with a chilly gaze and asked in a deep voice, Are you the kid who dared to brag about soloing my dungeon? Subaru still maintained his composure behind the mask. He looked straight at the opponent and firmly confirmed. That's right. Subaru sat opposite Schneider in a luxurious space. He coldly suggested, Why don't we get straight to the point? He asserted that the relationship between the two of them was not close enough to leisurely sit and drink coffee, like a hangout, watching his opponent enjoy a sweet parfait. Subaru silently noted the bizarre contrast between the food and his usual serious demeanor. Schneider slowly spoke. You once claimed that you would conquer the Thunder Cave. Responding to that was Subaru's indifferent attitude. Yes, I did. Schneider asked again, Are you serious? Yes. Is there a problem with that? Schneider smirked slightly. You're still very green and naive, kid. You're not in the position to brag yet. He admitted that he initially thought so, when seeing someone who had just set foot on floor 3 suddenly appear and declare that they would conquer the Thunder Cave. Subaru asked back if he had changed his mind. Schneider responded vaguely that everything was just 50-50. However, he admitted at least half of his value because of the immensely huge potential that Subaru possessed. Schneider growled, sounding highly competitive. I still find it hard to believe that you are being weighed and compared against Subaru. Looking into his opponent's glowing eyes, Subaru realized this guy was not eccentric like his appearance suggested, but was being extremely serious. He spoke frankly. So what? Surely you didn't block my way just to praise me, right? Schneider immediately made a high-pressure demand, requiring Subaru to take back what he had stated about soloing the Thunder Cave the other day. With his blue eyes flashing threateningly, he growled, demanding him to admit that was just a temporary arrogance due to a lack of understanding. Turn on your live stream. And send your most sincere apology. You threatened the wrong person, Mr. Subaru casually stated. Hearing you speak, it doesn't sound like a request at all. Schneider asserted that he wouldn't force Subaru to do it right now. Instead, Schneider proposed a deal. If I defeat you in the upcoming tournament, you will have to acknowledge your own shortcomings. That will be the time you must bow your head and admit your fault. Subaru calmly replied, fine. But he also didn't forget to set his own condition. Conversely, if I am the winner, hand over all the data you hold regarding the Thunder Cave to me. Subaru looked straight at his opponent and growled. You are the one who started this. Surely you won't reject that condition. But Schneider didn't hesitate for a single second and accepted immediately. No problem at all, because there is no possibility of me losing. At least not to the current you. Bragging early usually leads to a bitter end. Having said that, he imposingly stood up and turned to walk away with immense pride. Looking at Schneider's retreating figure, Subaru thought pensively, this old man actually has some real strength. He doesn't just know how to crush gold coins. Meanwhile, at the management company's office, the atmosphere was becoming extremely lively. Hey, male employee, gasped in shock while looking at the screen. Over 10,000 participants, witnessing the registration numbers skyrocketing at a dizzying pace. He assessed that with a reward as valuable as the Teleria boots, the number of registrations was truly a terrifying figure. He smirked slightly, secretly feeling a bit of regret. Man, if this competition had happened back when I was still on floor 3, I would have tested my skills at least once. Weighing the options between the two top candidates, he began to analyze. Subaru, huh? The scale is too big and the risk is too high. On the other hand, Schneider is a safe choice, with proven profitability. Looking at the odds, Schneider's was still 1.2 despite such a massive number of participants. He told himself that the answer was all too obvious. As a professional bettor, he decided he would place his faith above all else rather than relying on statistical figures. He decisively pressed a button on the screen. All right, I'll put all my capital into Schneider. All in. The phone rang abruptly and intensely, making Song-hyun startle. Dropping his device onto the table, he shrieked in a panic. You scared me. Right after picking up? Song-hyun snapped irritably. Are you seriously monitoring me right now? Hey, what kind of game are you playing? On the other end of the line, Hasuka casually asked back. Are you getting yourself into gambling again? The words hit right where it hurt, leaving Song-hyun stunned. He frantically checked his surroundings. I knew it. Hey, where did you place a wiretap? In the office. Or right on my body? Hasuka brushed aside those nonsense words and got straight to the point. What's more important is, just show me how to play the game you're playing. Song-hyun asked back in shock. Are you seriously planning to venture into gambling? Hasuka loudly declared. I'm slapping my entire salary for this month on him. If I don't get rich, I'm quitting. Hearing that, Song-hyun yelled in helplessness. You idiot. Don't you feel any regret for the money you earned? He pressed further, asking if she really believed that Subaru would win this match. Even while asserting he didn't look down on Subaru, Song-hyun still tried to use logic to convince her. What I mean is, you have to consider the fighting style, the technical stats, and the betting odds to measure the probability. He analyzed that Schneider was not a nobody on floor 3, with achievements that even far surpassed the original Subaru. In his opinion, a new streamer demanding to take down someone who has trained hard for a decade was nothing but an illusion. Seeing her colleague being too loud, Hasuka decisively laid down a challenge. Wanna bet? If you lose, you skip meals next month and work without pay. Song-hyun didn't flinch at all and accepted immediately. Deal. Hasuka coldly left a warning. Don't you dare complain about it. While striding down the hallway, she suddenly froze in utter shock as she passed by a mysterious figure in a black cloak. Hasuka softly gasped, Meanwhile, in the office, Song-hyun looked irritably at the phone that had just hung up. TSK, this girl. Don't just hang up on your own like that. He pensively wondered why Hasuka suddenly brought up betting, and whether something serious had happened that he wasn't aware of yet. Amidst the bustling crowd at Ottoman, Omar Schneider walked imposingly with his spear on his shoulder, radiating a pressure that made others wary. The subordinate traveling with him curiously asked about his assessment of the newly rising opponent. Schneider replied thoughtfully, no matter how he looks, he is not an ordinary guy. The heavy, impactful answer from the captain sent a chill down the subordinate's spine. He trembled, questioning himself whether a seasoned warrior like Schneider could actually suffer a defeat against that rookie. Schneider still maintained his cold demeanor. He understood perfectly that only by facing him directly could one truly feel the real danger. His eyes flashed with determination as he asserted to himself, in my dictionary, there is no word for losing. Just you wait, kid. However, every single move of his did not escape the sight of Shigeru Asajiri, who was secretly observing from the top of a tall building. Looking at Schneider's retreating figure, Shigeru smiled in pure amusement. So, that's the guy, huh? The top candidate for the championship, Schneider. She assessed that his magic energy source was quite impressive, and felt confident that she didn't need to worry about any unexpected turn of events in the upcoming battle. The flags of the tournament fluttered in the wind, signaling that the fateful moment was drawing near. The official match day had finally arrived. The atmosphere at the Antenna Arena became livelier than ever, with the arrival of thousands of players and spectators. Inside the dark tunnel, Subaru marched forward gloomily, the thud of his boots on the stone floor echoing dryly. The heavy iron gate slowly opened. Subaru leisurely stepped out into the blinding light of the arena, ready to face them all. The moment Subaru imposingly entered the arena, the entire stand seemingly exploded. In roaring cheers, the crowd began to buzz, with chatter upon recognizing the familiar figure. That mask. It's Subaru. His appearance left many people completely stunned. That streamer guy? He's participating today too. At this moment, the voting gates had officially closed. Boss Subaru's betting odds were firmly sitting in second place. An underdog, but about to turn the tables. A tall dark shadow stepped out imposingly. It was Omar Schneider. He was clad in pitch black armor, holding a massive spear in his hand, and radiating an extremely heavy pressure. The atmosphere at the arena boiled over more than ever. Thousands of spectators stood up simultaneously, madly chanting the name of the one leading the betting odds. Schneider. Schneider. Schneider's fanboys are truly massive in numbers. The cheers echoed across the vast space, blending with a brilliant fireworks display, lighting up the entire sky to welcome the heaviest candidate for the championship. Amidst the dim smoke and dust, a beautiful female MC with long braided blonde hair suddenly appeared and gave a loud greeting. Thank you so much for waiting, everyone. I am Mizuha, from Blue Zone, the host for this tournament. It's a great honor to welcome you all. She quickly explained the rules, stating that the battle would have to go through fierce preliminary rounds to find the most outstanding faces to advance to the finals. With an excited tone, Mizuha loudly declared, and now, let's take a look at the prize. The reward exclusively for the ultimate winner. Please, everyone, behold the trophy for the champion. Standing from below, Subaru narrowed his eyes with determination as he prepared to see the item he had been longing for. Mizuha loudly announced to the entire audience about the priceless treasure, the boots that once belonged to the god Hermes. This is the proudest item of the Blue Zone Guild, a relic of the legendary Hasuka Soya from St. Person, named the Teleria boots. The moment the boots appeared brilliantly on the stage, Subaru quietly looked up with a firm gaze. He silently called out his old teammate's name and made up his mind. My friend's stuff must be returned to me. Schneider stands no chance. Meanwhile, Hasuka was watching from afar and noted, Subaru is probably about to start his live stream. She couldn't hide her anger over Soya's relic being used as a prize. Those bastards. How dare they? Suddenly, Hasuka felt a heavy aura behind her. She turned around in shock and immediately froze when she recognized the identity of the person who had just appeared. Hasuka trembled in utter fear. This person was exactly the one she least wanted to face right now. You just ran into your worst nightmare, girl. Before her eyes now was a mysterious dark figure, in a cloak and a cold iron mask, imposingly walking toward her. The system announced that Subaru had officially started his live stream, right in the middle of the Ottoman arena. The viewer count quickly surpassed the 3,000 mark. The chat exploded with warm welcomes and curiosity regarding the identity of the mysterious streamer. Subaru spoke softly. Long time no see, everyone. Watching the comments scroll past continuously, he thought to himself that it was really hard to keep up with the speed of the chat. At this moment, suddenly, a fan mission from a user named Subaru's sister Love popped up with a massive reward. 30,000 points if he won the championship. Subaru calmly replied, 30,000 reputation points. Thank you. Receiving a donation while acting as cool as a stranger, he decisively drew his magic sword, his eyes flashing with fury, ready for battle. Subaru growled. Now then. At the exact same time, the female MC Mizuha also shouted enthusiastically to hype up the atmosphere. Fireworks lit up the entire sky as Mizuha loudly declared, let the tournament begin. Immediately, a violent, greenish-black energy began to gather and erupt right in the middle of the arena. A massive pillar of light shot straight up into the high sky, radiating a terrifying pressure that left all the participants and spectators completely dumbfounded and shocked. The crowd kept expressing their admiration for the grand scale. They believed that only Ramco could create such a magnificent spectacle. Standing amidst the brilliant stream of light, Subaru narrowed his eyes to observe and secretly assessed that this scale was definitely not something prepared in just a short day or two. The entire arena was immersed in a solemn atmosphere as all the warriors were ready in their positions. The system announced that the preliminary round officially started, sending Subaru along with thousands of other participants into a vast jungle arena. A brutal rule of survival appeared on the screen. Don't talk about morals when entering here. Whoever survives is right. This challenge would only end when the number of survivors dropped to exactly 1,000, forcing everyone to fight frantically to win a ticket to the next round. Looking at the current number of 10,259 people, Subaru calmly assessed it's a battle royale format. He silently calculated that, since no one was targeting him from the start, he could take the opportunity to conserve his stamina for the more fierce stages. However, missions from the viewers kept pouring in with challenges. A death match, huh? I can't resist this. 100 points for each elimination. Faced with the attractive rewards from 2 sponsors, Subaru smirked slightly with a calculating look. 100 points for each elimination. This is irresistible. Suddenly, Subaru lightly turned his body when feeling a wave of murderous intent rushing toward him from behind. An aggressive enemy unexpectedly blindsided him, making the chat explode with excitement. So fire, bro. Make that guy disappear to claim the reward. Not flinching at all, Subaru tightly gripped his sword hilt, his eyes flashing coldly as he looked at the one rushing over like a lucrative prey. 200 reputation points were right in front of him. The elimination process took place brutally, causing the number of survivors to quickly drop down to 8,544. Deep in the forest, Schneider walked imposingly with his massive spear on his shoulder, casually ignoring the minor skirmishes around him. He uttered contemptuously, "Small fries don't catch my eye." His eyes flashed with determination as he asserted that his goal was one and only one person. He muttered softly, "It's Subaru." Right at this moment, an arrow shot toward him, but he dodged it. Turns out someone launched a sneak attack, but it was a bit weak. The group of hunters traveling with him began to create a ruckus. One guy enthusiastically proposed a bet. "Place your bets, boys. This single arrow will easily win us 100 points for breakfast." Seeing that the target had just dodged the arrow, he snapped, "TSK, stop moving," then turned to mock his opponent. "You sure are lucky." The whole group began to worry because their one-hit assassination plan had failed, but another guy smirked to reassure his teammates, saying that their opponent was merely a guy who had been stuck on floor 3 for 15 long years. Standing surrounded, Omar Schneider imposingly carried his spear on his shoulder. He calmly assessed, the plan was decent, but you picked the wrong opponent. Seeing Schneider still maintaining his proud look, a bald guy holding a hammer approached and laid down a challenge. "Look who's talking. Are you trying to act tough because you're about to die?" However, before his words could even finish, an invisible slash ripped through. Witnessing his teammate fall in the blink of an eye, the archer screamed in shock. What happened? That wasn't even within the range of Schneider's spear. Standing imposingly amidst a violent, exploding, deep purple spiritual energy, he coldly declared, "I've seen countless people like you guys before." His eyes flashed with immense murderous intent as he concentrated his full power into the massive spear. A powerful swing of his hand created a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering slash, tearing the ground apart and crushing the entire legion of hunters in a blinding purple flash of light. Schneider coldly walked amidst the defeated men. He growled and asserted, "If you want to clear this floor, focus on grinding. Stop dreaming your futile dreams, kids." The violent, deep purple spiritual energy enveloped his body, creating a suffocating pressure that made anyone tremble with fear. He marched forward imposingly, his eyes flashing threateningly as he declared, "The only thing that can protect you guys ends right here." Witnessing Schneider's absolute dominance through the large screen, the audience in the arena could only fall completely silent in terror. Every move of his carried destructive power, every single swing of his spear made the opponents scream in pain. The gap in skill was far too massive, turning the preliminary round into a stage exclusively for his showcase of power. Amidst the chaos, a man frantically shouted out to pull the formation back together. "Hey, don't run. This is just a test. Don't be so cowardly." However, that call could not halt the spreading fear. Sitting quietly in a corner observing, Shigeru Asajiri silently assessed that this was not even a proper battle. She kept her eyes glued to the screen displaying Subaru's image, and was certain that if he advanced to higher floors, he would undoubtedly break into the top tier of the most outstanding players. An absolute belief in her idol, but wait. It turns out the girl next to her was watching Subaru's livestream while screaming her head off. Asajiri turned over and snapped, "Turn down the volume, please. Are you a fanatic fan of Subaru?" Hasuka blushed, broke into a radiant smile, and proudly introduced herself. "My name is Hasuka. I've been a fan for 25 years too." Faced with her extreme excitement, she asked, "What about you?" The brief conversation was cut short, as the system announced the number of survivors in the preliminary round had now dropped to just 1,342. Standing in the middle of the desolate forest, Subaru calmly observed his surroundings and asked softly into his microphone, How many people were just eliminated? The chat immediately exploded with dancing numbers. The viewers confirmed he had just sent 98 enemies packing, including the guy who just tried to run away. Looking at the gradually changing sky, Subaru muttered, "Is it about to end?" He reached his hand to his mask to adjust the device, while the viewers continuously reminded him about the 200-point reward for each elimination. Seeing that this figure was quite decent, a daring idea suddenly flashed across Subaru's mind, making his eyes light up mischievously. Instead of wasting effort looking for each individual, he wondered, waiting around for the enemy takes too long. Turning on location sharing to lure the debtors in is much faster. Without a moment of hesitation, Subaru gripped his sword hilt and decisively drew his weapon from its scabbard. This action left the audience extremely excited. They were curious to know what he was plotting. While the other players were busy hiding, Subaru concentrated his full, thunderous power into the sword, creating a highly powerful, bright yellow spiritual energy. He delivered a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering slash, and swept away an entire area of forest and mountains. The violent lightning bolts discharging from Subaru's blade toppled the ancient trees and created a shockwave that shook the entire arena. He turned himself into a glowing focal point in the middle of the gloomy forest, deliberately making a loud noise to provoke all of his opponents. Thick smoke and dust rose from the ruined scene, proving the overwhelming power of the master of lightning magic. From inside the dense mist, a tall figure walked imposingly past the piles of defeated men lying scattered around. Omar Schneider appeared with his massive spear on his shoulder, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent as he looked at the ruins Subaru had just created. "A premium customer has arrived. Our boy is about to rake it in." Upon clashing, Schneider growled threateningly, "Found you." However, Subaru didn't flinch at all. He tightly gripped his sword, which was radiating a pitch-black aura, and coldly replied, "I think I'm the one who found you." The viewers watching the stream began to get extremely hyped upon seeing the big shot of the tournament finally show his face. Subaru advanced imposingly. He looked straight at his opponent and decisively declared, "Perfect timing. Let's not drag this out anymore and end it right here." Right at that moment, a new mission from a viewer, Mission Villain, unexpectedly popped up on the system, with a massive reward, 1,000 points for defeating ordinary players, and especially 10,000 points for eliminating Omar Schneider. Looking at the glowing number of 10,000 points, looking at the glowing figure of 10,000 points, Subaru smirked confidently, thinking to himself, "Looks like I'll be getting it sooner than expected." The two strongest opponents of the tournament stood facing each other in the quiet forest, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. The number of remaining players was now 1,202, meaning that eliminating just 202 more would officially bring the preliminary stage to a close. Subaru's gaze hardened and turned freezing cold. The stream of power from his attack grazed past his shoulder. As expected, you can't mess around with dangerous guys. Omar Schneider still maintained a terrifying composure. He casually thought to himself, "Let me clear out these ants first, then I'll deal with you later." However, as for Subaru, he understood that at this point, it was no longer a battle of ordinary skills, but a high-level martial arts duel. Subaru focused intensely because he knew that just a single minute of distraction from that spear tip would end everything immediately. The attack range of Schneider's spear easily bypassed normal physical limitations, forcing Subaru to continuously move and shift through the waves of purple spiritual energy to find an opening. Right at this moment, the nameless magic sword began to furiously drain away its master's vitality to push its power to the absolute maximum. "Drain my health if you must, as long as I can smash the guy in front of me." The system announced that stats would increase correspondingly with the amount of health consumed, while the level 4 greed skill was also trying its best to negate the negative impact from the magic sword. Subaru's eyes flashed with fury as he channeled his full power into a spin, creating a pitch-black arc slash that tore through space to repel the pressure from his opponent. An explosion of extremely powerful spiritual energy erupted as sword and spear clashed head-on. Schneider was dumbfounded by his opponent's terrifying speed and power. He could only gasp in shock upon seeing that Subaru had already closed the distance right before his eyes. Subaru gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his sword hilt, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he faced the deathly spear tip rushing toward him. Schneider continuously swung his massive spear, creating deep purple slashes that tore through space. Subaru moved with high agility, continuously dodging and using his magic sword to deflect his opponent's vicious thrusts. The clashes generated electric sparks that lit up the entire forest area. Subaru's eyes flashed with a threatening crimson glow behind his mask as he focused intensely to keep up with each of Schneider's lightning-fast movements. The continuous clashes created powerful aftershocks, causing the ground to shake violently amidst the thick smoke and dust. After a fierce exchange, the two suddenly separated, standing opposite each other in the silent, ruined battlefield. Schneider breathed heavily, staring intently at Subaru, with suspicion and curiosity. Why haven't you turned on your electricity yet? Planning to fight in the dark with me? Subaru exhaled softly. He casually replied with absolute pride. Electricity bills have gone up lately. Let's save it for a better opponent, kid. Schneider was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears faced with his opponent's contempt. He pressed further in utter disbelief. Do you mean using it against me is a waste? As the system announced the number of remaining players was down to just 1,007, Schneider gritted his teeth in pure resentment. This is simply unbelievable. Are you deliberately stalling for time? Without letting his opponent finish his words, Schneider rushed forward at a terrifying speed, unleashing a thunderous thrust that shook the entire arena. Subaru quickly raised his sword to block, creating a blinding spiritual energy explosion the moment the two weapons clashed. Amidst the flying sparks, Subaru coldly mocked. Don't tell me that earlier you were actually going all out. As the number of survivors dropped to 1,003, Schneider roared frantically in utter humiliation. You bastard. The preliminary round officially came to a close when the number of remaining players hit exactly 1,000. Schneider retracted his spear, coldly leaving a warning for the upcoming battle. In our next rematch, you had better mentally prepare yourself well. Losing this bet, yet making promises for another one. Subaru didn't flinch at all. He casually replied, fine. See you soon. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to mock him about the 10,000 credits that he would temporarily hold on to for his opponent. The system immediately began to transfer the players to the waiting area to prepare for the next round. The transfer process completed. Subaru appeared alone in the waiting room lit up with bright blue lights. He had 30 precious minutes to fully recover all the stamina spent during the battle royale. Looking at his hand that was still trembling from the thunderous aftershocks, Subaru silently admitted that in those very last seconds, he was almost completely overwhelmed by Schneider. He told himself that if that confrontation had dragged on a bit longer, the outcome might have shifted in a very different direction. Meanwhile, his live broadcast was still exploding, with over 11,000 viewers and a barrage of excited comments about the close performance just now. Over 11,000 viewers already. At this rate, the silver and gold play buttons are within reach. According to what the department head told Hasuka before, this is the threshold of death to confirm whether a streamer is qualified to survive in the profession. Subaru was silently satisfied upon realizing he had initially succeeded in building his own name and position. Everything from the broadcast to the encounter with Schneider went extremely smoothly according to plan. However, Subaru couldn't help but wonder why someone of Schneider's caliber had no way of seeing through the true secret of the Thunder Cave. Meanwhile, Subaru's live broadcast was exploding with continuous donations, receiving a total of nearly 20,000 credits from 2 anonymous users. He thought to himself, whatever I can take, I must take, and sent his thanks to everyone. A poor streamer overcoming hardships who doesn't look down on spare change. Immediately, Subaru decided to spend 80,000 credits to upgrade the greed skill to level 5 with its current B rank. This skill allows him to powerfully suppress the side effects from his own skills and equipment. Subaru couldn't help but be surprised to see he had reached B rank so quickly. He thought to himself, if it's like this, then using that thing might be fine after all. About to turn on cheats, the opponent better run. The viewers watching the stream began to stir at their idol's unusual silence. They guessed that he was busy calculating tactics for the upcoming final round. As the night grew late, the round moon shone brightly over the top of the arena, which was glowing with mysterious, brilliant blue spiritual energy. Standing before the heavily guarded Teleria boots, Mizuha quietly observed with a pensive look. She wondered if the truth was exactly what she suspected, or if a bad premonition made Mizuha believe that a thief would be exposed after this, and the true identity of that person was. While deeply immersed in her thoughts, Mizuha was suddenly startled, cold sweat dripping down as she heard her name being called from behind. Mizuha turned around in shock. She couldn't understand what was going on, and pressed to know who was leading this group. From inside the darkness, a tall figure stepped out imposingly and replied coldly, "It's me." Mizuha froze upon recognizing Kirikawa Amon. She tremblingly asked why a top player like him would personally grace floor 3 with his presence. Kirikawa brushed past her with a face full of murderous intent and dropped a cold remark. The guildmaster's mood is currently very bad. Mizuha anxiously asked Amon if his appearance was because of Subaru's matter or not. Amon coldly confirmed the targets were both Subaru and Schneider, but immediately after, He pensively warned about another trouble that had just arisen. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the arena, Asuka was sitting opposite a mysterious figure, clad in a black cloak that radiated pressure. The glowing gaze behind the stranger's mask made Asuka shudder. She silently assessed. This is someone who possesses a source of magic energy so massive it's astonishing. And she couldn't understand why a figure of such high caliber would appear in a low place like this floor. Suddenly, the mysterious figure reached out to remove the mask, revealing the face of a young girl with purple hair and sharp golden eyes. A beautiful girl appears, but her magic is terrifying. She introduced herself as Tame, while lightly smirking, saying that being called Big Sister made her feel a bit awkward. Looking at her opponent's demeanor, Asuka asserted that she was not ordinary at all. To put it plainly, she was extremely strong. She even knew that her opponent was using face-changing magic. Asajiri was stunned, thinking that the girl in front of her was an assassin sent by the Blue Guild. Asuka asked directly, "Did you come here to destroy the tournament? And if that happens," Asuka exploded with murderous intent, "I will stop it at all costs." A brilliant blue notification board unexpectedly appeared in midair with the text, "Begin the test." Immediately, a blinding light erupted, leaving the participants completely dumbfounded and terrified. A guy standing nearby shouted, "What the hell is this?" He tremblingly realized an unbelievable fact. "We've been standing right next to each other this whole time. So why didn't I hear anything at all?" Amidst the chaos and screaming, Subaru still stood imposingly with a terrifying composure. The system continued to explain the rules. The test would be conducted in a territory conquest format. Capture the enemy's territory. A beautiful little fairy suddenly appeared to explain the rules in more detail. She stated that when the match begins, each player will be allocated a separate territory. This plot of land only accommodates 2 guests. If you win the fight, the land deed changes names instantly. The warrior's mission is to simultaneously perform 3 tasks: defense, conquest, and occupation. Once an opponent is defeated, the player will completely capture the territory belonging to that person. The little fairy enthusiastically declared, "When time runs out, the player who controls the most territories will win." She didn't forget to boost the spirits of the participants by reminding them of the priceless reward. Who will become the new owner of the Teleria boots? In 2 more hours, we will know the answer. Right after that, a resounding boom signaled that the test had officially begun. The entire massive arena immediately turned into a multicolored chessboard, where thousands of dark figures began rushing at each other to fight for every single inch of land. Observing from his position, Subaru slightly narrowed his eyes and noted, as expected, not a single person is moving yet. He silently analyzed that if he fought right now, at most he would only gain 1 more territory. However, a much superior tactic would be to patiently wait, because as time goes on, he would only need to defeat a single person holding multiple lands to seize all of their territories. Subaru told himself, wait a bit longer before making a move. That's the standard way to play. However, immediately after, he shot forward like a phantom, unleashing a devastating slash that ripped through a participant. Right in front of him, Subaru coldly declared, "I intended to be an introvert, but the viewers just keep forcing me to be a money-printing machine." He stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, his magic sword glowing brightly, ready for a large-scale slaughter. In another corner of the arena, Omar Schneider was also carrying out a purge that was equally bloody. Wherever his spear swung, fresh blood splattered everywhere, turning the surrounding territory into a living hell. In the middle of his bloodlust, Schneider glanced around impatiently and silently asked, "Where is Subaru?" He was frantically searching for the figure of his direct opponent. Looking down from above, the arena at this moment was like a massive, blood-stained chessboard with territories constantly changing hands. Dark figures with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent rushed at each other frantically, creating a chaotic and brutal scene. In the center of the battlefield storm, Subaru still maintained an unusually calm demeanor. He silently observed the situation, even as others were slaughtering each other right beside him. The third party benefits, and the streamer gets rich. Seeing Subaru suddenly turn his back and gloomily walk in the opposite direction, Schneider couldn't help but be shocked and roared in absolute anger. "Stop right there. I'm about to finish my warm-up, so why are you leaving, kid?" The live stream chat immediately exploded with highly skeptical comments about his bizarre actions. However, Subaru still didn't stop his steps. He coldly replied without even bothering to look back, "Fighting you brings no money. Let me go hunt some rookies to make a living first." His extreme greed and pragmatism left the audience completely speechless in amazement. Fresh blood dripped from the sharp blade. Subaru stood proudly. After having just sent another obstacle packing from the game, he silently assessed that the skill level of floor 3 was much lower than he thought. He hadn't expected the gap compared to Schneider to be this massive. Right at this moment, the system rang out an announcement. Player Don Chow has entered your territory. Subaru turned around in shock to look, as the magic screen continued to display a warning. There are currently 2 players in this territory. You are prohibited from moving to another territory. A bald man walked up imposingly to block his path. The stranger stared intently at Subaru. Impressed, you are Subaru, right? The chat of the live stream immediately buzzed, identifying Don Chow. A guy from Blue Zone? I think he's one of Schneider's subordinates. Oh, then this time looks like a treat. The bald guy smirked sluggishly. If I defeat you here, I'll probably get chewed out. Subaru narrowed his eyes, freezing coldly. Blue Zone, huh? He decisively drew his magic sword, ready to strike back. Without wasting any more time, Don Chow shouted out loud. Sorry about this, Captain, then rushed forward with a highly powerful staff swing. A lightning-fast exchange erupted. Subaru agilely shifted his body to dodge the staff strikes. He delivered a brutal, precise slash that left his opponent with no time to react. Don Chow froze in absolute shock upon seeing the weapon in his hand cleanly sliced in half. He stammered in pure horror. What? My weapon was just cleanly sliced in half. Seizing the opportunity, Subaru unleashed a 1,000-pound kick, sending the mercenary flying far away. Subaru quickly closed the distance, the cold tip of his blade resting right against his opponent's throat. He coldly mocked, I take that back, Captain. Don Chow trembled in utter humiliation. He couldn't believe he had suffered such a miserable defeat. The viewers watching the stream began to mock him. Swordsman Don Chow, huh? He hasn't even reached swordsman level yet. What a piece of trash. He probably used the back door. There's no way he can fight at this level. Suddenly, a shocking announcement from the system popped up. Player Schneider has entered your territory. Subaru's eyes flashed with absolute seriousness, while the viewers excitedly noted, damn, looks like you're really famous, bro. Seems like everyone is lining up, waiting for their turn. Schneider roared in pure fury and rushed straight toward his opponent. He was smug, because he had finally caught up with Subaru's footsteps. The clashes between sword and spear generated blinding electric sparks, proving the terrifying pressure that Schneider was forcing onto Subaru. Seeing Subaru continuously dodging and defending, Schneider shouted loudly, demanding him to use his lightning. Because if you don't use it, the next attack will definitely take your life. The viewers watching the stream also began to buzz. Some wondered whether Schneider wanted to kill or save his opponent, while others mocked at his bizarre politeness and waiting for his opponent to pull out his trump card. Subaru quickly backed away, creating a safe distance between the two. Dodging attacks is an art, and the dodger is an artist. Witnessing his opponent retreat, Schneider mockingly asked if he planned to keep running away. Subaru coldly replied that he would show him the exact thing he had been longing for all this time. Immediately, the system announced that lightning is being cast. Thanks to the support from the lightning heart, the effect of Subaru's lightning attribute skills increased by another 20, along with complete immunity to the electrocuted status. At the same time, the level 5 greed skill also took effect, negating all of the brutal side effects of the lightning on his body. Subaru tightly gripped the current roaring in his hand and proudly asserted, running away has always been the act of the weak. Schneider was so dumbfounded that he froze upon witnessing Subaru manifest and materialize the elemental attribute into a glowing lightning spear right in his hand. He couldn't believe that a rookie could reach such a supreme level, turning pure energy into an actual weapon like that. He just turned on cheats and the opponent froze. Subaru. So as soon as the hack was turned on, the opponent froze. Subaru imposingly pressure. He looked straight at his opponent and asked back whether the one planning to run away right now was Schneider. Schneider told himself with iron determination, if I can break this thing this time, I will definitely surpass it. While they were walking briskly with his subordinate, his teammate suddenly hesitated. Captain, may I ask a slightly impolite question? Schneider lightly smirked and replied that he already knew asking that was impolite. The subordinate was still curious, not understanding why someone of his strength, who easily could have climbed to floor 5 or floor 6, was still so obsessed with the lightning rank on floor 3 like this. Schneider only chuckled softly in response. Who knows? He admitted that those who have already marched forward imposingly with the lightning spear radiating as suffocating, sunk too deep into something, usually forget the reason they started. Faced with his teammates grumbling about the vague answer, Schneider pensively explained that if it is good, it is called faith, and if it is bad, it is an obsession. But there's one thing I can state for sure. Whether I can overcome this or not, it will change my entire life. Schneider's gaze flashed with absolute determination. In for a penny, in for a pound. Even if he loses, he must lose gracefully. Returning to the current battle, the violent, deep purple spiritual energy exploded around Schneider's spear, As he channeled his full power into the attack, Schneider rushed forward like a purple hurricane, his spear tip tearing through space, heading straight toward his opponent as he roared, "And you, I have a feeling that you're about to become my second obsession." Facing that suffocating pressure, Subaru still stood firm. His legs radiated a highly powerful glow. He thought to himself that to acknowledge his opponent's 15 years of hard grinding, he would unleash a decisive counterattack. Subaru growled fiercely, "Showtime's over. Get ready to take the full thunder." Immediately, he shot down like a brilliant yellow flash of lightning, concentrating all the thunder into a finishing blow. Below, Schneider also exploded with deep purple spiritual energy, going all out to face the suffocating pressure, crashing down from above. The two massive sources of power clashed head-on, creating a shocking explosion that shook the entire space. Schneider gritted his teeth, his bright blue eyes flashing fiercely, as he channeled all his strength into the spear to withstand Subaru's violent assault. The entire arena shattered, the ground cracking apart under the terrifying pressure of the peak confrontation between the two warriors, generating a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion that wiped out the entire surrounding area. Facing the interrogation from the mysterious girl, Hasuka did not flinch at all. She looked straight at her opponent and proudly declared, "Because I am Subaru's manager." This highly proud assertion left the stranger completely stunned. Hasuka continued to explain that if this tournament was ruined, Subaru's stream would suffer severe consequences, and she absolutely could not look the other way. She laughed out loud triumphantly and ranted, "It took so much sweat and tears to invite him here, so don't ruin it." In stark contrast to her threatening demeanor earlier, the mysterious girl instantly transformed into a genuine fanatic fan. She held her face, which was flushing with excitement. "Are you really his manager?" "No way. Unbelievable." The girl revealed she was a fanatic fan who had followed Subaru since his match with the Wolf Warrior. Seeing that enthusiasm, Hasuka asked back in surprise, "You're a hardcore fan from the beginning? Wait a minute. So you're also a fan of the blue-eyed Subaru?" Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a highly powerful shockwave from the arena. A blinding flash of light erupted, incinerating everything around the point of impact. Between Subaru and Schneider, both girls turned back in shock, holding their breath as they followed the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion that was rocking the entire grandstand. Smoke, dust, and sparks splattered everywhere across the space, creating a chaotic and pressuring scene that left everyone completely stunned. Hasuka tremblingly looked at the device screen in her hand, her face showing clear anxiety and distress. She groaned softly, "Fighting like this, where will we get the money to compensate the organizers for the damage?" In front of her eyes right now was the ruined scene of the arena after the deadly clash. Brilliant yellow electric sparks were still crackling amidst the debris and thick smoke and dust, signaling a highly tragic outcome. The smoke and dust gradually cleared after the horrific clash, revealing two figures standing still amidst the ruined debris of the arena. Schneider staggered, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, as his body had sustained too much damage from the violent lightning stream. He no longer had enough strength to pull himself back up. His legs trembled, and then he collapsed to the ground in complete helplessness. Subaru silently stood and looked at the opponent who had fallen at his feet, his magic sword still crackling with brilliant yellow electric sparks. He softly uttered a cold farewell. "See you soon, Schneider." Immediately, the system notification board lit up the sky. "You have captured a total of 283 territories." The loudspeaker proudly announced the final result, causing the entire area to explode. The winner is Subaru with 283 territories. Fireworks burst brightly across the sky, illuminating the face of the new king standing proudly amidst the enthusiastic applause. The crowd of spectators frantically cheered and called out Subaru's name in absolute excitement, face to face with an unprecedented performance. A newly rising idol, fanatic fans lining up, witnessing the newly established miracle. Hasuka could not help but be stunned and moved to the point of choking up. Standing next to her, the mysterious girl with sharp golden eyes was also keeping her gaze glued to Subaru. Her look clearly showed absolute seriousness, mixed with admiration. She softly muttered in unbelievable astonishment, "And the one receiving the highest reward is." Mizuha stood in the middle of the stage, clearly announcing it once more amidst the resounding cheers. "The glorious winner of this tournament is none other than Subaru." Subaru stood imposingly under the glory, the majestic stature of the new king, making the entire arena hold its breath, not keeping the audience waiting for long. Mizuha continued to stir up the atmosphere. "Next up, the long-awaited reward will be presented to the winner." The Teleria boots, glowing inside a purple crystal block, slowly descended among the crowd. The mysterious girl in the cloak quietly stood up, her eyes glued to the stage with a highly serious look. The legendary boots slowly fell into Subaru's hands. Feeling the familiar warmth of the relic, he wondered in shock, has it been 25 years already? His eyes behind the mask lit up with indescribable emotions as he looked back at the memento that was once closely attached to his teammates of former years. Memories suddenly rushed back. The image of Tusha roaring in anger. Which of you borrowed my boots to go flirting and didn't return them? While Tusha was frantically interrogating the group of friends on the rooftop, Subaru could only ask in exhaustion. What's wrong, Tusha? Are you throwing another fit? Another man rubbed his stomach and sighed. Hey man, you look so annoyed. Enough, I'm full. In every battle, there is always someone hungry. The memory of Tusha came back vividly. He screamed in utter rage, my boots. Tusha frantically rushed in, kicking and screaming, because he discovered his precious boots had been taken away. I warned you 100 times not to take them. They will lose their shape. Looking back at those bickering and playful moments of the group on the rooftop that year, Subaru couldn't help but crack a smile. Returning to reality, a barrage of messages from the viewers continuously popped up, assuming that Subaru was broke and would definitely sell this item out of greed. Faced with Mizuha's curiosity, Subaru decisively declared, I'm not selling it. Mizuha asked back in bewilderment, huh? She explained that the audience was buzzing because these boots could be put up for sale at an extremely high price, from several $100,000 to even millions of credits. Yet, Subaru firmly held his ground. No matter how much it's worth, I won't sell it. The crowd below began to stir. They frantically screamed, bro, name your price. I'll sell my whole fortune to buy them. The craze of hunting for the Blue Eyes relic made the grandstand explode. One guy even boasted that his inventory had many better things to entice Subaru. Offers from 2 million, 2.1 million, up to even 4 million credits were continuously thrown out to win him over. Feeling too annoyed by the crowd's greed, Subaru coldly dropped a line, get the hell out of my sight. Immediately, a brilliant yellow stream of lightning violently erupted. Lightning struck down from his body, shaking the entire arena, to warn those who were scheming to get it. Amidst the electric sparks still crackling, Subaru proudly declared to the entire audience, let me make this clear. Even for 10 million credits, I won't sell it. His determination and the pressure radiating from him left Mizuha trembling and sweating bullets. She silently lamented, why did I get dragged into this mess? A dangerous job, yet I don't see any salary raise. Subaru coldly turned his back. All right, I'm leaving. He walked slowly into the tunnel, holding his old teammate's boots in his hand. Leaving behind the glory of the Ortonin Arena, the quiet night enveloped the city, with lights from high-rise buildings flickering in the dark space. Amon stared intently at his device's screen, his face showing clear shock at the result of the match that had just taken place. He actually won. This is completely beyond my calculations. Hanamaki Hayori, the female archer from the blue zone, approached and continuously expressed admiration for Subaru's extraordinary performance. When facing a top player like Schneider, she curiously pressed him on, hey bro, is this guy a replica or the authentic version of the legend? Faced with her teammates in different attitude, Hayori explained how public opinion was naming the two. The blue-eyed Subaru is the original, while the current streamer is the rookie. Amon clicked his tongue in annoyance at these definitions, which he considered outdated and foolish. He growled, asserting that this order of comparison was backward, because it should be. If the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru can also do it. The complete difference in perspective made Amon silently cursed that the blue-eyed fanatic fans were truly the most annoying people. Even though Amon was grumbling in frustration, Hayori still cheerfully followed and asked about the upcoming thrilling developments. Amon decisively hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, coldly reminding her of their true target. Stop gossiping. Let's go catch that thief and bring him back. Seeing Amon gloomily walking away, Hayori panicked and ran after him, asking if he was angry. The two of them led the group of black-clothed assassins, continuing to march. In another corner, Subaru quietly held the Teleria boots in his hand under the watchful eyes of over 11,000 live viewers. The chat exploded with conflicting opinions. Some criticized it for looking outdated, while others gasped at the sky-high value of the famous relic. Looking at the old item, Subaru thought to himself, Tusha, even in this circumstance, I'm still very glad to see you again. He silently felt grateful that the tasks from the viewers had helped put his mind at ease a bit, even though the audience was talking about his calmness, to the point where his expressions could not be clearly seen. Subaru began to check the item's stats. These unique grade boots required a level above 30, helping to increase movement speed by 25 and jumping power by 15. In particular, the skill Cloud Walk could be activated twice a day. While the viewers were still arguing about the usefulness of this extremely rare speed boosting equipment, Subaru suddenly received an urgent message from Wika on his handheld device. She anxiously warned. Bro, don't just celebrate. There's a high-class thief lurking around here. Subaru frowned, wondering what was going on. At this moment, amidst the bustling crowd in the night, a mysterious figure, clad in a black cloak, was gloomily walking with highly suspicious movements. The strangers stood silently before the display area, their mind fighting fiercely. What the hell am I doing? Standing right in front of Tush's boots. She adjusted her mask, her eyes flashing with absolute determination upon realizing she had come this far. And there was no turning back. The sound of boot heels thudded against the dry stone floor. She growled with extreme viciousness in her thoughts. If I can't borrow the boots, then I'll just borrow the legs too, just to be safe. With her golden eyes flashing with murderous intent and fury, the mysterious dark figure blended into the stream of people, vanishing completely into the bustling city streets. In the quiet space of a luxurious bar, as the night fell, Hasuka lightly smiled at Subaru and spoke up. Sending my congratulations to you on your recent victory. She thoughtfully stated that she had ordered food and prepared drinks, guessing for sure that he must be very thirsty after the intense battle. Subaru quietly sat down. He pulled out his device to review the urgent warning lines from Hasuka about a suspicious person targeting the reward, then asked in a low voice. By the way, what did those messages earlier mean? Hasuka took a small sip of her drink, her expression becoming more serious as she began to recount. Actually, I ran into a very strange person on the grandstand. It was a female gamer wearing a full mask, whose appearance looked exactly like Subaru. Initially, Hasuka found her quite suspicious, but after chatting for a while, the two turned out to get along very well because they were both his fans. However, right at the moment, Subaru claimed the final victory. Her expression suddenly changed in a bizarre way. Hasuka described that expression as looking as though she had just been dumped by her boyfriend. She noted that if she were a true fan, there was no way that person would show such a painful look when her idol won. Not to mention right after that moment, she vanished without a trace. Even though Hasuka had tried to give chase, the mysterious woman's ability to blend into the crowd was truly highly remarkable. Subaru fell silent in thought. He silently assessed that someone qualified enough to hide their tracks from someone like Hasuka was definitely no ordinary figure. At this point, Hasuka suddenly remembered an important detail. And when I asked if she was a fan of Subaru interrupted, thinking she was referring to him. But Hasuka corrected him immediately. No, I didn't mean you, but the member of the blue eyes. Hasuka went on to say that when she mentioned that matter, that woman's face became extremely complicated. It felt like she was trying to confirm something, but it wasn't exactly like that. Despite the ambiguous attitude, Hasuka was certain that she didn't deny a connection to the blue eyes. Lightly stirring her drink, Hasuka pensively commented on that stranger's gaze. Looking at her eyes, one can tell she's digging up an old debt with you. Hasuka's words made Subaru's eyes flash with absolute shock. The moment he heard Hasuka's words, Subaru suddenly froze. He bolted up from his chair so violently that it toppled onto the floor. Without leaving any explanation, Subaru dashed out of the bar, leaving his manager dumbfounded. Hasuka could only scream in vain. What? Hey Subaru, the profession of a manager, frequently abandoned. Amidst the quiet night of the Ortonin Kingdom, the figure of the mysterious girl from earlier was sitting perched on a high-rise rooftop, quietly observing the bustling stream of people below. Her sharp golden eyes flashed with a pensive look mixed with calculation. She softly muttered, I already anticipated that things would turn out like this. Turning to her silver-haired companion, standing in the shadows, the girl growled proudly. If you personally showed up, then we'd have something to talk about. But do you really believe that a rookie like him can take me down? She bitterly admitted that she had underestimated the opponent, as the final winner turned out to be Subaru. Looking at the figure of Subaru hurriedly running past a gap, she mocked. Where are you going that looks so hurried like that? Are you intoxicated by the feeling of victory? Or is it because dopamine is boiling in your veins? She firmly asserted that she didn't even need 10 seconds, but a mere 5 seconds would be enough to send him packing. The girl's gaze grew cold as she looked toward the Teleria boots. Rest assured, this is Soya's most precious item. I won't let any other person lay a hand on it. Suddenly, the girl clutched her head in frustration, full of resentment. Damn it, I clearly made such an extremely impressive appearance, though. Beautiful but quick to sulk because of a flawed performance. But then, anger gave way to a strange feeling creeping into her mind. She questioned herself. Why didn't I want to resort to extreme measures with that masked guy? Because every single gesture, every single action of his was exactly like the man she always missed. Every single gesture of that guy was exactly like his. It's as if he's the deceased Subaru, she thought in shock. However, she quickly dismissed her weakness and decisively turned her back to walk into the darkness. She left behind a steel-hard warning for Subaru. Whatever, you'd better. Prepare yourself mentally when you step into the blue zone next time. I won't just target your legs, but I will take your head too. Deep down Sig still constantly longed to talk directly to that mysterious man. One day, she told herself, I just want to take off your mask to see if it's really the authentic one. Meanwhile, amidst the bustling city streets, Subaru was struggling with chaotic thoughts. He blamed himself. Why hadn't I ever thought about the hypothesis that the tournament and the Teleria boots were inherently just a vicious bait to draw out the remaining members of the Blue Eyes to expose themselves? If Rina was truly the one sent to infiltrate with the purpose of recovering Soya's boots, then that would be the reason why she had to deliberately hide her presence for all this time. Subaru recalled Siegel's magic energy that he had once felt, radiating from that snowflower. Now, someone with an appearance exactly like Senna suddenly appeared, which left him completely shaken. A faint ray of hope flashed in his mind. Thought they all bit the dust. Turns out their spirits are still around here. However, Subaru quickly reassured himself that he needed to keep calm, as it was still too early to assert anything. With Rina's temperament, he believed she would never just stand and watch from afar. When Soya's memento was right within her sight like that, right at this moment, the call from Hasuka rang out from behind, snapping Subaru back to reality. Hey Subaru, are you alright? She hurriedly ran over with a worried face and drenched in sweat. Ah, you suddenly rushed out of the shop like that. Subaru softly replied, it's nothing. I just thought it might be an acquaintance. Hasuka showed surprise when he mentioned the suspicious person from earlier. But Subaru only waved his hand, saying that maybe he had misseen. Hasuka hesitated, her face flushing red with bashfulness. Subaru, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but it seems like you don't have a single friend, do you? Subaru just remained silent, offering no explanation at all. Hasuka threw in another teasing line. Let alone having a girlfriend. Paying no mind to the joke, Subaru decisively said, say more and I'll sulk. Let's go back and sleep to save face, girl. Seeing him turn his back and walk away, Hasuka panicked and asked if she had accidentally hurt his feelings, but Subaru only nonchalantly replied that it was fine. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Hiyori was continuously complaining to Amon. Senior, my legs hurt so much. And I'm also hungry right now. Hey, Senior. I feel so bored. Hiyori pleaded. Come on, Senior, say something. Did we let them escape already? Amon coldly checked his device and replied, no. Hiyori curiously asked how he could assert it so firmly. Amon showed the screen and announced, I just received a notification from Izuki. All troops retreat. Witnessing the sudden order, Hiyori frantically jumped up and screamed, what? Retreat? We're just going back like that. Are you joking with me? After all the time, we have spent so much effort waiting. Amon calmly explained. He said that if they spent the effort to come all the way here, they won't be willing to just stand and watch that reward fall into someone else's hands. Hiyori felt frustrated, asking if all of their efforts, all this time were going down the drain. Amon suddenly froze. He thoughtfully added. Besides, he said that even knowing it's a bait, they will still come looking for it. Knowing it's a trap, but still jumping in, truly attached to memories. Hiyori pressed for the true identity of the targets they were hunting down, while also reminding him that Amon once considered those to be just groundless rumors. Looking up at the full moon, Amon admitted, I also hope they were lying. Who would have thought the truth is so harsh? He recalled the shocking rumor about Subaru's death being caused by a betrayal from the Blue Eyes. High above, Subaru was standing alone on a rooftop, quietly observing the city in the night. Subaru's face showed clear pensiveness and determination under the dim moonlight. He opened his handheld device. The headlines about the collapse of the Blue Eyes in the past appeared painfully clear. The news still mentioned Subaru's sacrifice and the suspicious silence of Kuro after the tragedy of that day. Time flies, 25 years have passed. He bitterly realized that Kuro's current status had probably gone far beyond his reach. Subaru pensively calculated to catch up with a giant like Kaijuro while he himself was just a rookie. What he needed was a truly distinctive element. That was precisely the power of the lightning spear he had summoned in the recent battle. The lightning spear, a legendary grade treasure that he once held on floor 2, was the key. Subaru had successfully replicated the kind of energy that was originally only usable a single time to turn the tide. Even so, Subaru was still not satisfied. He told himself, I thought I fully understood the power of lightning glow, but reality proves there is still room to sharpen it even further. This is a great source of energy that even the gods would have to respect. Spirits and giant entities alike covet. It is also the very power that humans long to seize to confront and subjugate those supernatural forces. Throughout all this past time, the extent of Subaru's cultivation of the lightning glow power seemingly hasn't reached its ultimate limit yet. His gaze hardened, with absolute determination as he looked toward the mysterious tower looming in the night. The place dubbed the Dwelling of Spirits. Subaru asserted that he must definitely conquer that place, because only then will everything gradually be brought to light. Under the full moon, however, in stark contrast to the quietness of the night, at a luxurious tea party, Hasuka was showing a bored expression. She coldly looked at the screen and nonchalantly, casually said that he didn't hear anything at all, even though the person on the other end of the line was trying hard to explain. When you're rich, you have the right to be deaf. Sung-hyun was currently kneeling flat on the ground to sincerely apologize for his excessive excitement. Seeing Hasuka still pretending to be clueless, he frantically screamed, demanding her to at least pretend like she heard him. Hasuka mockingly laughed, saying her ears didn't have the function to pick up sounds from a guy who had just burned through all his money on betting like him. Having his sore spot touched, Sung-hyun screamed about the massive fortune that Hasuka had just raked in after the profit split from Subaru. In utter despair, because he had no money to pay this month's electricity bill, Sung-hyun didn't hesitate to throw away his pride, calling Hasuka pretty sister and big sister to beg for mercy. Who needs pride at a time like this when things look completely dark? Seeing that his opponent still hadn't relented, he even humbled himself to perform bizarre, animal-like movements right on the screen. Hasuka found it an eyesore and demanded him to stop immediately. However, her gaze suddenly turned strict as she put forward an offer. Are you willing to fulfill a request of mine? The pub's doorbell rang sharply as Subaru walked in imposingly. He approached the counter and met the contact person again with the same unchanged request. Looking at the cheap glass of beer placed in front of him, Subaru took a small sip and made a highly bitter remark. He couldn't believe the famous guilds that had been illustrious for so long turned out to be so stingy, to the point of only treating guests to this kind of cheap drink. This thing has always been a specialty since way back, after all. The man with a full beard took a sip of his drink while nostalgically remembering. He said that in the past, he had a lot of brothers, and every time he stepped up to treat the whole team, his wallet would instantly become empty. The taste of this cheap liquor seemed to have seeped into his blood, making him find no other kind of liquor delicious anymore. Hearing that, Subaru wondered, you were always the one paying for everyone? The man smiled sadly and replied, if you're the big boss, but don't treat your subordinates, how could you face the world? Everyone already had to brace themselves to follow my stubbornness, to enter the lightning glow cave together, didn't they? He recalled that back then, everyone was dirt poor. The concept of financial support from the guild was something they couldn't even see in their dreams. The skill level of the whole team at that time wasn't enough to boast and say that hunting was as easy as turning over one's hand. The era before cheats was truly miserable. After a dry clinking of glasses, the man in a low voice explained that to participate in the challenges in the exam, one had to spend credits. But if you accidentally lose your life, you'll end up empty-handed and lose everything. The only choice for poor players back then was to go hunting to earn money to pay the exam fees, with the tiny hope of gaining a little bit more level, whatever they could get. On that day, afterwards, Subaru softly asked. The man nodded. Memories of that fateful day suddenly rushed back. That was when the team unluckily encountered the Sky Serpent, an opponent far beyond their reach that all 7 rookies back then, even just touching it, found to be something unimaginable. The giant monster with white scales and glowing red eyes roared and rushed to attack, tearing the formation apart. In an asymmetrical massacre, the man painfully asked Subaru. The winner takes all, while the loser watches his brothers stay behind. Do you think it's worth it? Amidst the tragic scene covered in blood, he choked up and revealed, for people stayed behind forever. They weren't merely teammates, but bosom friends, who had gone through life and death with him. The man's face was stained with blood, his eyes flashing with utmost melancholy and regret, as he mentioned the brothers who had fallen. They hated me a lot, didn't they? In Schneider's mind, his teammates' scoldings still echoed, like a curse. What's so good about that lightning glow cave anyway? Landing in this miserable situation is all your fault. The resentful screams pierced deep into his soul. If only you hadn't been that stubborn, it would have been so much better. You were the one who pushed your closest friends to their deaths. For what reason do you still have the nerve to keep surviving? That harsh question left Subaru stunned, his eyes showing clear shock. Schneider barked softly to dispel the ghost of the past. Stop it, that's enough. Returning to reality, he looked at Subaru and asked with a self-mocking look. Stop looking at me with that gaze. I'm used to misery. Schneider pensively noted that normally, if caught in that situation, anyone would have lost heart and given it all up long ago. Yet to Schneider, giving up would be an insult. To those who had fallen, he growled, they had to lose their lives, just because of my stubbornness, in demanding to go by all means. If I stop right now, then what will become of those teammates' departures? The weight of pain and responsibility did not allow him to let their sacrifices become meaningless. That was the very reason Schneider kept clinging to the lightning glow cave for 15 long years. Looking towards Subaru, he lightly smiled and said, "But perhaps you won't ever be able to understand. Even so, I still have to thank you for bringing me a little bit of hope." Subaru asked back in confusion. "Hope?" Amidst the quiet space of the bar, Schneider spoke in a low voice. "Let me share with you about what kind of place the lightning glow cave actually is. Man proposes, God disposes. This Kaijiro guy completely outclassed us." Ianaka walked pensively, his heart full of calculations. He feared that if Kyojo actually started taking action to neutralize Zena's stealth skill, he himself wouldn't know how to cope. Ianaka held his head in extreme stress while looking at the device in his hand, his eyes flashing with fury mixed with utmost anxiety. "Kyojo, don't even dream of a peaceful death." With every step of Ianaka, the ground froze and shattered, radiating a cold, highly threatening frost. Suddenly, a message from Reina popped up on the screen, making him freeze. "I'm sorry, Ianaka," Reina explained that she just felt too restless to sleep, which was why she acted like that, accompanied by a highly carefree laugh. The most unbelievable reason to go rogue. Reading up to here, Ianaka's face completely changed in shock. He screamed in fury. "Huh, what did you just say?" Right at that moment, amidst the quiet night of the forest, a shocking notification appeared on the system. "Subaru has started a live broadcast." Subaru appeared highly majestically inside a high-end building, instantly drawing thousands of welcoming and highly enthusiastic inquiries from the viewers, receiving 10 credits from a fan along with a question about today's goal. Subaru proudly confirmed, "Exactly. I started the live stream to conquer this lightning glow cave dungeon." The viewer count quickly reached nearly 6,000 people, with highly excited comment lines. While busy interacting with the chat box, Subaru suddenly froze when a young man with romantic purple hair approached to inquire, "Are you the streamer, Subaru?" Subaru nonchalantly confirmed his identity, making the stranger cheer in absolute excitement over the unexpected coincidence. As his group had also just received the mission to conquer the lightning glow cave, he enthusiastically introduced his party and suggested, "Bro, let us hitch a ride on your fame. With you carrying us, the lightning cave is just a piece of cake." However, right at that moment, Hasuka sent a highly snappy warning message right in the chat box. "Subaru, bro, that group is just a party scraped together online to cling to your fame." 8761. The young man with purple hair and his group eagerly surrounded Subaru. The purple-haired young man's group excitedly surrounded Subaru. He excitedly said, "We are planning to conquer the lightning cave. To witness you in person in real life is truly something unimaginable." The red-haired girl accompanying him also quickly chimed in, "I firmly believe our group will be able to support you." Seeing Subaru still silently keeping his eyes glued to his phone to read Hasuka's warning, the purple-haired guy suggested, "The two sides should cooperate into one team since we have a shared goal." Subaru coldly cross-examined him. "What exactly do you mean by that?" He asserted, "Our group absolutely has no intention of relying on or being a burden to you." Subaru gave a slight, exhausted sigh and dropped the sentence. "I see. Then let's work hard together." Seeing that his opponent agreed, the purple-haired guy smirked. Good spirit. Subaru thought to himself. If rumors spread that he accepted a commission and then ran away, his reputation would be completely over. So he had no choice but to accept this annoyance. He decisively turned his back and walked away, thinking to himself, "Am I supposed to kill everyone just because I find them an eyesore? Being a celebrity is just that miserable." Subaru's words made the purple-haired young man utter in shock. What did you just say?" Subaru froze. He didn't turn his head back, but only coldly declared, "However, I need to make one thing clear." Subaru's eyes flashed with extreme coldness behind his mask. He growled, asserting, "We are by no means comrades. We are merely walking the same path." The final scene shifts to the assembly area of the Conrad Kingdom in the suburbs. A sea of people is gathering in large crowds before the city gate, leaving everyone astonished. Are we hunting monsters or attending a festival that it's this crowded, guys?" The mercenaries buzz with gossip. They cannot believe this massive amount of people is flocking here just because of that lightning cave. Amidst the crowd, Demon, an illustrious S-rank mercenary, with a scarred face and a bushy beard, is holding Subaru's recommendation letter and sneering. "Seriously? An E-ranker?" He mocks that the guy, Raymond, must have mistaken the person. Even though his combat skills are trash, he is still inherently considered someone who has an eye for people. Demon looks at the recommendation letter and sneers. He cannot believe a lowly E-rank individual would dare to show his face here. He mocks, "So, someone from the outside world? No wonder. People like you usually have a tendency to treat your own lives cheaply. In the heart of this brutal mercenary, he is scheming to turn Subaru into sweet bait for the vultures right inside the dungeon. The audience watching the live stream instantly warns that vultures is precisely the nickname for those who specialize in murdering weak-rank mercenaries for profit. The murderous intent, radiating from Demon, makes the air grow thick. He roars, ordering the entire army, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and lift your asses." Meanwhile, at the assembly area of the Osman Kingdom in the suburbs, right in the middle of the yard, an intense confrontation is taking place as Captain Schneider is insulted by a stranger right in front of his subordinates. Schneider growls back in shock. "You've got some nerve, daring to stand here and poke the tiger." The one who just appeared is precisely the spearman of the blue zone. He mocks Schneider, saying his ears are buzzing from old age so he can't hear clearly. He proudly declares, "I said half of you should just withdraw. We will participate in this sweep operation." Faced with that arrogance, Schneider coldly asks if this is an order from Kyoju or not. The spearman slightly smirked and corrected him that he should be called guild master instead. Then he heartlessly shifted all the blame onto Schneider for letting a valuable item fall into someone else's hands, making the guild master fly into a rage. He continued to drop insulting words upon seeing Schneider still remaining silent. 15 years of training, and you let a rookie knock your teeth out? You should just retire. Those insulting words made Schneider's subordinates lose their minds and prepare to draw their weapons to attack. But the blue zone spearman still nonchalantly turned his back to walk away, claiming they should feel lucky to have him participate to take over the lightning cave. Seeing the bald guy intending to make the opponent shut his mouth, Schneider timely stopped him and admitted, "He talks trash, but he's right. I'm so humiliated, brothers." Schneider made up his mind. This time, we will definitely successfully conquer the lightning cave. The entire army gloomily advanced into a dark, melancholic ravine amidst vertical cliffs. Demon observed the terrain and noted, "This location doesn't seem right." The entrance closes and opens in a cycle that is too regular, creating a forced and artificial feeling. He directed his gaze forward, where the lightning cave towered, appearing with razor-sharp stone pillars, heavily surrounded by lightning. Demon explained, "Normally those fierce electric currents will continuously strike down at the entrance. No one can enter, except during fixed periods of time." Hearing that, Subaru curiously asked, "How many times have you tried your hand with this lightning cave?" Demon, in a low voice, admitted that this was his third attempt, and the number of mercenaries who survived to come out of there cannot even be counted on 10 fingers. Seeing Demon still persisting with the challenge, Subaru questioned the reason he was accompanying the team. The mercenary was frank. "I am targeting only one single objective, which is the remnants of lightning." He confided that he himself was too tired of the mercenary life that was always close to death. So if he could seize it, he would retire forever. Faced with the question about going all the way to the end, Demon dismissed it. "Only a madman would do that. You guys can act optimistic, because you don't know the terror of this place yet." He turned to look at Subaru with utter contempt and reminded him, "Especially you, Iranker. You'd better not mess around with anything." Demon even dropped malicious words, telling Subaru that if he wanted to log out, he should do it quickly. "Don't drag me down." Amidst the dark night, lightning strikes continuously rained down at the gate, highly threatening, signaling that a journey with little good and much peril was about to begin. Demon looked up at the sky, filled with densely packed electric sparks, and announced, "In about 1 hour, the lightning will temporarily pause and the entrance will reveal itself." To warn them about the danger, the brutal mercenary grabbed a small squirrel and threw it straight toward the dungeon gate. Instantly, an extremely powerful bolt of lightning struck down, incinerating the poor creature. In a split second, right before the eyes of the entire group, Demon turned to look at Subaru and growled, "Did you see that scene? Or not? If you don't want to end up like that, then make sure to rest until then." While the viewers of the live stream were impatiently waiting for the broadcast to begin, Subaru still stood silently, keeping his eyes glued to the boots on his feet. Seeing that he seemed distracted, Demon snapped, "Iranker, are you even paying attention to my words?" Subaru completely ignored the mercenary. His mind at this moment was enveloped by an incredibly familiar feeling, just like the test at the Millennium Mountain in the past. Going to a dungeon, yet feeling like attending a class reunion. Before Demon's astounded gaze, Subaru slowly stepped forward and reached out his hand to touch the cliffside that was surrounded by thunder and lightning. The system immediately issued a warning. The lightning core is striving to resist the lightning gate, accompanied by an abnormal status, as his body had to brace itself against the impact of electric shocks. The glowing yellow current, the brilliant yellow electric current, exploded violently as the lightning gate began to conduct a qualification check on the intruder. Witnessing the scene, where Subaru still stood proudly and firmly amidst the center of the lightning storm, The people around him could only exclaim in utter shock and terror, Gawa. How the hell is he still able to hold his ground like that? The intense resonance between the lightning and the lightning core created a blinding explosion of light, causing the lightning gate to completely dissipate and reveal the secret of the lightning remnants that had been hidden for centuries. Subaru extended his hands, which were still tingling with electric charges, toward the gradually revealing stream of light. The cliffside collapsed, leaving behind a glowing opening amidst the dark space. From within the ruins, a tiny item radiating a brilliant blue glow slowly fell onto the ground. The group of mercenaries was struck dumb in absolute astonishment. They uttered in utter shock. Is that the lightning remnants? Seeing a high-quality item, their eyes lit up. Demon froze. He stammered, asking in extreme panic. How could you do that? Subaru bent down to pick up the treasure. He silently questioned himself whether this thing had always been waiting until someone with enough qualifications like him appeared. However, right when Subaru had just touched the lightning remnants, a glowing red streak of murderous intent aimed straight at his position. The audience watching the live stream was also struck with shock at this sudden, highly malicious turn of events. Subaru agilely dodged to avoid the sneak attack from behind. The system instantly issued an emergency notification. You have been attacked by a member of the Allied raid party. At the same time, it confirmed that the penalty mechanism would not apply if he proceeded to counterattack. Subaru turned around to look. Facing him right now was precisely Demon with a highly cunning face. The brutal mercenary advanced imposingly, his eyes flashing with utmost greed and viciousness. Demon growled with a steel-hard threat. You just got lucky, kid. Now be smart and hand that thing over. Demon growled threateningly. Hand the item over, or else I'll turn you into barbecue. Faced with that greed, Subaru still nonchalantly replied. And for what reason? Must I obey your command? Demon's subordinates instantly chimed in. They claimed that the items here must belong to the locals, instead of outsiders like him. The leader cracked a vicious smile. He brandished his weapon and pressed to know if Subaru actually knew what it meant to fear death. Subaru coldly confirmed, exactly. He understood well that although losing one's life in a dungeon was not a real death, the painful sensation and the dread when facing the Grim Reaper were still so realistic that they could cause anyone to experience a total mental breakdown or suffer from severe psychological trauma. Demon licked his lips in a highly bloodthirsty manner. He declared that he was too used to the act of sending outsiders to the afterlife. Witnessing that brutality, the young man accompanying Subaru was struck with shock, realizing that the rumors about Conrad's mercenaries murdering players were absolutely true, and he regretted ever setting foot in this place. In a state of panic, the purple-haired guy hurriedly tried to intervene. Bro, please don't fight. Let's sit down and split the loot a bit to keep it friendly. However, before he could finish his words, a brutal slash left him severely wounded. Seeing that blood had been spilled, the mercenaries smugly claimed that they now had a legitimate reason to take action and turn everyone into bait for the vultures. Instantly, Subaru dashed off like a ghost, unleashing a lightning-fast attack that ripped through the enemy's defense. The mercenaries were completely dumbfounded upon seeing their comrade taken down so easily. No way. He's only an E rank, though? What the hell is going on here? Subaru glided right through the encirclement. Every single slash brought death along with it, leaving his opponents no time to react. He looked straight at his opponent and mockingly asked whether not being finished off in a single move, asked whether not being finished off in just one move was the only pride left for those who claimed to be S rank. Like them, driven into a corner, Demon frantically screamed in absolute terror. You dare to trick me, bastard? In the end, what is your true identity? Subaru stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield. Subaru unleashed an extremely powerful lightning strike, knocking the weapon away and making Demon collapse instantly. The mercenary trembled in utmost humiliation. He gritted his teeth, accusing him, a magic swordsman? You despicable coward, you're only this strong, simply because you rely on your weapon. The loser's excuse, blaming it on the gear. Standing imposingly before the defeated foe, Subaru coldly shot back. If you're poor, don't have an attitude. If you want high-quality items, top up your money and buy them. His eyes flashed with heavy, murderous intent as he delivered the finishing words. But actually, I bet you won't have another chance to use it anyway. Demon could only scream in resentment. You brat. Before a brutal slash sent him packing out of the game, the system coldly announced, you have eliminated Demon. Witnessing the horrific scene, the people around could only utter in utter shock. Go. Wow. Subaru held the glowing item in his hand. He glanced at the purple-haired young man and asked, do you want to possess this thing too? Completely terrified by the overwhelming power, the purple-haired guy hurriedly dropped to his knees and worshipped him like a god. No way. That item is yours. It belongs to you, Subaru. The audience watching the live stream couldn't help but find this dizzying change in attitude hilarious. They noted that Subaru was being revered like a deity. After retrieving his weapon, Subaru walked gloomily amidst the thick silence of the entire party. Subaru decisively ordered, "All right, let's keep moving." The entire group gloomily advanced deep into the dungeon, where glowing yellow lightning bolts continuously struck down at the highly threatening, glowing red cliffs. Walking behind Subaru's highly mysterious back, the red-haired girl couldn't hide her anxiety. She softly asked her companion whether it's really all right for us to follow him. When asked back about her meaning, she could only watch Subaru and tremblingly remark, "It's just that he's clearly not a normal person." Advancing deep into the dungeon, the purple-haired young man whispered to his comrade that as long as they didn't actively cause trouble, Subaru wouldn't do anything excessive. Because a streamer always has to maintain their public image. He casually scrolled through the comments mocking Subaru as someone who specialized in clinging to others for money, and smugly thought to himself, "Just act well. I'll post an expose on him later." Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Glowing redstone pillars carrying electric currents abruptly shot up from the ground, blocking the path of the entire group. Panic quickly took over, as everyone realized that both the way back and the way forward were completely sealed off. While his comrades were in a panic over the abnormal transformation of the cave, listen carefully. 9126, the first creatures. The first creature you encounter in this cave are the lightning wolves. Instantly, glowing blue eyes emerged from the darkness. A pack of wolves with violent, electricity-charged fur imposingly advanced to surround them. Subaru warned that their numbers were extremely large. If you choose to fight them one by one individually, the team's stamina will be depleted before the battle even ends. Finishing his sentence, he suddenly dashed forward, ignoring the desperate screams of his comrades behind. "Bro, don't go. Without you carrying us, we'll all become dog food." Subaru thought to himself that there was still a way to shorten the time, which was to aim straight for their leader. Unlike normal species of creatures, when it comes to lightning wolves, the one with the smallest size is actually the one holding ultimate authority, the Lightning Wolf King. Subaru launched himself into the air, unleashing a brutal slash, ripping through a wolf that was rushing toward him. Instantly, he activated the Cloud Step skill, allowing himself the ability to walk in the air for a brief 3 seconds, cheating the game by walking on clouds. Subaru stepped hard on the void, gaining momentum to dash high up to directly confront the giant monster roaring below. Subaru dashed up into the air. In his mind, the image of his former teammate Toxia suddenly appeared. Sensing a strange resonance between the lightning power and the memory, he thought to himself, "Toxia. So it turns out this is the feeling you went through." Instantly, the ferocious lightning wolf pack surrounded him from all sides. One from behind bared its fangs and rushed forward, intending to execute a deadly pounce. Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru spun around and swung his sword, creating an earth-shattering lightning explosion that deflected the enemy's attack. Amidst the thick smoke and electric sparks, he landed his feet firmly on the ground. Even though the wolves kept continuously growling and threatening all around, Subaru still maintained an eerie calmness. A lightning wolf frantically rushed forward with an ear-splitting roar, but the stream of lightning glow had now flowed intensely into the nameless magic sword. Subaru growled proudly. "Racing against electricity? You're just a power bank. I'm the main source." A brutal slash, carrying destructive power, ripped through the monster's body. Right in midair, the system continuously issued notifications. "You have defeated the Lightning Wolf King," causing the wolf pack's rage to instantly subside, along with an increase in strength, agility, and stamina stats. Subaru walked slowly amidst the trembling, defeated troops. He recalled the teaching from years ago that once you take down the leader, you will be the victor and hold control over everything. You are their big boss. The lightning wolves now all bowed their heads in complete submission before Subaru's pressure. The system confirmed that he had successfully tamed this species of creature and could now command them through lightning blood. Witnessing that unimaginable scene, the purple-haired young man uttered in utter shock. "What on earth just happened, Subaru?" Subaru only coldly shot back, "It's a piece of cake. Let's keep moving before the livestream gets late." With the command to set out, Subaru imposingly advanced with a whole pack of fierce wolves submissively following behind. His comrades could only freeze in utmost astonishment. They couldn't understand why the ferocious monsters, originally the terror of this dungeon, suddenly became so loyal and submissive to him. Subaru gloomily advanced into the depths of the cave, along with his new legion. Advancing deep into the cave, Subaru abruptly stopped, lightly observed the surroundings, and muttered. Noticing the rugged terrain with glowing red cliffs teeming with lightning, he silently assessed. "This location looks Stable enough to begin my plan. Subaru's eyes flashed with absolute coldness behind his mask. He ordered the submissive lightning wolf pack behind. It's time. Howl as loud as you can. Instantly, the wolf pack simultaneously raised their heads high, unleashing resounding howls that shook the entire dungeon. The choir calling the Grim Reaper, everyone. Glowing yellow. Lightning bolts continuously struck down from the cliffs following the roars of the wild beasts, creating a horrific scene. The noise was so loud that the purple-haired young man accompanying him was struck with terror. He frantically screamed, "Subaru! What the hell are you doing?" From within the dark crevices of the cliffs, a series of grotesque creatures began to crawl out. It was an army of giant insect monsters with glowing blue eyes and wings flapping continuously. They were drawn by the howls and were frantically flooding in like a deluge. Witnessing the scene of being surrounded, the purple-haired guy panicked, running while screaming loudly, "Bro, are you planning to make an insect hot pot? Or something that you called this mini?" In stark contrast to his comrades' panic, Subaru still remained incredibly calm. He slowly drew the magic sword, which was radiating a glowing red spiritual energy. He nonchalantly declared his intention to turn this suffocating encirclement into a true hunt, because that has been his working style for all this time. Looking at the monsters rushing forward, Subaru coldly reminded those accompanying him that there was no need to worry about him at all, because with the support of the Lightning Wolf pack, he alone was more than enough to handle everything. Completely terrified, the purple-haired guy stammered, asking what would happen to their own fates, but Subaru only glanced over with utter contempt and asserted that right from the beginning, he had clearly stated they were merely hitchhikers tagging along. Subaru growled his command, "So find a way to preserve your own lives." Finishing his words, he proudly stood amidst the encirclement of the roaring monsters, his hand tightly gripping the sword, ready for a bloody massacre. Meanwhile, inside a modern room, the atmosphere also became incredibly tense, as Subaru's live stream was being broadcasted directly on a large screen. The screams of ugh and arg echoed throughout the space, making everyone shudder in terror. Sitting silently on the sofa, Kazuki quietly observed the battlefield scene through the screen, his eyes flashing with heavy gravity before the unpredictable developments unfolding at the Lightning Glow Cave. Hasuka anxiously asked whether just leaving Subaru alone to act like that was fine, but John Taylor only casually replied that it was the streamer's decision, and there was nothing else they could do. He pointed out that the situation this time was a bit different. Looking at the lines of hitchhiking registration messages flooding the screen, John Taylor called this a free ride, because those people's skill levels were a long way from being able to clear the Lightning Cave on their own. He believed that although it was a bit troublesome, letting them tag along would help avoid negative gossip from the audience. However, John Taylor also warned that if rumors about this free ride spread, people would cling to Subaru like ants to honey. John Taylor's gaze turned sharp as he realized the true intention of the young man. Subaru is using them to set an example, to warn everyone, to never intend to hitch a ride again. Amidst the dark dungeon, Subaru was frantically sweeping through the monsters. The brutal slashes caused blood to splatter everywhere. As monsters were merely mobile experience points, the system continuously announced congratulations on his level up, along with enhancements to his strength, stamina, and focus stats. Subaru stood imposingly in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes flashing with power behind his mask. Around Subaru at this moment were the corpses of the monster army piled up in heaps, proof of a merciless massacre. He coldly uttered, "By now, surely no one will grumble about me splitting off to go alone anymore, right?" On the live broadcast, the audience was struck with shock at his cruelty and overwhelming strength. Some admired him, while others believed those actions were excessive. Subaru stood proudly amidst the ruins, his hand tightly gripping the bloodstained sword, and dropped a steel-hard warning. Anyone who intends to hitch a ride again should just prepare a coffin in advance. You had better be mentally prepared. Subaru's steel-hard warning echoed through the screen, where he stood proudly inside the bloodstained dungeon. Witnessing this highly calculated performance, John Taylor couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter on the sofa. He realized Subaru was by no means simple enough to overlook the weight of his words on the viewers. Every single move, every single word uttered, had been carefully calculated to create the most powerful media effect. John Taylor slightly smirked, his eyes showing clear admiration as he was forced to admit that he is indeed a gamer and streamer of great caliber. Right at this moment, Hasuka's phone vibrated continuously, with the caller ID showing annoying boss. She tiredly picked up, intending to make an excuse that she was busy, but John Taylor's barking voice on the other end of the line made her freeze. "It's news about Subaru." Hasuka asked back in shock about what was going on, and John Taylor instantly pressed to know if she had informed Subaru about that post recruiting hitchhikers on the forum or not. Hasuka calmly confirmed Yes, I have already informed him. John Taylor narrowed his eyes calculatingly. He suspected this entire drama was orchestrated by Hasuka right from the beginning. Faced with her boss's speculation, Hasuka coldly threatened, "Get straight to the point. I don't have time to listen to your wild speculations." John Taylor hurriedly regained his serious look. He requested her to hold tightly onto the copy of that forum post. With a powerful smile, he proudly declared, "Then it's time. We make them open their eyes wide. To let them know that Subaru is being backed by an extremely powerful representative corporation. When the idol has a powerful backbone." Meanwhile, inside the dark dungeon, the ear-splitting roars of the lightning wolf pack abruptly echoed. The wolves with glowing blue, electricity-charged fur frantically rushed forward to attack anyone caught in their sight. A fierce clash broke out. The team had to brace themselves to fight back the deadly pounces of the wild beasts. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, a team member in a panic screamed loudly, calling the leader's name. Schneider, oh my. Schneider appeared imposingly with a giant spear in his hand, his eyes flashing heavily with gravity as he faced the besieging monster pack. Amidst the chaos, a member of Blue Zone was suddenly attacked by a lightning wolf, making blood splatter everywhere. He furiously turned to scream at Schneider. "You're jealous of my talent, so you're using the wolves to kill me, right?" Schneider still maintained a cold face, his gaze hardening with determination as he thought to himself. "Found you." Schneider decisively gripped his weapon tightly and unleashed a powerful push and terrifying force that knocked the Blue Zone soldier onto the ground, leaving him in utter shock and fear. "This guy? Are you playing around with me?" Meanwhile, the ferocious lightning wolf pack kept continuously flooding in from all sides. Schneider had not a shred of hesitation. His spear pierced right through the head of a lightning wolf in a blink of an eye. Standing amidst the pile of monster corpses, Schneider still had to endure the mocking words from the Blue Zone. "Soldier, well, I thought you were going to show off something. But it turns out it was just to handle a petty monster. Like this?" Schneider coldly ordered. "Sit down," having his pride wounded. The guy roared, "Huh? Are you giving orders to me? You've been continuously provoking me this whole time." "Fine. 94-20, let's settle who between the two of us is the... Let's determine which one of the two of us is the one." His words suddenly froze as he realized the presence of a much larger threat. That wolf pack. The entire raid team was now completely surrounded by a massive, suffocatingly large army of lightning wolves. The scene became more chaotic than ever. The Blue Zone soldier screamed loudly in panic. "What the hell is going on here? Hey, what kind of trick did you just pull, Schneider?" Looking back with a gaze full of utter contempt. "Both you and your bosses are just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well." He steel-hardly 94-35 warned the arrogant soldier that he should turn back immediately. If he didn't want to lose the last shred of dignity in front of his subordinates, only able to stand and watch Schneider's back. As he walked away, the Blue Zone soldier gritted his teeth and swore in helplessness. "This bastard." Schneider gloomily advanced deep into the darkness of the dungeon with his spear in hand. In another development, Subaru was also ready. The eyes behind his mask flashed with highly threatening blue electric sparks. A terrifying pressure suddenly crashed down as from within the cliffside. A giant creature with a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs and slimy fluid emerged. The system instantly confirmed the presence of the boss, Thunderma. Facing the hideous monster, Subaru gathered all the lightning into his body. Subaru dashed upward, unleashing a 1,000-pound punch, slamming straight into the hideous body of Thunderma. The pitch-black electricity exploded, ripping through the flesh of the monster in an earth-shattering explosion, causing slimy fluid to splatter everywhere. After quickly wiping out the obstacle, Subaru walked slowly amidst the desolate ruins. Standing from afar to observe, Schneider pensively recalled the 3 long years that he had once spent just to successfully advance to this position. However, Subaru soon realized a brutal truth that the lightning cave actually only truly began from this very moment. Standing before the giant, majestic red gate adorned with strange patterns, he silently understood what Schneider had mentioned before. A true lightning cave imposingly appeared with towering stone pillars, radiating a suffocating pressure. The system immediately issued a notification confirming Subaru was entering the first lightning gate. Standing before the giant redstone gate, Subaru pensively thought to himself that the lightning glow cave, up until now, was still no different from a mediocre dungeon. Up until now was just a warm-up. Now the real game begins. However, according to Schneider, 94-84, the true change only occurred when you officially. Now the real game begins. However, according to Schneider, set foot across this boundary. The moment he stepped forward, the system instantly notified. Trial time is over. Please come in and lose your life. In front of Subaru, at this moment were glowing red reliefs, bearing the shape of an ancient dragon, while the audience on the stream was still buzzing with gossip. That those were just incomprehensible squiggles. Schneider nostalgically recalled his period of hard training. He admitted he had to spend more than 5 long years just to be able to pass through this first gate. Suddenly, sharp-eyed viewers began to recognize the shape of a dragon. The sharp-eyed ones began to recognize the shape of a dragon, faintly appearing in the drawing. Brothers. The dragon in the drawing just winked at me. Right at that moment, the ground shook violently. The strokes that were thought to be soulless suddenly moved full of life. Schneider spoke up in challenge. So, how much time do you guess you will spend? Based on Subaru's roaring thunder attribute, the system began to analyze the correlation between his power and the roaring thunder challenge, which was originally the earth-shattering roar. Every time the lightning glow struck down. And after all, everything originates from one single power. Subaru wondered whether the reward of this place had anything to do with the lightning glow that he possessed, even though they were of the same element. He understood that it didn't mean their skills would operate in the exact same way. Suddenly, a stream of ultimate pressure radiated, shaping into a legendary creature, glowing with blue lightning that enveloped the space. The system coldly announced the appearance of the supreme entity, the arbiter of roaring thunder, Ragnar. Subaru stood silently, looking up at the giant dragon that was imposingly emerging from the void. Schneider pensively looked at Subaru. He softly spoke up to confirm. You are the one who defeated the wolf warrior. Greg, right? Despite acknowledging the young man's capability, Schneider still gave a heavily weighted warning. But you had better not daydream about defeating Ragnar. Subaru slightly shuddered, sweat trickling down his face, as he felt the suffocating pressure radiating from the supreme entity ahead. He silently replied, What kind of person do you take me for? Schneider? I'm not crazy. This thing is so monstrous, who can play against it? Subaru told himself that he had only fought against Greg because he was part of a quest. The challenge of Ragnar was truly a nightmare, because it transformed unpredictably with every appearance. Sometimes he brutally forced the target to endure the torment of tens of millions of lightning bolts striking straight down onto their body. And sometimes he strips away all 5 senses of the intruder, imprisoning them in a space of thick darkness and ultimate solitude. Moreover, Ragnar can even summon giant monsters with grotesque shapes, forcing players to enter an endless battle for survival. Amidst the blue spiritual energy, the arbiter Ragnar imposingly emerged, his eyes glowing as he stared intently at the masked man and pressed to know. Are you planning to enter and clear this place, or to become dragon bait? Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru proudly asserted. Exactly. His arrogant answer caused the chat section to explode, with comments that were both excited and mocking about a rookie's arrogance. Ragnar slightly smirked. How interesting. This ancient entity noted that Subaru had proven his own qualifications through countless previous challenges. He commanded with absolute authority. Bring out what you are hiding inside there. Subaru looked in shock at his arm, which was tingling with electric sparks. He silently felt suspicious about the existence of the lightning glow. Trayson wondered why Schneider had never brought up this matter. Ragnar advanced imposingly. He had recognized that Subaru was the one who truly opened the roaring thunder gate to enter this place. Looking at the crystal mass that was brilliantly glowing in the palm of Subaru's hand, Ragnar asked in a low voice, Could it be that there is someone else possessing this besides you? Subaru suddenly remembered the bearded guy with the lightning spear he had encountered before. However, Ragnar instantly dismissed it and asserted, that guy didn't enter by opening the gate, but merely happened to pick up a crystal stone formed from the dungeon's energy. The genuine item speaks. The fake one fades away. Subaru narrowed his eyes with determination. He realized that being the only one who truly possessed the lightning glow made complete sense. Ragnar roared, radiating an earth-shattering pressure. Now I shall grant you a challenge. Ragnar proudly ordered Subaru, swallow it. That is precisely the challenge. In front of his eyes right now was the trace of lightning glow, a mysterious crystal, with an unconfirmed rank, crystallized after the ancient electric currents roared across the sky. Looking at the treasure glowing in the palm of his hand, Subaru couldn't help but ponder its astronomical value. Even the audience watching the live stream began to tease him, saying that he was planning to sell it to live in luxury. But the reality was that he was about to face ultimate pain. Standing before a highly risky choice, Subaru narrowed his eyes slightly and questioned himself. Should I continue to gamble with this game or not? He understood that passing Ragnar's challenge didn't mean he would receive a reward more worthwhile than this very crystal. Even though he knew swallowing such a pure source of energy was extremely wasteful, Subaru had already planned to keep it for the next challenge right from the start. Looking at the giant dragon entity looming imposing ahead, he told himself that retreating here would be truly shameful. His pride was higher than a tower. Furthermore, it would be a humiliation hard to wash away. For the name Blue Eye. Without a shred of hesitation, Subaru decisively swallowed the trace of lightning glow whole. The system instantly issued a shocking notification. You have swallowed the trace of lightning glow. The challenge of the gate now begins right inside your body. This challenge is a bit hard to digest. A violent storm of lightning exploded from within, causing Subaru's eyes to widen in horror and pain. The power of the thunder and lightning seemed to want to tear apart Subaru's body from the inside, turning him into a focal point of destruction. While Subaru was bracing himself to battle with death, inside her private room, Hasuka was furiously screaming at the screen, "You damn bug. Do you know how much money that stone is worth?" The girl clutched her head and tore at her hair in regret over the wealth, because she knew well that Subaru was also someone extremely obsessed with money. Though her mouth scolded him, her gaze, Hasuka still showed clear signs of extreme anxiety. She silently prayed that he would safely pull through this great catastrophe. Hasuka quickly picked up her phone and contacted someone named Kayaharu. "Hello, Kayaharu. I'm almost there." The other end of the line casually replied, "You've arrived? Well, I guess that place is close to you." Hasuka sat silently in the dark room, her pensive gaze fixed on the glowing phone. She answered the call with a highly serious look. "Hey, what's going on?" On the other end of the line, Kayaharu spoke up with a trembling voice. "I am truly sorry." However, Hasuka had absolutely no intention of being lenient. She decisively cut him off. "This is your last chance. If you can't do it, don't ever look at me again." Hasuka growled, making sure that the opponent clearly understood they no longer had any way out. In her mind, the girl was frantically thinking to herself, "You know well enough how broke I am right now, don't you?" Hanging up the phone with a sigh, Hasuka coldly left a wish. "All right. Good luck with the monitoring work." She sat quietly at her desk, her gaze fixed on the card bearing the name Kayaharu with deep calculation. Meanwhile, in another place, a young man with purple hair looked in shock at the screen and uttered in absolute astonishment, "No way." The setting suddenly shifted to the 5th floor, the domain of the divine artifact Smith, Buren. Amidst a brilliant sunset, a magnificent and splendid palace appeared with great majesty. Subaru walked slowly across the vast courtyard. He lightly looked up at the ancient architecture and silently sighed. Back to the old house. But why does my stomach hurt a bit today? However, the nostalgia was quickly extinguished when the system announced the challenge of the lightning glow officially began right inside his body. Violent, glowing, blue lightning bolts exploded, enveloping Subaru's figure. His eyes flashed with a gold metallic color full of pressure, his blood vessels bulging visibly, proving a horrific destruction taking place. The system continuously issued notifications. The trace of lightning glow has settled inside your body. Magic power increased by 1. Subaru gritted his teeth and endured as his debility stat continuously jumped from 67 up to 73. Amidst the bone-deep pain, he could feel a violent throbbing, continuously assaulting the smallest meridians in his body. This time, the sensation was the complete opposite of before. Something was suffocating, blocking the flow of magic power, making Subaru unable to move as he wished. The system continuously warned, the trace of lightning glow is spreading and beginning to take control over your body. Subaru gritted his teeth bitterly, feeling death drawing near. Being too greedy, now it's choking my throat. Help me. Suddenly, another surge of energy erupted from deep within. The system notified, the heart of lightning glow is fiercely resisting the trace of lightning glow. Subaru realized this strange resonance in shock. He questioned himself, isn't it originally just an equipment item? Although his magic power increased, his debility stat had hit the threshold of 81, causing him to collapse. These two sources of power looked similar, but their nature was completely different. A flash of light sparked in Subaru's mind, realizing that the true hint from the Arbiter was not to swallow that crystal stone, 9734, but that he had to swallow the entire heart of lightning glow to balance it, but rather having to completely swallow the heart of lightning glow to balance it. Without a shred of hesitation, he brought the only crystal mass to his mouth and swallowed it down. Instantly, an earth-shattering energy battle broke out right inside his body, causing the storm of lightning around Subaru to explode more violently than ever. The violent power from the two sources of lightning glow clashed, creating a pillar of light that shook the entire space. From within the brilliant yellow electric current, the figure of a majestic, giant dragon gradually emerged, enveloping Subaru's small figure. Facing the imposing Arbiter, Ragnar slightly smirked in satisfaction and spoke up. "Waiting for you to finish eating gave my neck a real cramp." An earth-shattering surge of energy exploded, turning the space into a violent sea of thunder and lightning. Amidst the center of the storm, Subaru stood proudly, with his white hair glowing brightly and his metallic gold eyes full of power. Right in the middle of his chest, The lightning heart was beating continuously, radiating a blinding stream of light of ultimate power. Subaru painfully clutched his chest, where the heart of lightning glow was continuously resonating. Witnessing that scene, Ragnar softly spoke up, using high-quality gear like a complete reckless destroyer. Looking at you, I'm too disappointed to even speak. This ancient entity mocked Subaru's shortfalls, but also didn't forget to admit, but the fact that you figured it out on your own is quite meaningful. Subaru collapsed onto the ground, his breathing rapid and exhausted. He snapped in exhaustion. Are you kidding me? I almost lost my life in there. Ragnar appeared imposingly amidst the electric sparks. He proudly asserted, even the previous owner of the lightning glow couldn't tame this thing. However, the gaze of the giant dragon entity showed clear signs of expectation as he looked at the young man. But this time, I place a lot of expectations on you. Instantly, a brilliant yellow stream of spiritual energy from Ragnar transferred straight into Subaru's body, causing the system to continuously announce level ups. The lightning glow skill surpassed level 3, level 4 in turn, and finally reached level 5 amidst the explosion of divine power. The rank of the lightning glow skill was officially pushed to level S, a rank far exceeding all imagination. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually static and quiet. Captain Schneider, along with the warriors, froze in utter shock as they witnessed the horrific lightning phenomenon ahead abruptly vanish. Schneider looked into the void, his face stained, showing a clear look of astonishment mixed with shock as he uttered, "It's gone." Schneider and his team were stunned as they realized the dragon drawing on the cliffside had completely vanished. The bald soldier said in shock, "Captain, this place seems a bit too empty. Or is it just me who feels that way?" The dragon had vanished, showing up late to the exam and missing the entire test. Schneider stared intently at the empty cliffside, his gaze hardening full of deep thought. He said in a low voice, asserting, "I haven't even had the chance to start the test yet. Someone must have definitely sneaked in here before us and meddled in this matter." Hearing this, the accompanying Blue Zone soldier changed facial expression. He asked in a panic, "What? There's someone else besides us? Don't tell me it's Subaru." He began to lose patience, screaming that whether it was a dragon painting or some dragon tattoo, he didn't care. The important thing was to hurry up before being beaten to the punch. He worried anxiously, "Are you going to let him snatch all the rewards before we can even get there?" Schneider suddenly froze. He glanced over with a look of contempt and asked back, "Do you think I took the trouble to come all the way here just for those rewards?" In stark contrast to his comrade's anxiety, Schneider flashed a mysterious smile. He silently realized that everything, in the end, had finally begun to turn around, now that there was someone else who had actually reached the absolute depths of the lightning glow cave. Schneider strode forward, closing in on the Blue Zone soldier with a chilling bloodlust. He growled a warning, "I'm in a good mood, so whoever wants to catch these hands can just speak up." Faced with that suffocating pressure, the other guy could only reply while trembling, "All right, I get it." To break the tense atmosphere, the Blue Zone soldier hurriedly spoke up to reassure him that there was no need to rush. He recalled his previous encounter with Subaru in the tournament, where he was taken down with just a single slash, but then smirked, thinking that even if there were two Subarus, they still wouldn't be able to easily pass through the challenges waiting ahead. Predicting completely wrong but loves to make judgments, Schneider imposingly led the army deep into the darkness. He reminded them in a serious tone, "Keep your guard up if we want to witness the conquest with our own eyes. The first conquest of the lightning glow cave in history. The prerequisite condition is that we must preserve our lives first." The Blue Zone soldier, walking behind, watched him with a highly suspicious and fearful gaze, questioning himself. In the end, that guy doesn't even intend to clear the trial himself? And what the hell is waiting for them ahead? The entire group stood silently before the giant stone gate, radiating a highly threatening, glowing, red spiritual energy. Behind the glowing red stone door, the true destination of the lightning glow cave finally revealed itself. Schneider thought to himself, Subaru must have crossed this boundary and been behind the door for a long time. The system notified that they had officially entered the second lightning glow gate. Opening up before their eyes was a dark, majestic grand hall with a long path leading straight to a high platform. A thorny throne, radiating a suffocating pressure, reigned right in the center of the grand hall. The system issued a highly mysterious command. "Take your seat on the throne." Schneider gloomily led the army forward. But as soon as he observed the scene closely, his face hardened as he noted, checking the area, Subaru is nowhere to be seen. He probably went off on a solo run. The accompanying Blue Zone soldier asked back in shock about the meaning of those words. But Schneider still firmly asserted that Subaru was completely absent from this place. Being provoked, the other guy snapped, telling Schneider to stop rambling about the name Subaru. and assumed that their opponent had probably just sat on the throne and then continued deeper inside. Schneider instantly denied that, stating it was absolutely impossible. Faced with his comrade's confusion, he quietly stepped forward, his eyes fixed tightly on the empty void ahead with absolute alertness. Suddenly, the system issued a glowing red warning about them trespassing on the throne's domain. A giant, glowing blue lightning pillar suddenly struck down from the high ceiling, creating an earth-shattering explosion that knocked back the entire raid formation. Amidst the violent electric sparks, the system announced the presence of the Guardian. The lightning glow knight has appeared, a giant warrior in silver armor, radiating thunder and lightning, imposingly emerged from the void, ready to crush the unauthorized intruders. Witnessing the presence of this terrifying entity, a member of Blue Zone uttered in shock, "The lightning glow knight is the boss of this area? Why could a human being become a monster? Since it's a boss, any appearance works." Schneider quietly looked ahead. He knew very well that no one could move forward unless they defeated this Guardian. In Schneider's mind, memories of his defeat years ago rushed back hauntingly. It's him, the sturdy wall that he had once faced, an existence that for the past 15 years no one could surpass. The identity of that entity glowed amidst the blue electric sparks. The lightning glow knight, Peleus. Schneider recalled. That was the name he had used to introduce himself when the two faced off. Clearly, that was the first time this thunder and lightning knight deigned to reveal his true identity to someone who dared to stand up and challenge him. Sitting inside the tavern, Schneider pensively shared with Subaru about this highly strange coincidence. He questioned himself whether there could exist two different individuals who happened to bear the exact same name. Both were challenges tied to the lightning glow, so the most logical thing was to consider them as one. However, Schneider still didn't understand why this secret had never been made public before, even though the name Peleus was already very famous. He asserted that he was the only person who knew the true identity of the lightning glow knight. But it wasn't until that life and death moment that he realized who he truly was. Looking at Subaru, Schneider asserted firmly, "Your lightning glow skill and that lightning glow knight definitely have a connection with each other." Precisely for that reason, he had hoped that Subaru would appear before he set foot here, but reality did not go as expected. Back in the dark grand hall, the armored footsteps of Peleus echoed drily on the cold stone floor. The thunder and lightning knight appeared imposingly from within the charged mist and spoke in a low, muffled voice. "It's you again? It's been 15 years since I last saw your face, Schneider." Schneider and his comrades gripped their weapons tightly, as Peleus narrowed his eyes at the group and asked, "Are you waiting for a partner or someone? You look so expectant, young man." Schneider admitted that his opponent grasped the situation very quickly, as Peleus pressed to know whether he had met the person he had been waiting for. Schneider only gritted his teeth and replied decisively, "Not yet. Still not yet." Recognizing the situation clearly, Schneider tightly gripped his sword hilt and thought to himself, "So that's how it is." Instantly, he proudly ordered the entire army, "Surround him. Block all of his retreats." The soldiers simultaneously rushed forward to close in on the lightning glow knight, who was radiating a highly threatening blue spiritual energy. However, sensing the danger drawing near, Schneider panicked and screamed loudly, "Stop right now." He knew well that rushing in blindly would only increase casualties in vain, but it was already too late. A single slash carrying the power of thunder and lightning ripped through the space, causing the pioneers to fall in a split second. Schneider stood silently, sweat trickling down, as he witnessed his comrades being taken down so easily. He bitterly realized that those cheap tricks would not work against the lightning glow knight. Schneider's eyes flashed with deep anxiety before the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Despite the warning, a long-haired warrior still aggressively bellowed, "Stop your rambling. If you guys don't dare to do it, then let me do it." Overconfidence in abundance, limited skill capability, he frantically rushed forward, putting all his strength into a direct clash with Peleus. A blinding explosion of spiritual energy broke out when his sword struck the lightning armor of the lightning glow knight. However, before the suffocating pressure of the thunder and lightning, he could only grit his teeth and utter in resentment, "Damn it," as he was completely pushed back by the violent electric current, waking up inside the dark cave with a blood-stained face. Subaru groaned slightly as he felt a sharp pain running along his body. Looking at the dried bloodstain on his cracked mask, he questioned himself. Waking up from a nap to find my face covered in strawberry syrup. I must have slept a bit too deeply. On the other side of the screen, nearly 12,000 viewers were continuously leaving sarcastic comments about his signature fainting habit. Someone even bluntly requested him to quickly team up with Hawkeye again if he planned on fainting once more. Subaru recalled the explosive effect from the previous collaboration. He realized that shaking hands with someone who possessed massive viewership like Hawkeye was precisely the perfect stepping stone to create a more brilliant result. Glancing slightly at his hand, which was still tingling with electric charges, he told himself, fine then. Just let me join in. The status board appeared with heavily weighted stats. Despite having reached level 37, Subaru's debility level had hit the threshold of 71. This alarming number made him unable to avoid worrying. But Subaru quickly pulled himself together. Alright then, I have to pull myself together to keep going. Meanwhile, in the dark grand hall, the confrontation between Schneider and the lightning glow knight had entered its most brutal phase. Glowing blue lightning bolts ripped through the space as Schneider's spear clashed directly with his opponent's thunder and lightning blade. Schneider channeled all his lightning power to unleash deep purple, powerful slashes to break through the sturdy defense. The impacts created blinding electric sparks, proving the terrifying pressure that both sides were forcing onto each other. During an earth-shattering sweep, he thought to himself, 15 years of cultivation. Yet I'm still just a punching bag for someone to practice on. Meanwhile, the bald subordinate standing behind dropped another mocking comment. He brutally asserted, you are essentially nothing more than a tool. A bait brought out just to provoke the captain's pride. The lightning glow knight did not give him time to think. He continued to swing his sword in a furious assault. Amidst the danger, the figure of Subaru flashed back into Schneider's mind. He questioned himself about the one who had defeated him. The consecutive impacts made Schneider grit his teeth to endure. It hurt so bad. The price of persevering for 15 years is a bit steep. He was shocked to realize that he himself was still completely helpless against the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Despite his efforts throughout 15 long years, Schneider began to feel exhausted. He questioned himself. How many more minutes can I hold out? He estimated at most 2 minutes, or perhaps even just a brief minute. Around him, his comrades were continuously knocked back and fell under the glowing blue blade of the thunder and lightning knight, creating an extremely tragic scene. With no way out, Schneider decided to gamble everything on one last move. If that's how it is, I will pour all my essence into this fatal strike. He channeled all his remaining strength to rush into a direct clash, but as soon as their weapons met, the opponent's shield blocked it with ease. The lightning glow knight, Peleus, saw right through his effort and lightly commented, kudos to you. Over the past 15 years, you've actually learned how to practice. However, right before the finishing blow struck down, a brilliant yellow heavenly lightning bolt suddenly exploded, stopping the confrontation in an earth-shattering explosion. Peleus retreated in shock, his eyes narrowing with alertness. Who are you? From within the dense smoke and dust, the imposing figure of Subaru emerged with his body covered in wounds, yet brilliant yellow lightning was still violently exploding. Subaru glided past the collapsed Schneider and coldly ordered, step back. With your current physical condition, staying here will only get in the way. Without letting his opponent recover, Subaru dashed forward. The magic sword clashed directly with Peleus's thunder and lightning blade, creating shockwaves that shook the entire grand hall. Amidst the splattering electric sparks, Subaru said in a low voice to greet him, hello teacher, I've come to hand in my homework with my sword. The ultimate confrontation left the onlookers completely frozen in horror. A bald soldier spoke up while trembling. What the hell is going on here? Despite the surrounding chaos, Subaru still kept his eyes fixed on the knight and asserted, I've been told about everything. Facing his benefactor, the lightning glow knight slowly raised his hand to remove his heavy helmet. He said in a low voice, I'm not sure if you still retain the image of this face in your memory or not, so allow me to greet you in the most formal way. As soon as the iron armor was removed, a terrifying figure appeared, leaving all the livestream viewers utterly shocked and horrified. It is I, Peleus. Half of Peleus's face had now decomposed. The audience continuously left heartbroken and astonished comments. Is that really Peleus? What happened to his appearance? What on earth did he have to go through? Peleus looked at Subaru with a gaze full of reverence. I had no idea where you went after that moment. But I always believed that as long as I came to this place, we would definitely meet again one day. Subaru stood silently, ultimate heartache welling up inside him as he questioned himself. How much time has passed since that day? Peleus noted, you are indeed someone from another world. I myself can no longer clearly determine the time either, because I stopped counting after 100 years had passed. He had early on vaguely guessed that Subaru did not belong to this place because the lightning glow challenges were originally a test that could be retaken as many times as one wished. Subaru asked in shock, what happened to the villagers? And why has your appearance now become so ravaged? To this extent, painful memories rushed back into Peleus's mind through the burning flames. After Subaru departed, the raids by the giants still didn't stop, and eventually, The entire village was completely flattened. Peleus choked up. I am the only survivor. I swore an oath to become powerful like you. The benefactor of my life. Precisely for that reason. He spent years searching for the type of power that Subaru once possessed. It wasn't until the very end that he found the way leading to this cave and witnessed that great energy source. However, the price to pay for someone who originally wasn't qualified to touch that source of power was far more brutal than anything he had ever imagined. Peleus admitted in bitterness. Being greedy for high-quality gear, now I've become completely blind. He even carried a curse upon himself, making him unable to leave this cave by even half a step. Peleus stood towering amidst the lightning, his sword thrust into the ground as he declared, all I could do was perseveringly wait for the day you returned. Under the quiet night, Asahi's footsteps slowly glided across the tall grass. Her heart heavy with thoughts, she sighed softly and told herself that he would probably get furious when he found out about this. Asahi's gaze was sorrowful. She bitterly realized that the problem wasn't that she couldn't retrieve that relic, but the truth was that she had chosen not to do so. While lost in her self-reproach, Asahi suddenly froze, her eyes widening with alertness as she sensed a familiar pressure radiating from ahead. Asahi hurriedly ran toward the old wooden house, which was now enveloped by cold, blue blocks of ice. Looking at the desolation before her eyes, she thought anxiously to herself, oh, he really did get furious. Asahi stealthily approached, slipping through the crack of the frozen stone door to observe the situation inside. She held her breath, sweat trickling down her face, as she witnessed the violent spiritual energy continuously tearing apart the room. Asahi gathered all her courage, slipping past the sharp shards of ice to step inside. Just as she set foot inside, a powerful explosion of spiritual energy knocked Asahi back. 10217, she was almost pierced by the shards of ice. Asahi panicked and screamed, hey, this is going too far. Are you trying to kill me? The dry footsteps echoed steadily on the stone floor. From the darkness, a tall figure with long silver hair stepped out imposingly, calling her name like those debt collectors. Faced with the suffocating pressure from him, Asahi could only freeze in horror. The silver-haired man growled, you are right. I should pay with my life. I am too terrified by my comrade's extremism. Asahi hurriedly bowed her head and waved her hands in apology. No, wait. I should sincerely apologize. He was straightforward. You intentionally let him have it, didn't you? Asahi hesitated, intending to deny it, but before his sharp gaze, she had to bow her head and admit, yeah. Asahi stared into space, her sorrowful yellow eyes, explaining that even though she didn't see his face, the feeling that young man brought was exactly like Subaru from years ago. That's why I let him keep it for me. He's probably not the type to pawn things off. Looking at Asahi's apologetic face, Ianaka softened his tone slightly. I see. Well, it's true that I have put you through a lot of hardships. Since you have returned safely, let's call it even. Asahi joyfully asked back, you'll forgive me? But Ianaka coldly turned his back and added, however, go clean up the house. Those words drove Asahi insane. She screamed in sheer frustration, as he was the one who had destroyed the house into a pile of ice and snow. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, the warriors were shocked by the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Is this really the third floor? Monsters, if you're going to play with each other, just play by yourselves. That's crazy, guys. Schneider struggled to hold his ground. He realized the lightning glow night didn't have a single opening. Amidst the wave of violent thunder and lightning, Subaru was forcing himself to directly face Peleus's fatal sword strikes. Schneider silently analyzed, realizing that Peleus's biggest weakness was the fact that he was blind. Subaru told himself that if he could completely conceal his presence, he would find an opening to counterattack. At this moment, the system continuously issued a glowing red warning as Subaru's debility points hit the threshold of 81. Suddenly, Schneider's lightning spear pierced straight into his arm. He coldly declared, perfect timing, and prepared to unleash the decisive finishing blow. Despite being heavily wounded, Peleus still resiliently roared, I still have my other arm. The glowing blue electric currents violently exploded around the body of the thunder and lightning knight once more, as he tried to muster the last of his remaining strength. However, Subaru had seen through everything early on. You're still too young and inexperienced. He instantly activated Cloud Tread. You can now move in the air for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of that brief moment, Subaru launched himself into the air, escaping his opponent's control range to Peleus's astonishment. A giant, brilliant yellow lightning pillar from above struck straight down like a final judgment, completely swallowing the body of the lightning glow knight. The earth-shattering explosion ripped through space, shattering the ground to pieces. Amidst the smoke, dust, and brilliant yellow electric sparks, Peleus feebly spoke with a serene face, "My benefactor. I'm sorry for troubling you." In his final moments, Peleus's body began to dissolve into magical blue light particles. He smiled faintly in contentment, looking towards Subaru. "Thank you." Finally, he could rest in peace. Below, Schneider and the members of the raid team watched in shock. The entire horrific scene that had just unfolded. A sword suddenly flashed past his face. Still looking cold, with a temper as hot as ice cream, making others wary. Witnessing his victory, the Blue Zone soldier furiously bellowed, "In the end, how is this battle any different from Schneider's earlier fight? That warrants doing this." The bald guy couldn't stand being picked on by the long-haired guy. "You despicable wretch, using such dirty tricks." Realizing that Subaru was in an exhausted state, he proudly rallied his comrades. "When Narukami, Subaru is exhausted, that is our chance. Attack him all at once." Seeing the warriors still standing still, Nato yelled in sheer rage, "Hey, did you guys hear me? See, he is the very person that your esteemed leader has been tracking all this time. Kill him quickly and end the conflict." He smugly noticed Subaru breathing heavily in fatigue and thought to himself, since he shows no signs of using lightning, he is definitely exhausted. If we take advantage of that. Nato turned to bark at Schneider. "Schneider, what are you still standing there for? Your chance for revenge is right in front of your eyes." Looking at his injured arm, Schneider coldly refused. "Don't be stupid. If you want to die, go by yourself. Why drag me into it?" Nato was furious, threatening him with the rewards and the guild's punishment. But Schneider still casually shot back. "What nonsense are you talking about? That reward clearly belongs to him. Besides, I joined the Blue Zone to conquer the Lightning Cave. I don't give a damn about the guild's matters." Realizing he couldn't use Schneider's hands, Nato immediately changed his attitude. He approached Subaru with a fake smile. "Hey, Narukami, I have an attractive offer for you." He tried hard to entice Subaru to join the Blue Zone with a promise to hand over all the rewards and guarantee a position on par with a high ranker. In his mind, Nato was secretly calculating. "Initially, I planned to take the Lightning and solidify my own position, but I have no choice now. For now, I should stall this guy." Nato confidently asked, "How about this offer? We don't need to be enemies anymore, right?" In response to that expectation, Subaru only looked at him coldly and asked back, "What makes you think that?" Faced with the smug look of the person opposite him, Subaru decisively declared, "Your offer does not interest me." Before anyone knew it, his sword slash had already cut through him, saying a final goodbye to the old man right there. Subaru stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes coldly looking down at the defeated foe, then turned to the opposite side. "Schneider, are you joining too?" Schneider, despite being injured, still pensively replied, "More importantly, I want to know what is over there." Faced with the question, "So you plan to go with me?" Schneider smirked slightly in challenge. "What's that? Are you scared?" Turning to the brothers who had stayed by his side for 15 years, Schneider decisively ordered, "Everyone, withdraw the troops." Despite the sounds of stunned protests, he asserted, "This is an order, and it is also my final request." As a leader to his comrades, looking at his brothers who were choking back tears, Schneider suddenly drew a short sword and stabbed his own leg hard. "There's one more thing. How about this?" Witnessing the extreme resilience of the man in front of him, Subaru silently acknowledged, "Perfect fit to go along, isn't it?" Despite his body being covered in wounds and blood streaming down, Schneider still kept marching forward, making Subaru question himself. What should we do now? While the audience continuously poured praise on a true man who had fully qualified, Subaru decisively made up his mind. Let's do that. The two gloomily advanced toward the center of the Grand Hall, where the throne of the Lightning King awaited. That was the Lightning Throne, the legendary throne that was looming in the charged mist. To the absolute shock of those witnessing, Subaru slowly stepped up the stone steps and proudly sat down on the supreme position. Instantly, a violent surge of spiritual energy exploded. Subaru's eyes glowed with absolute authority. The system coldly issued a shocking notification. "You have taken your seat on the vacant Lightning Throne." The moment Subaru placed himself on the Lightning Throne, a terrifying pressure from thunder and lightning exploded, enveloping the entire Grand Hall space. His eyes glowed intensely with a metallic gold color. Sweat trickled down, as his body had to force itself to fight against the violent source of energy that was continuously cleansing his marrow. Amidst the shock, Subaru uttered in shock, deep within his heart, as an ancient vision suddenly flashed back into his mind. In a dark and quiet palace space, the giant, glowing door abruptly swung open, breaking the gloomy atmosphere of the Grand Hall. A figure in brilliant golden armor stepped in. Imposingly, the sound of iron heels thudding against the stone floor echoed majestically along the long red carpet. It was a young man with long red hair and fiery eyes, radiating the aura of an extremely powerful sovereign. He looked toward the throne and admitted in a low voice, "I cannot bear The power of the lightning glow in my current state. With a highly determined expression, he asserted that he himself was not yet qualified to sit in that supreme position, but proudly declared, "That's why I cannot sit in that position. One day, I will return as a worthy vessel." He turned his back and walked toward the blinding light of the door, leaving behind a highly mysterious message. "I came here to tell you that, Father." The figure of the red-haired warrior gradually vanished into the light, leaving quietness to envelop the ancient grand hall. The moment Subaru just sat down, the lightning throne suddenly shattered to pieces under the terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding ground to collapse completely. Amidst the ruins and dense smoke and dust, the comments from the audience continuously popped up, filled with doubt. It collapsed the exact moment he sat on it. "It doesn't look like anything special. Top thing's heavier than you think." Subaru was shocked to realize that the people watching the stream completely did not see the vision he had just experienced. He questioned himself. Wait, the audience didn't see that storyline segment? Subaru forced himself up amidst the ruins. A glowing blue energy sphere suddenly appeared and hovered right in front of him. The audience began to stir, demanding to see the item. Subaru reached out his hand, gripping that blinding light tightly. The system instantly announced, "You have completed the Lightning Glow Cave. You have received the hollow heart of Lightning Glow." Along with this achievement, Subaru leveled up 3 times in a row. His strength, agility, stamina, and focus stats were all significantly enhanced. However, the treasure, the hollow heart of Lightning Glow, displayed its rank and classification as unknown, making the viewers highly curious about its true function. Looking at the prize in his hand, Subaru clicked his tongue slightly. The reward is a bit trash compared to the difficulty of this test, huh? 10480 However, a sudden speculation flashed through his mind, making him freeze. Wait, could it be of the same type as the heart of Lightning Glow? Right at this moment, Schneider staggered over amidst the ruins, uttering in shock, "What just happened? What on earth was that?" Seeing the glowing item that had just appeared from within the dust in Subaru's hand, Schneider couldn't help but wonder, what on earth is that thing anyway? Seeing Subaru looking pensive as well, Schneider sighed softly. "Even you don't know?" He looked at Subaru with a highly complex gaze. "If someone using hacks doesn't even know, then there's nothing to be done. If I want to see the fruit of my 15 years of dedication, I guess I'll have to watch your stream." Subaru still maintained his usual cold look. He casually replied, "The fruit? We've only just begun." Subaru reminded Schneider that he was also about to leave this floor soon. He strode forward with a highly practical demand. "Since you watched, at least, donate a little bit." He told himself. It was time to finish up his final quest. Schneider looked at Subaru, who was engrossed in his tablet and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that the first thing you do after completing the Lightning Glow Cave? You really are strange." Ignoring the comment, Subaru only focused on the numbers dancing on the screen. The system continuously announced massive amounts of donations. Villain has gifted you 20,000. Chef Faces has gifted you 10,000 C. Subaru's eyes clearly showed satisfaction as he spoke softly. "Thank you, everyone, for staying to watch until the end." So then, even though the audience was still expressing regret and continuously sending messages to hold him back, Subaru still decisively declared, "Let's end the stream here for today." The device screen snapped off with the words, "Narukami Subaru has ended the live stream."